Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Hero Hunter. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Yagi, a 16-year-old boy, was often seen as an outcast due to his lack of a quirk. His family consisted of his mother, Izuku Yagi, and his siblings, Izumi and Fubuki. Known for his cold demeanor and pride, Izuku harbored deep-seated resentment towards heroes. He found solace in fighting and challenging opponents, often preferring solitude over companionship. His only friends were Kota and Eri. One day at school, Bakugo approached Izuku with a playful challenge, exclaiming, "Let's play heroes. You want to play too, don't you, Deku?" He jumped off a bench and punched a bystander, causing Izuku to frown in concern. "That's dangerous," he replied. Bakugo smirked and shot back. "In that case, you can be the monster." The other bullies joined in, encouraging Bakugo's antics. The following day, rumors circulated among the students about Izuku's anger during their game. The principal confronted him, demanding to know why he had lost control. Izuku attempted to explain that he was always forced into the role of the monster, but the principal yelled at him, insisting he take responsibility for his actions. As time went on, Bakugo continued to bully Izuku during their games. One day, overwhelmed by frustration, Izuku shouted, "Fight me, Kaken. I don't want to play as the monster anymore. If I win, you have to promise to leave me alone." Bakugo, dismissive, had his friends hold Izuku back, ensuring he couldn't escape. Feeling trapped and panicked, Izuku found himself in the principal's office once again, where he was told to apologize. Returning home, Izuku discovered his parents dining without him. Feeling ignored and useless due to his lack of a quirk, he retreated to his room, reflecting on the years of isolation and bullying he had endured. Fast forward 8 years, Izuku had matured and developed a fierce determination. He dropped down from a rooftop, spotting the pro-hero Kamui Woods approaching. As Kamui neared, he demanded to know who Izuku was and what he was doing. Before Kamui could react, Izuku landed a punch that sent him flying. Kamui, realizing Izuku was quirkless, attempted to reason with him. "This isn't a fair fight. You're quirkless and a kid. Surrender now, and I'll take you in peacefully." Izuku's response was filled with anger. "You heroes claim to care, but you only worry about your image. My life means nothing to you." Unfazed, Kamui pointed his arm at Izuku, ready to attack. Just as he launched his strike, his wooden arm snapped off, causing him to crash into a nearby building. Izuku stood there, staring blankly at the fallen hero, prepared to confront a world that had underestimated him for far too long. "I'll take you down right here," Kamui yelled, raising his arm and pointing it at Izuku. His arm began to grow, sprouting several extra limbs ready to strike. Kamui was certain Izuku was finished. But Izuku stood his ground, a smirk forming on his face. As the limbs approached, it seemed all hope was lost. Yet, just before they could hit, Izuku's hands moved with a blue stream trailing behind them. He deflected each limb effortlessly, and before Kamui could react, Izuku was already in front of him. In one swift motion, he swept Kamui's legs out from under him and drove his fist down into Kamui's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Izuku emerged with only a few scratches and a nosebleed, while Kamui lay unconscious in a crater at least a foot deep. Hearing sirens in the distance, Izuku knew he had to leave. He jumped to the roof of a nearby building, leaving a crater behind, and began to run away from the scene. After a while, he stopped and made his way toward the forest, soon finding his small hut. He cleaned himself up and sat on the worn couch, feeling exhausted. "It's really been almost a year, hasn't it?" he murmured to himself. In a flashback, 2 years earlier, Izuku had been training with Bang since he was 14. Every day after school, he would go to the dojo and train until nightfall, returning home utterly exhausted. He dedicated himself to mastering the fist of flowing water, crushed rock. As time passed, his parents began to distance themselves from him, and Izuku didn't seem to mind. His sister, Izumi, would bully him, calling him quirkless and discouraging his dreams of becoming a hero. Bakugo did the same, all in the name of protection. During one training session, Izuku was sparring with Silverfang. "Is that all you've got, old man?" he taunted with a grin. Moments later, Bang slammed his knee into Izuku's stomach, sending him to the ground. "Who are you calling old?" Bang replied with a friendly smile, offering a hand to help him up. "Guess I should get used to it then, old man," Izuku said, rubbing his stomach. Just then, he felt a light slap on the back of his head. He turned to see Bomb, the master of the whirlwind iron-cutting fist. "I'll take that as a warning," he said as Bang helped him up. "The first key to learning martial arts is respecting others," Bomb reminded him. "Anyway, thanks for the training, Sir Bang. The UA entrance exam is in 10 months. You're ready right now, so just relax, okay?" Bang replied. "Yeah, you're right. Thanks again, Izuku said with a smile as he left the dojo. Bomb turned to Bang. He suffered so much just for being quirkless. Sadly, his own parents neglected him, and his friends and classmates bullied him for it, Bang replied. Later, when Izuku got home, he opened the door to find his parents entertaining guests, his aunts, Endeavor and Nighteye. All eyes turned to him as he walked in, dirty and bruised, and he quickly headed upstairs. "Izuku, what happened?" Fubuki asked with concern, noticing his injuries. "Training," he muttered, avoiding their gaze as he continued upstairs. Fubuki turned to Inko. "Do you know about this?" Inko shook her head. "Sadly, we never knew he was training. He usually stays in his room playing video games." Tatsumaki chimed in, "What foolish parents you are. If that kid surpasses you, I won't be surprised." "Inko, Tatsumaki, put that drink down. You've been drinking since you got here. And no, Izuku is." Inko started. "Yeah, we know he is, but look at Silverfang. He became a hero even without a quirk and mstred that water fist technique. Plus, I heard he's been training Izuku," Endeavor said. Nighteye added, "I'd be surprised. Speaking of which, how come Izuku isn't in any of those pictures on the wall?" Inko replied, "Like I said, Izuku has been playing video games and rarely comes down. Sometimes I want to punish him, but he's growing." Tatsumaki shook her head. "Idiot, just look at his state. He used to look scrawny, now he looks like a bodybuilder. He was depressed. Maybe try being a better parent." Toshinori nodded in agreement. Ever since he had been quirkless, Izuku's life had been filled with pain, ignored, bullied, and tortured. Yet, despite it all, he pushed himself to become a hero. Whatever challenges Izumi threw at him would only fuel his determination. Izuku sat in class, still exhausted from the previous day's training with Bang. The teacher placed papers on the table and announced, "Good morning, everyone. Before we start class, I want you all to write about your future. I'll give you the papers, and you better finish them." The students groaned in annoyance. "Who am I kidding? You all want to be heroes," the teacher added with a smirk, tossing the papers into the air. The students cheered as they activated their quirks. "Yes, you all have wonderful quirks, but you know it's against the rules too. Use them in public," the teacher reminded them. Bakugo, unable to contain himself, shouted, "Hey, teach! Don't lump me in with these extras." He ranted again, "As if I have anything like their crappy quirks." Izumi shot back with a cocky grin, "Easy there now, Mr. Angry Guy." The other students chimed in, "You think you're better than us, Katsuki?" they yelled. Bakugo replied defiantly, "Let's go. I'll take you all on." The teacher, observing Bakugo's impressive test results, remarked, "Huh, you've got impressive test results. Maybe you will get into UA High." One student exclaimed, "He's gonna try for the national school?" Another added, "That school has a 0.2% acceptance rate." Bakugo stood on his desk, declaring, "That's exactly the only place worthy of me. I aced all of the mock tests. I'm the only one who stands a chance at getting in. I'll end up more popular than even All Might and the S-Class themselves." The teacher interjected, "Oh yeah, Midoriya, you and your brother are going there too." Izumi looked annoyed, while Izuku ignored the commotion around him. Laughter erupted as one student said, "Deku, You're kidding, right? Another chimed in, there's no way you're getting in without a quirk. A third added, quirkless loser. Bakugo, frustrated, used a small explosion and slammed his hand on his desk to intimidate Izuku, but to his surprise, Izuku remained unfazed. There is no way they'll accept a quirkless loser like you in a place like you, Bakugo sneered. Izuku replied coldly, if it makes you feel better, then say what you want to say. Bakugo backed off slightly. I better not see you there, loser, Bakugo warned. Izumi urged, just give up, Deku. It's no use. After school, Izuku trained relentlessly for the next 10 months in preparation for the UA entrance exam. His training transformed him both physically and mentally. He had become cold, yet his longing to become a hero remained. Throughout his life, he had been labeled useless and had suffered from something beyond his control. At that moment, he was cleaning the Takoba Municipal Beach Park. I'm Stred the flowing water fist fighting style, so I'll just take it easy and clean this beach for the next 10 months, he thought. Presently, Izuku was in tears, covering his eyes. Dimenyu, Tashinori. Dimenyuinko. You people ruined my life and my chance of becoming a hero, he yelled, collapsing to his knees in sobs. It had been nearly 2 months since he left home. In a flashback, Izuku had finished cleaning the beach and had 1 week until the exam. He noticed that his dad was spending more time with Izumi than usual, but he didn't care. That night, the family sat down for dinner. I can't wait for the UA exam, Izumi exclaimed. Now calm down, dear. You still need to prepare for it, Tashinori replied. Right, thanks a lot for helping me, Dad, she said excitedly. Izuku muttered under his breath. Yeah. Thanks for helping us, Dad. What was that, son? Tashinori asked, confused. Nothing, Izuku replied, avoiding eye contact. Inko then asked, what are you going to do for your future, Izuku? I don't know, he said coldly. Okay, what's wrong with you, Izuku? Tashinori pressed, concerned. Oh, so now you ask me what's wrong. Where were you when I needed you? When I was being bullied, when I was suffering because I was quirkless. You were too busy doting on Izumi to even notice. And now you expect me to just smile and pretend everything's fine? Well, guess what? It's not fine. Izuku shouted. Tashinori began, but Izuku stood up from the dinner table and stormed off to his room. Tashinori was taken aback, and when he tried to talk to him, Inko placed a hand on his shoulder. Tashinori, maybe we should talk to him later, she suggested. I didn't realize. I didn't see how much he was hurting, Tashinori admitted. I know you were trying to protect him and keep him safe from becoming a hero. Maybe try a different approach, Inko advised. I'll talk to him tonight, Tashinori promised. Do you think he knows about that? Izumi asked. No. If he did, it wouldn't look good, Tashinori replied. After dinner, All Might knocked on Izuku's door, but there was no answer. He knocked a few more times, and when there was still no response, he entered the room. Izuku was nowhere to be found. Izuku? Izuku, where are you? Tashinori called out. Inko appeared in the doorway, worry etched on her face as she saw the distress on Tashinori's. Toshi, what's wrong? She asked. He's not here. He must be at his friend's house or your sister's, Tashinori replied. We should give him some space, Inko suggested. Meanwhile, Izuku was in the woods, punching a massive rock out of anger. With one final blow, the rock shattered into pieces. It's not like telling my problems will make me feel better, he said as he sat down. I'll do the entrance exam and join UA. There's no point in trying to tell them my problems. That night, Izuku stayed at the dojo and shared the whole drama with Bang, who offered him a place to stay. The next morning, he returned home to find his parents waiting for him. Izuku, we were worried sick, Inko said. Where have you been this whole night? Tashinori demanded. A friend's house, Izuku replied, heading upstairs to his room. His parents assumed he was okay and that everything was back to normal, but they were mistaken. Fast forward to the day of the entrance exam. Izuku woke up to his alarm blaring in his ear until he slammed his fist onto it. He quickly made his way downstairs, grabbing a quick snack before heading to UA. He arrived early and entered through the gates, admiring the surrounding structures when he tripped over his own foot. Just as he prepared to catch himself, he found he was suspended in midair. A hand on his shoulder helped him back down as the person released her quirk. She was a cute brunette girl with a stylish bob cut. "Hi, my name's Ochako Uraraka," she said, extending her hand for Izuku to shake. "Nice to meet you," he replied, shaking her hand. "Sorry for using my quirk on you. I just didn't want you to trip and fall. It's bad luck right before the exam," Uraraka explained. "Thanks, and good luck with the exams," he said with a smile. "Thanks, you too," he replied before making his way to a large room filled with seats. He took a spot next to some other students as the ceremony began. For the most part, nothing noteworthy happened, except for a blue-haired kid with glasses who yelled at someone for not taking it seriously. Izuku chuckled at the memory as he headed toward the starting gate, scanning the area for bakugo and izumi. He knew they had to be in one of the testing areas. There was no way they wouldn't attempt to get into UA. While he didn't spot bakugo, he did see the girl with the bob cut and started to make his way toward her. Just as he was about to reach her, a loud buzzer went off, and someone shouted, "Go!" The doors to the arena flew open, and Izuku quickly joined the crowd entering, thinking to himself, "Piece of cake." As he navigated the fake city, Izuku destroyed a robot and thought, "That's another 15 points." His current score was 35, and it hadn't even been 2 minutes yet. He continued to run, wanting to keep a low profile to avoid questions about his quirk or how he was so powerful. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, the teachers and the principal observed everything unfold. Nizu remarked, "Clearly, the contestants have no idea how many villains are present or their locations. They have limited time, must cover a vast area, and hunt down every last target. Some use information-gathering abilities to plan strategies, while others rely on speed to pull ahead. Remaining calm under pressure can be a huge advantage, as can pure power and combat ability. The most successful students use a combination of all these tactics, much like that kid with green hair." He zoomed in on Izuku. Midnight commented, "I'd say he will most definitely join you, that's for sure." "Yeah, no doubt," Mike agreed. "Well, there is still plenty of time before it's over. The real test is about to start," Snipe added, pushing a red button. All Might, looking nervous, said, "Alright." He knew that green-haired boy was his own son. Suddenly, a loud rumble and crash echoed from the center of the arena. Izuku thought, it has to be one of those zero-pointers Mike was talking about. Better leave. He turned to go back and gather more smaller robots for points, but before he could run, he heard a familiar voice calling for help. He turned back to see the same brunette girl trapped under rubble. Oh no. His legs propelled him toward her. He lifted the large debris, prompting Uraraka to realize it was time to escape. Thank you," she exclaimed as she ran off. Izuku dropped the rubble and climbed to a building near the zero-pointer, preparing to fight when he noticed someone jumping from beneath it. "Huh." Meanwhile, Izumi, with one for all coursing through her legs, took a huge leap to the robot's head level. Remembering her dad's advice about using her quirk, she focused the power of one for all in her right arm and smashed the giant robot with a single, powerful blow. All the other participants watched in awe as Nizu praised Izuku for his self-sacrifice. Izumi landed on one of the buildings using her telekinesis quirk, and the other students cheered and clapped for her. Izuku looked at her with annoyance as he began to walk away from the crowd. She's always the center of attention. Later that day, Tatsumaki and Fubuki were at Inko's house, celebrating Izumi's achievements during the exam. They were all in the living room while Izuku stayed upstairs in his room. "Great work, honey. I'm sure you'll be accepted into UA," Inko said. "Thanks, Mom," Izumi replied with a smile while sipping her juice. "Oh, don't be so sure. She is going to be accepted," Tatsumaki declared, raising her drink. "To Izumi." Everyone else cheered. After a while, they calmed down and Toshi spoke up. "There's something I need to say, everyone. It's about Izuku," he said quietly, so he couldn't be overheard downstairs. "What did he do again?" Inko asked, a hint of annoyance in her voice. "Idiot." Tatsumaki exclaimed, playfully slapping Inko on the back of the head. Guys, stop. Anyway, I saw him during the entrance exam. There was complete silence until Fubuki spoke up. What do you mean he was there? She asked, confused. Believe it or not, he was doing really great during the exam. It wasn't like anything I had ever seen. He had a total of 79 points in combat and 60 rescue points. Inko gasped, That's insane. Fubuki added, Wait, that means he's going to be accepted into UA. Which is why we can't let that happen, Toshi said. Everyone fell silent. Tatsumaki exclaimed, That's the worst idea and possibly the worst thing you could say. My question is why? Because I've seen firsthand the dangers of the hero world. The risks, the sacrifices. I don't want Izuku to face that. I don't want him to endure the same pain I did, to carry the weight of protecting others on his shoulders. Inko's eyes softened with understanding, her voice gentle as she responded, You're not the only one who faced danger, honey. I think you're right, we can't let him get into you, even if he hates us for it. Fubuki asked with concern, How are we going to prevent that? Look, I get it, he's my nephew and I can't see him get hurt. Tatsumaki shook her head. You guys have lost your minds. Izumi interjected, It's for the best, Aunt Tatsu. All our childhood, I made sure he wouldn't become a hero, even if it meant bullying him. I love him with all my heart, and I'd do anything to keep him safe, she said sorrowfully. Tatsumaki sighed. Fine. But only for Izuku. What are we going to do? Leave it to me, Toshi replied. Throughout the week, Izuku relaxed, knowing he just had to wait for his acceptance letter. One afternoon, he was walking through the park when he came across a crowd. They seemed to be fans, all screaming his name and pointing at the roof of a building. It's All Might, one fan shouted. Wow, another exclaimed. All Might, All Might, All Might, All Might, the crowd chanted. Izuku thought, why is he here? As he noticed All Might looking at him. All Might jumped into the sky and left the scene, leaving everyone in awe and a crater on the building he had just been on. That was weird, Izuku mused as he continued walking toward his house, the afternoon sun casting long shadows. As he entered an alleyway, he heard a voice calling him. All Might greeted Izuku with a booming voice, If it isn't young Yagi. The unexpected cheer surprised Izuku. Oh wow, All Might. Izuku replied, a slight smile breaking through his initial shock. Wait, how do you know my name? That doesn't matter, young man, All Might said, waving off the question. I saw you during the exam and was quite impressed by your actions. You seemed strong. Thanks a lot. Izuku stammered, his cheeks flushing with pride. Now, young man, I'm here to tell you something quite overwhelming, All Might continued, his tone shifting. I've noticed you didn't use your quirk during the exams. I did some digging through your files and found out that you were quirkless. Izuku finished, disappointment creeping into his voice. Why yes. All Might admitted, his expression solemn. All Might, could someone without a quirk become a hero? Can I hope to be a hero like you? Izuku asked, his voice filled with hope. I know it might be wrong to say this, but I'm afraid you can't be a hero. All Might's words hung in the air, heavy with finality. Izuku's heart sank. His dreams of becoming a hero felt like they were shattering before his eyes, the weight of disappointment pressing down on him. I don't understand. I've trained so hard, I've pushed myself beyond my limits. How can you say I can't be a hero? All Might's expression softened with empathy, sorrow filling his gaze as he struggled to find the right words. It's not about your determination or your strength, young man. It's about the reality of the world we live in and the dangers that heroes face every day. Without a quirk, the risks are simply too great. I can't, in good conscience, allow you to put yourself in harm's way. Izuku clenched his fists at his sides, a whirlwind of emotions raging within him. Anger, frustration, and despair threatened to consume him. But I can't just give up. Being a hero is all I've ever wanted. It's who I am. All Might placed a comforting hand on Izuku's shoulder, his voice gentle yet firm. I understand how you feel, young Yagi. But sometimes, the path we longing isn't the one we're meant to take. There are other ways to make a difference in this world, other ways to help those in need. Izuku's shoulders slumped in defeat, the weight of All Might's words settling heavily upon him. What am I supposed to do now? Without a quirk, without the chance to be a hero. I'm sorry, son, but it's just too dangerous. Without having a quirk, All Might replied. There are plenty of ways to help people still. You could join the police, work at an agency, or even join a support course to assist heroes. But you can't be a hero without a quirk. Those words pierced Izuku deeply. All Might turned away and began to walk out of the alleyway, but before he could leave, Izuku shouted after him, All Might, I've spent my whole life looking up to you, and you crush my purpose like that? I'm sorry, son, but I never wanted to hurt you or your feelings. As a hero, I have to protect the weak and bring justice, All Might said, his voice filled with regret as he left the alleyway. Izuku fell to his knees, overwhelmed by the sudden encounter. How could he say that? All Might, the symbol of peace, the greatest hero of all time. He's supposed to inspire hope, not crush it. Tears welled in his eyes, blurring his vision as his turbulent emotions surged. For so long he had believed he could defy the odds and become a hero despite being quirkless. But now, faced with the harsh reality of All Might's words, that belief crumbled, leaving behind only a hollow ache. You know what? Forget this, Izuku muttered as he stood up and wiped his tears away. He walked home in silence, listening to music along the way. Once he arrived, he went straight upstairs, ignoring his parents' calls. Izuku! Inko called out. Where have you been? Toshi added. Izuku jumped onto his bed, feeling utterly exhausted. I'm fine, he replied curtly. A few hours later, Inko asked, Just what did you tell him? What I had to. Toshi responded. Inko gasped, No, please tell me you didn't. I had to do it, Toshi insisted. Inko sighed, At least he's not going to UA, right? Yeah. Toshi replied sorrowfully. Izumi chimed in, I wish there was another way. Toshi responded, I hoped so, but sadly there is none. The next day, a letter arrived, but Izuku didn't bother to open it. His dreams had been crushed by the one person he looked up to, so it didn't matter anymore. I hate you with all my heart, All Might, he muttered as he returned to sleep. Meanwhile, Izumi exclaimed, I got accepted into UA. Inko and Toshi hugged her, pride shining in their eyes. I'm proud of you, Izumi, Toshi said. It was all thanks to you, Dad, she replied, squeezing him tightly. Inko added, Now darling, we must celebrate tonight. Great. I'll go tell Izuku, Izumi said, her excitement palpable. Back in his room, Izuku's anger erupted like a volcano. His surroundings bore the brunt of his rage as he flung objects against the walls, his hands shaking with frustration. He overturned furniture and tore through his belongings, transforming the room into chaos. Tears streamed down his face as he vented his pent-up emotions, the destruction serving as a release for his overwhelming disappointment and despair. He looked at himself in the mirror. It's not fair. Just then, Izumi opened the door and gasped at the sight before her. She saw Izuku's bloodied hands and the dark circles under his eyes. Deku, what happened? She asked, concern etched on her face. Izuku glared at her, his anger boiling over. Call me Deku again and see what happens. What's wrong with you, Izuku? Please, I didn't mean to upset you. I just wanted to share my good news, she said, tears welling in her eyes. Good news? What's good about it? You think you're better than me now that you got into UA? You're as worthless as an ant, he spat. Izuku, please. You're not alone. We're in this together, remember? No matter what happens, I'll always be there for you, she pleaded. But Izuku's despair consumed him, extinguishing any flicker of hope. I don't need your pity, Izumi. I don't need anything. I never meant to make you feel this way. I never wanted to hurt you, she said, her voice trembling. Yet Izuku's anger burned like wildfire, his words cutting deep into her heart. You don't know what it's like to be me, to live with this burden every single day. Inko and Toshi walked upstairs, concern etched on their faces. What happened? Toshi asked, his voice tense. Inko gasped, Izuku. What did you do? Izuku's gaze flicked from his parents to Izumi, his eyes blazing with intensity. What does it matter? You never cared about me anyway. Inko's heart twisted with guilt. Izuku, please. We're your family. We love you, no matter what. But Izuku's anger raged on. Huh? Don't make me laugh. You've never understood me. You're all just like everyone else, looking down on me because I'm quirkless. Toshi stepped forward, his voice soft yet filled with remorse. He addressed Izuku, we never meant to hurt you. We only wanted what was best for you. Izuku's expression shifted, confusion etched on his face. What do you mean by that? In that moment, Toshi realized he had inadvertently revealed the very thing he had been trying to conceal from his son. He exchanged a worried glance with Inko, both unsure of how to proceed. Izuku. I didn't mean. Toshi's voice dropped to a whisper, filled with desperation. A lump formed in his throat as he struggled to find the right words. Please, it's not what you think. But Izuku's patience had worn thin, frustration bubbling to the surface once more. Tell me what you're hiding from me. Inko leaned in, her voice barely above a whisper. Toshi, I think we have to tell him. Toshi nodded softly, resigned. Fine. Inko continued, Izuku, sweetheart. Please, let us explain. Yet Izuku's gaze remained fixed on his father, determination hardening his expression. I deserve to know the truth. Don't try to give me advice. Toshi's heart clenched with guilt. He knew there was no avoiding the truth any longer. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself for what was to come. Izuku, Toshi began, transforming into his hero form. Izuku looked at him in disbelief. You're All Might. All Might replied, Izuku. I'm sorry. Izuku's eyes widened. Wait, hold on. This whole time, you were the hero I looked up to throughout my childhood. You told me I couldn't be a hero. That was just yesterday. Izuku, I wanted to protect you, Toshi explained, his voice trembling. I didn't want you to feel the pressure of living up to my legacy. But Izuku's mind was reeling, confusion and hurt swirling within him. Protect me? You lied to me. You made me believe I was worthless, that I could never be a hero. You took away my dreams. His voice trembled with emotion, fists clenched at his sides. Toshi hung his head, unable to meet his son's gaze. I'm so sorry. I never meant to hurt you. I thought I was doing what was best for you. But Izuku's anger burned bright, his pain fueling the flames of resentment. Best for me? How could lying to me be best for me? How could crushing my dreams be best for me? His voice cracked, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. Inko stepped forward, her heart breaking at the sight of her son's anguish. Izuku, please. Your father only wanted to protect you. He loves you more than anything. Izuku's heart was heavy with betrayal, his trust shattered. But if this is what love looks like, then I want no part of it. Inko's heart shattered at his words, her own anguish bubbling to the surface. With a trembling hand, she raised it and delivered a sharp slap across Izuku's cheek. Izuku looked at her in disbelief. How dare you speak to your father like that? He's only ever tried to do what's best for you, to keep you safe. Izuku glared at her, anger palpable. Guys, can we stop this? Izumi interjected, but before she could finish, Izuku punched the wall, leaving a crack. She gasped in disbelief, blood trickling from her nose. Inko screamed, Izumi, as she rushed to check on her. Izuku scoffed, you people dis. But before he could finish, All Might's fist collided with his jaw, sending him sprawling to the ground. The room fell silent, Inko and Izumi looking on in disbelief. All Might stood over him, disappointment and regret etched on his face. Izuku, I never wanted it to come to this. I'm sorry for the pain I've caused you. Izuku's mind raced with conflicting emotions, anger warring with the flicker of understanding in his father's eyes. He pushed himself up from the ground, trembling. Izuku's anger simmered beneath the surface, a raging scream within him. With a primal roar, he launched himself at All Might, fists flying with reckless abandon. The two faced off, the air thick with tension. Izuku's swift strikes met All Might's powerful blows in a clash that shook the very walls. Debris scattered as their battle raged on. After a few minutes, Izuku was punched through the house and landed outside in the streets. "This isn't over, All Might," he declared, jumping onto a moving truck. Inko cried out, and Izumi began to comfort her. All Might transformed back to his regular form and tried to soothe Inko. "I can't believe it," Toshi murmured, disbelief lacing his voice. "It's our fault," Inko added, tears streaming down her face. Izumi gritted her teeth in frustration. A few hours later, from Izuku's perspective, he thought, "I'll have to sneak back in and get my stuff. I'll just go to the old man for a few nights." He jumped out of the truck, now miles away from home and near the dojo up in the mountains. He began walking the rest of the way, climbing up the mountains. Once he arrived, he found Bang drinking tea. Izuku took off his shoes and stepped inside. "Izuku? What are you doing here at this hour? Wait, why are you all beaten up?" Bang asked, concern etching his features. "Hey, Bang, can I stay here for a few nights?" Izuku replied quietly, feeling embarrassed. "Oh Izuku, what happened now?" Bang inquired. Izuku recounted the events following the entrance exam, including his encounter with All Might and the painful truth he revealed. The fact that his idol had told him he couldn't become a hero without a quirk made Izuku tear up again. He then shared the details of his fight with his father, the #1 hero. "It's going to be fine, Izuku. You can stay here as long as you want," Bang reassured him. "Thanks, Izuku said, bowing in gratitude. The next day, Izuku wore a tight, black, long-sleeved shirt, loose-fitting white martial arts breathes, and a yellow sash around his waist. He was heading home to gather his belongings without anyone noticing. As he approached his alley, he noticed police investigating the house. "I need to be quick," he thought. Peering through the window, he scanned the room for any signs of movement. The chaos from the previous night still lingered, but the space appeared empty. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he quietly slid open the window and slipped inside. He found himself in his destroyed room. Quickly, he grabbed a backpack and stuffed in a few essentials: money, his phone, clothes, a first aid kit he found in his desk, his ID, and his earbuds for music. Just as he was about to make his escape, a voice echoed from the doorway, freezing him in his tracks. "Hold it right there." Izuku's blood ran cold as he turned to face the source of the voice. Standing in the doorway was a police officer, their gaze fixed squarely on him. "What are you doing here? This is a crime scene." Izuku heard a voice shout, snapping him back to reality. His mind raced as he frantically searched for a way to escape. With a surge of adrenaline, he made a split-second decision and bolted for the window. Just as he reached it, a strong hand clamped down on his shoulder, halting him. It was his father. "You're not going anywhere, young man," his father exclaimed. Before he could finish his sentence, Izuku pushed him back and seized his opportunity. He jumped through the broken window and began sprinting away. The police were already on the scene and more squad cars arrived, but Izuku was long gone. "What happened here?" one officer inquired. "Tsukachi," his father replied, wiping blood from his face. "Detective Tsukachi, sir," the officers saluted. "What happened here, All Might?" Tsukachi asked, his expression serious. All Might hesitated, knowing he couldn't reveal the truth about Izuku's identity. There was an altercation. A family dispute. Things got out of hand. Tsukachi's expression darkened. "Is everyone all right?" All Might glanced back at the doorway, his heart heavy with guilt. "Izuku. He's gone." The weight of those words hung heavily in the air. Tsukachi's eyes narrowed, his mind racing with possibilities. "It's going to be fine. We'll find him." Meanwhile, Izuku was breathing heavily as he finally stopped sprinting. He had reached the mountains and began to climb. Standing at the doorsteps of the dojo, he thought to himself, "Guess I'm not cut out to be a hero." It had been 3 days since he had taken refuge at Bang's dojo. During this time, Izuku had concluded that heroes were only in it for money and fame. He was now a completely different person, and the police and heroes were searching for him. I'll wipe out all the heroes and rebuild this world from scratch, he resolved. Currently, Izuku was training with Bang's disciples, all of them striking martial poses. Bang was out doing hero work, leaving only Izuku and the rest of the disciples. He suddenly stopped and stood still. "I'm tired of this," he declared. "Huh?" one disciple asked, confused. "What do you mean?" "There's nothing else I can learn here. Let's have an actual fight." When Bang returned, he found the aftermath of Izuku's challenge. "What have you done, Izuku?" he demanded. After a confrontation, Bang expelled Izuku from the dojo. Following that day, Izuku lived in a hut in the forest outside town, determined to hunt down every last hero. "I will hunt down every last hero on this planet," he vowed. Izuku began targeting heroes like Gunhead, Fourth Kind, Death Arms, and many others, earning the moniker of the Hero Hunter and gaining notoriety among both heroes and villains. During these 2 months of hero hunting, significant events unfolded, including the USJ incident and an alien invasion. One day, as Izuku walked along the road near the forest, he encountered a C-class hero. "You must be a hero, right?" "Well, it's hunting them," Izuku exclaimed. "I'm Human Rider." "What's this about hunting?" he asked, stepping off his bike. "You're not one of my fans?" "Well, guess what? You're right," Izuku said with a grin. "Help me become a true monster." In his mind, he thought, the more I defeat, the more monstrous I grow. Suddenly, a group of muscular men appeared behind him. "Ha!" Izuku turned around to see a familiar face. "We owe you for the other day, Hero Hunt." Tank Top Vegetarian began, but before he could finish, Izuku knocked him out with a single punch. "Are you here seeking vengeance, Tank Top Vegetarian? I left you with an inch of your life, and now you throw that life away? That's some next-level stupidity. Your musclehead friends won't be leaving alive either," he said with a cocky smirk. "Now die." Before he could land another blow, something struck him, sending him crashing several meters away. "What?" Izuku shouted. "I heard you gave my guy a hard time," a voice said. "S-class? HYH." Izuku laughed in excitement. "I've caught a big one. Yahoo, now I'm pumped." Tank Top MSTR raised his fist and punched the concrete floor, using his tank top blow to unbalance Izuku. He rushed at him with a tank top tackle, sending Izuku flying. "Tank top tackle!" Tank Top MSTR shouted. "Way to go, Tank Top Tiger cheered. Before they could finish, Izuku spun in the air and landed gracefully on the ground, shocking the other Tank Top members. "Who in the hell is this guy? Is he even human?" Tank Top MSTR wondered. Moments later, Tank Top Mask shouted, "Another hit!" The Tank Top Punch. Tank Top Black Hole added. "A tank top allows ease of motion for twice the power." Tank Top Jungle exclaimed. The rest of the Tank Top army believed Izuku was almost done, but Tank Top Mr. was not so convinced. "He's human. There is no doubt about it," he thought as Izuku coughed up blood. When he looked back up, he saw Tank Top MSTR preparing to punch him. "Sorry, but I'm finishing you off," Tank Top MSTR declared. "No, why it?" Human Rider intervened, stepping in the way of the punch. "Human Rider!" Tank Top MSTR exclaimed. "Aren't you ashamed of yourself? An S-class hero killing a mere punk. The fight is over already. He's hurt so badly he can't even move." Human Rider shouted. "What are you talking about?" Tank Top Racer replied. "He shouldn't have been picking a fight with heroes." Tank Top Jungle added. "You're just a C-class rank 1 anyway." Tank Top Tiger chimed in. "Out of the way. We're gonna teach him fear." Tank Top Black Hole shouted. "That's enough, guys." "He's right, I didn't MSTR Tank Top to fight ordinary people," Tank Top MSTR said. Izuku thought to himself, what the hell are these guys talking about? Tank Top MSTR called out, "Hey you! If you've learned your lesson, swear that you'll never hurt anyone ever again." Izuku turned back and seemingly walked away. "Fine. Sorry for causing trouble," he said, then turned around. "I'm still gonna take all of you down." "Yeah, I figured much. I'll take care of you here and now," Tank Top MSTR replied, preparing for the fight. Tank Top MSTR punched Izuku in the face, but this time, Izuku countered with the water stream rock-smashing fist, using the momentum from the punch to amplify his own power. Whoops! I just used the old man's technique. God, I wanted to avoid it so much. Oh well, no need to be picky. Izuku dominated Tank Top MSTR with a series of punches, each following a blue water stream, culminating in a final attack that slammed the S-Class hero into the wall, fracturing it. Whoa! The Tank Top members gasped as Tank Top, bleeding from his face, fell to his knees. He hid his true power? Tank Top MSTR thought. An S-Class hero on his knees. Izuku taunted. Don't be ridiculous, I was simply caught off guard. Tank Top MSTR retorted. Haha, really? Izuku mocked. Then I'll surprise you again. Sit there and watch. As the monster Izuku Yagi eradicates your entire crew. Izuku Yagi. You're All Might's son. Tank Top MSTR exclaimed. Tisish. I never knew him, Izuku said coldly, walking towards the Tank Tops. Wait. Don't touch them. Tank Top MSTR shouted. Justice Crash. Mumen Rider shouted as he attempted to stop Izuku. However, Izuku slammed Mumen Rider's head against the ground, creating a pool of blood around him. With a cruel grin, Izuku lifted Mumen Rider's head for the rest of the Tank Top army to see and taunted them. See this? Now it's your turn. Yagi! Tank Top FR roared, summoning his last ounce of strength to surprise Izuku. But Izuku anticipated the hero's move and delivered a powerful punch to his face. As Tank Top MSTR's consciousness faded, he collapsed to the ground, defeated. I'm done with you, Tank Top MSTR, Izuku declared. Now then, I guess I'd better clean up the rest of you. Half a dozen members of the Tank Top army charged at him, but he effortlessly dispatched them with his water stream rock-smashing fist. One of the remaining members attempted to punch him, but Izuku dodged, leaping off the wall to elbow the Tank Top member in the head. He continued to take down the rest of the Tank Top fighters, seemingly enjoying himself. Guess that's a great way to make myself stronger, he muttered as he began to walk away. The following day, All Might exclaimed in disbelief, Wait, what? As he jumped up from his chair. Are you sure that was him? Without a doubt, the voice on the other end of the phone replied. If you ask me, it's all your fault it came to this. I've already asked Bang and Bomb to help me find him and maybe talk some sense into him. This isn't the first time he's done this. He has hunted many C-class and low-ranking heroes, but now he's targeting pro heroes. With Tank Top MSTR on the line, he's going to attract public attention, and that's bad news for you since he might expose what you did to him. But I'll figure it out later. Let me know if you find him. Gran Torino. Toshi, he won't forgive you if he finds out you gave one for all to Izumi and not him. Since she already has a quirk and Izuku doesn't, it wouldn't make sense why you did that, but I respect your decision. Thanks, Gran Torino. Let me know if you need anything. He hung up. Meanwhile, Kirishima asked, Did you guys see the news? Yeah. The hero hunter fought Tank Top MSTR. Kaminari replied. But how? Zero wondered. I know, right? He's in his class. Mineta exclaimed. Apparently, the entire Tank Top army quit the Hero Association because they were beaten by him. Sue added. Fear not, my fellow classmates. Lita began, but Bakugo interrupted. Shut up, Four Eyes. Oh my great lord. Bakugo, how can you say such violent words? Lita yelled, sounding shocked. Bakugo thought to himself, is it really that nerd? It's all my fault. Because of me, he's a villain now. Izumi said, Guys, can you calm down? It's only one guy. I bet the other heroes will beat him regardless. I hope. Uraraka added, Why does he do these things? Her disappointment evident. Suddenly, Aizawa entered the room. All right, class. Wear your P uniforms. We'll be heading to the training ground. Everyone responded in unison, right? Meanwhile, in a secluded hideout, a discussion was underway. What do you think, MSTR? Should we recruit him? One asked. Shigaraki, I think we should wait a while, another began, but Shigi interrupted. No. He's right, Tamura. Wait for the right time, another voice advised. Right, we'll do what Emissary tells us, Kurogiri, Shiggy replied. Stitch warned. I told you people the hero hunter is dangerous. He's already taken out Tank Top MSTR. Who knows what he'll do next? Busho added. The hero hunter isn't the only problem. Monster appearances have increased over the past 2 months, a C branch operator noted. A lot of heroes are out of commission and have quit the association. We have to get rid of him, Jinzurin insisted. But how? Such as, we could ask a stronger S-class to take the hero hunter out, Busho suggested. Try that and see how it goes. What's the threat level right now? Stitch inquired. Without a doubt, it's at maximum tiger level, the C branch operator replied. But it will give us some time to prepare. Meanwhile, the news reported, breaking news, the mysterious hero hunter has yet again taken out another hero this week, and it's none other than Tank Top MSTR. Tank Top Army, once a formidable force within the Hero Association, has disbanded following their defeat at the hands of this enigmatic vigilante. With Tank Top MSTR defeated, many are left wondering who will be the next target of the hero hunter's relentless pursuit. Elsewhere, Izuku smirked as he watched the news report on a small TV screen. Just wait till I dismantle this society, Toshinori Yagi, he said with a grin. It had been a day since his encounter with the Tank Top Army. As he walked through a quiet area of town, he noticed a kid sitting on a park bench, engrossed in a book. In an instant, Izuku was beside the boy. Hey Gaki, he said. The boy looked up, puzzled. Looks like you're reading something interesting. Oh, okay. What's your name, kid? Koda. After a few minutes of conversation, Koda warmed up to him. This guy's the S-class hero king. He's the strongest of all. This is the number 3 hero Hawks. He's so cool. He patrols my neighborhood sometimes. Look, I even got his autograph. Hey, his autograph, huh? I'd love to have his autograph too. Could you introduce me to him sometime? Izuku asked. You must like heroes, huh, Ajisen? Koda replied. I guess you could say that. Are you a hero too? Koda inquired. Izuku hesitated for a moment before responding, guess you could say that. They sat on the bench while Koda flipped through the pages of his book. Oh, what the heck? They even have monsters in here. Isn't that exciting? Izuku exclaimed. I guess some of them are, but why are you excited? They're super scary, Koda said. It's better that they're scary, Izuku replied, grabbing the book. Don't you think they're cooler that way? I guess they do. You still have weird taste, Ajisen, Koda remarked. I'm so envious. I'd love to be in this book too, Izuku said. I don't like heroes all that much anyway, except maybe a few, Koda admitted. Why? Izuku asked. Koda shared his past, recounting how he lost his parents during a villain attack, both of whom were heroes. Sorry to hear that, kid, Izuku said softly. Good for you for not liking heroes, Gaki, he added, patting Koda on the head. Koda replied, your personality is, Ajisen. Well then, time to go patrolling. I'm heading off. See ya later, kid. Be careful in your patrolling, Ajisen. Sure, and stop calling me Ajisen, he said as he started to walk away. I couldn't hear you. Get lost, Gaki. A few moments later, Izuku thought, hero killer Stain, huh? Apparently, he's been taking down a lot of heroes these past weeks. Let's pay him a visit. According to that guidebook, he hunts heroes at Hosu. That's a 30-minute train ride from here. Should be easy. Flashback. After brutally defeating 17 heroes and injuring 23 beyond recovery, hero killer Stain became a scourge on the entire hero community. Flashbackins. Izuku boarded a train bound for Hosu City. After a long ride, he finally arrived at the station. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the air. Izuku turned to see a Nomu attacking a nearby train, which contained several people he knew, Gran Torino, Izumi, and the 2 emissaries, Bang and Bomb. What the hell is that thing? Izuku exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. Nomu! Izumi shouted, recognizing the threat. Stay back, you hear me, kid? Gran Torino warned, his voice firm. We'll handle it. Bang added, stepping forward with determination. Gran Torino charged at the Nomu, tackling it off the train, soon followed by Bang and Bomb. Grandpa! Emsis! Izumi cried, her voice filled with concern. The train conductor urged the passengers, "Everyone, please. Remain calm. Return to your seats. The villain is no longer here. More heroes will arrive soon, I'm sure." Izumi approached the large hole the Nomu had created in the train. "Keep them calm, I'm going after him," she declared, her resolve unshaken. "Hey, are you stupid? It's way too dangerous out there." The conductor protested as Izumi exited the train in search of Gran Torino and the two MSTers. Izumi thought to herself, how in the world is there another one? He looks different than the one from USJ. I need to find them before things get out of control. No time for thinking. I've got to put my training to the test. One for all, full cowling. Izumi shouted, leaping across rooftops in search of Gran Torino. Meanwhile, the Nomu Gran Torino was fighting recovered and began attacking nearby civilians. "Help!" a civilian screamed. Before the Nomu could strike, Bomb unleashed his whirlwind iron-cutting fist, destroying the ground beneath it and causing it to lose balance. Bang seized the opportunity, delivering a series of rapid blows, each accompanied by a blue stream of energy. The Nomu was about to retaliate when Gran Torino kicked it in the face. "I haven't fought this earnestly in years." "Picked a fine time to patrol," Gran Torino remarked, his eyes sharp. "Could say the same," Bomb replied, his focus unwavering. "Count me out," Bang added, stepping back. As the Nomu recovered and prepared to attack again, it suddenly caught fire. The three old men turned to see Endeavor standing with his palm outstretched. "I was looking for the hero killer here, but this thing will have to do," he said, watching the Nomu howl in pain. "Sorry for the delay, old-timers." Bang smirked. "And you still haven't learned your manners." "I can handle this from here on out," Endeavor declared confidently. "Whoa, look, it's the number 2 hero," a civilian exclaimed. "Why is he in Hosu?" another asked, eyes wide with awe. Endeavor smirked. "Isn't it obvious? I came here because I'm a hero." Meanwhile, Izumi was running through a street engulfed in flames. Two Nomus were fighting Manuel and his team while Lita was doing his apprenticeship. "Damn it, Lita-kun. Don't tell me," she thought anxiously as she searched for him. On a nearby roof, Shigaraki and Kurogiri watched the chaos unfold. "The Nomus make such great playthings," Shigaraki said, a sinister grin on his face. "Are you not going to participate in the fight?" Kurogiri asked, his tone curious. "Don't be stupid. I'm still injured from that BSRD stain. That's why I brought those pets with us," Shigaraki laughed maniacally. "Once this night is over, the world will have forgotten you ever existed, hero killer." Meanwhile, Izuku thought, "Just wait until I find you. Hero killer." He smirked as he navigated through the chaos in the streets. Lita struggled, his voice strained. "My body won't move. What do we do now?" "Damn it," Izumi exclaimed, frustration rising. "Is this how it ends?" Todoroki added, his expression grim. As they spoke, Stain liked his sword, causing them to freeze in fear. "You kids are pathetic," Stain taunted, his voice dripping with disdain. As he prepared to strike, he sensed a presence behind him. Turning, he saw Izuku stepping into the alleyway, a confident smirk on his face. The air crackled with tension as the two formidable fighters locked eyes. "Who the hell are you?" Stain demanded, his voice low and threatening. "Nice to meet you, hero killer," Izuku replied, his smirk unwavering. Izumi thought, who is this guy? But why does he look familiar? "No, it can't be. Izuku," she stammered, her heart racing. Izuku ignored her, continuing to address Stain. "So you're the kid that beat Tank Top and Mistura?" "Hero Hunter," Stain said, a mocking tone in his voice. "Well done, Peanut Head. I'm here to put you in a wheelchair for good," Izuku retorted, his determination palpable. "Deej, based on that look, you're here for a fight?" "I'll teach you a lesson, punk," Stain replied, his eyes narrowing. Unfazed by Stain's words, Izuku cracked his knuckles and adopted a fighting stance, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Teach me a lesson, huh? I've heard that one before. Let's see what you've got. With a sudden burst of speed, Stain lunged forward, aiming to catch Izuku off guard with his deadly blades. But Izuku effortlessly dodged, his movements fluid and precise. He retaliated with a barrage of swift punches, each strike aimed with pinpoint accuracy. Stain managed to evade some of Izuku's attacks, his agility matching that of his opponents. With a swift counter, he slashed at Izuku, leaving shallow cuts across his body. Yet Izuku merely smirked, seemingly unfazed by his injuries. Let's see how you can fight now, Stain said, raising his hand to lick Izuku's blood. To his surprise, the blade was broken, and the other half was in Izuku's hand. Izuku wiped the blood off and threw it back at Stain. No cheating, Izuku said firmly. Teeth, Stain muttered, frustration creeping into his voice. With Stain's blade broken and his plan foiled, Izuku pressed his advantage, launching a relentless assault on the hero killer. His punches landed with ferocity, each blow fueled by his excitement to fight Stain. Caught off guard by Izuku's sudden burst of power, Stain struggled to keep up with the younger fighter's speed and strength. Despite his skill in combat, he found himself on the defensive, forced to evade Izuku's relentless barrage. You thought you were the only one with tricks up your sleeve, huh? Izuku taunted, amusement lacing his voice as he continued to press his advantage, his movements becoming more fluid and precise with each passing moment. Tis, you villain scumbags are nothing compared to me, Stain shot back, throwing a dagger at Izuku, who swiftly redirected its path. Who said I'm a villain? I'm a monster, and don't get me mixed up with those others, Izuku replied, his tone serious. So, a human calling himself a monster, huh? Stain sneered. I'll rip your eyes out, Izuku threatened, his voice low and fierce. Empty threats from a desperate challenger, Stain retorted, mockery evident in his tone. You may be skilled, but you lack the conviction to follow through. Just so you know, you're not even on my level. What did you just say? Izuku shouted, fury igniting within him. Stain unleashed a flurry of swings, destroying nearby ventilation systems and walls. Izuku jumped to avoid his sword strikes, but Stain seized the opportunity to stab him. In a sudden twist, Izuku extended his hand to absorb the force of the blow, the hero killer's sword lodging itself in his hand. He did this to bring Stain into close quarters and, with a powerful punch, knocked him out. Izuku, he said to the unconscious Stain, not bad, but let me correct you, you're not on my level. From Izuku's perspective, he thought, getting used to armed opponents should be easy. His gaze shifted to Izumi, who, along with the others, was now free. Izumi began, but he simply walked away. Izuku, what happened to you? Shoto asked, concern evident in his voice. Izuku paused and turned back to them. Why don't you ask her? He pointed at Izumi. Izuku, can you just stop this and come back home? We'll drop all the charges the heroes have against you and help with your problems, Izumi pleaded. Izuku laughed, a sound devoid of warmth. Don't get cocky. You won't stay like this for long, she warned. But I'll keep getting stronger, he replied, his voice steady. The sound of sirens filled the air, and with that, Izuku vanished. He defeated him. Lita remarked, astonished. He looks different than the last time I saw him. Izumi, what happened? Shoto asked, still trying to process the situation. I'll explain it later. For now, let's just call Endeavor and the other pro-heroes, Izumi said, her voice firm. They called the heroes and recounted everything that had transpired, including how Izuku had dealt with Stain. Izumi, Shoto, and Tenya were taken to the hospital, where they were confronted by Gran Torino, Bang, Bomb, Manuel, and Police Chief Kenji Tsuragami. An argument erupted between Shoto and the police chief regarding the students' illegal use of their quirks to combat Stain. However, Chief Tsuragami ultimately decided to pardon the boys for their actions, recognizing that they had helped stop Stain. Unfortunately, they could not credit Endeavor, as online trolls had discovered CCTV footage from the alleyway and posted it online. Following the defeat and arrest of the hero killer, Tamura and Kurogiri were also caught on camera by the media. The incident was attributed to the League of Villains. Stain quickly became a media icon, with details about his life spreading across the internet. His motives, origins, and ideology were widely discussed, and the charisma he displayed inspired a new wave of villains drawn to the League of Villains. Meanwhile, at All Might's house, he turned to Izumi. "So you saw him?" "Why, he was different," she replied, her voice trembling. "I'll do everything in my power to stop him and make sense of this. I might even have to beg," All Might said, determination etched on his face. Inko, wiping tears from her eyes, comforted him. "Everything will be okay, honey." They were all glued to the news. Breaking news. In a shocking turn of events, the hero killer Stain has been defeated by the hero hunter in Hosu City. The hero hunter engaged Stain in combat and emerged victorious, delivering a decisive blow that led to Stain's defeat. This development has sent shockwaves throughout the country and raised questions about his backstory and identity, the news anchor reported. Meanwhile, Izuku stood alone, his fist striking the wall adorned with a picture of a hero. "You're next," he muttered. Izumi looked at him, fear gripping her heart. Her brother had transformed into something unrecognizable. Though he bore his familiar outlines, his inner essence was a featureless void filled with stars, galaxies, and nebulas surrounded by a dark bluish aura. She surveyed the field, where all the heroes lay incapacitated. Turning back to Izuku, she stammered, "Izuku, what happened to you?" Before she could finish, Izuku moved his palm into her stomach, and everything went black. Suddenly, Izumi awoke in bed, screaming. She cried out, her heart racing as she struggled to catch her breath. The nightmare had felt so real, so vivid, that for a moment, she wasn't sure if she was still trapped in it. Rubbing her eyes, she tried to shake off the lingering dread that clung to her like a heavy blanket. "It's not real. It was just a nightmare. Just a stupid nightmare." The next morning at UA, in Class 1A, Shiro and Kirishima were laughing at Bakugo because of his hair. "What the heck, Bakugo?" they both exclaimed, chuckling. Bakugo, visibly annoyed, shot back. "Stop laughing. My hair's gotten used to this, and I can't get it back the right way." His frustration mounted. "Did you not hear me? I'll kill you both." Shiro, still laughing, teased, "I'd like to see you try, pretty boy." Bakugo shouted, "What did you call me?" as his hair comically returned to normal. Kirishima chuckled, "Hey, there it goes again. Awesome. You got to face an actual villain? I'm super jealous." Mina exclaimed, "Well, I didn't fight. All I did was help people evacuate and provide logical support," Jairu clarified. "But it still sounds like so much fun," Mina replied. "I spent basically the whole time training and cleaning the ship deck. Though, there was this one day we caught a bunch of smugglers," Sue added. "Okay, that sounds way cooler," Mina and Jairu exclaimed in unison. Sue turned to Uraraka. "What about you, Achiko-chan? How was your week?" "I'd say that it was very enlightening," Uraraka responded, a dark purple aura surrounding her as she practiced a few martial arts punches in the air. "I think she found her fighting spirit," Sue remarked. "Yeah, that battle hero must have been something else," Jairu agreed. "After 1 week, she's like a totally different person," Kaminari added. Mineta, with a scared expression, interjected, "Different? Don't be stupid, Kaminari. All women are demons at heart. They just hide their true personalities behind their pretty faces." Kaminari, surprised, asked, "What the heck did Empty Lady do to you?" He continued, "Everyone at my internship loved me. It was actually kinda great. Now, if you want to talk about the ones who really changed, it was those 3, he said, pointing towards Lida, Todoroki, and Izumi. "Oh yeah, the hero killer and the hero hunter," Shiro exclaimed. "Glad you guys made it back alive." "Seriously," Kirishima added, as Bakugo grabbed them by the back of their collars. "I worried about you too," Yaoyorozu expressed. "You were lucky the hero hunter let you guys go," Sato remarked. "So cool," Hagakure chimed in. Shoto, looking upset, said, "Yeah." His expression was a result of a conversation he had with Izumi the previous day. In a flashback to the hospital, Lida, Todoroki, and Izumi had just finished speaking with the police chief. Shoto pressed, "Are you going to tell me or what? Why is Izuku the hero hunter?" Izumi hesitated, and Lita offered, "If it's something private, then I should probably stay outside." "No. Lita-kun, it's fine. It's only right that you should probably know." Izumi replied, her voice steady. Lita nodded and Shoto urged, "Okay, now tell us. We promise it will stay between us." Izumi began to share the whole story, explaining how she and Bakugo had bullied Izuku to protect him from becoming a hero since he didn't have a quirk. She recounted how he trained under Silverfang to prove them wrong and how the bullying intensified, leaving him emotionally distant. As the UA entrance exam approached, Izuku had passed, but All Might, his father, intended to use his influence to persuade him to abandon his dreams. Izumi recounted the confrontation that ensued when their father revealed his identity as All Might, leaving Izuku in shock. She concluded her story by describing the fight between Izuku and All Might, which ultimately led to Izuku running away from home. A few days later, when he returned to collect his belongings, he was caught by the police and All Might but managed to escape. Following that incident, Izuku was expelled from Bang's dojo for going on a rampage. Shoto, Lita, and Izumi stood in silence until Shoto finally broke the quiet. "How could you do this to him?" he asked, his voice filled with disbelief. "You were his sister. Your dad is the symbol of peace, yet you failed to help him when he needed you." Lita added, "I can't believe all of this happened," his tone reflecting a mix of shock and concern as he processed the weight of Izumi's story. Izumi pleaded, "Look, I know I messed up badly, but please help me make sense of this and bring him back." Shoto remained silent for a moment before responding, "Fine. I'll do it for Izuku. But after that, I never want to see you again. Do you understand?" Izumi nodded, fully aware of the gravity of his words. As the flashback ended, Todoroki remarked, "Yeah, he was strong." Ojiro then asked, "Did you hear the news about the hero killer and the hero hunter? Everyone's saying they're connected to the League of Villains. Can you imagine how terrifying it would have been if those two had attacked the USJ?" Kaminari replied, "Yeah, the hero killer is scary. But did you see the hero hunter fighting him in that CCTV footage? It's all over the internet. Not to mention that bizarre video from Stain." Ojiro responded, "I didn't even know there was a video of them." Stain is a pretty evil villain, but he's also super tenacious. He's almost kind of cool, don't you think? Mineta chimed in. "The hero hunter is way cooler," Mineta countered. "He defeated Tank Top MSTR and the other Tank Toppers in the Hero Association at the same time." Izumi interjected, "Kaminari. Mineta." Kaminari exclaimed, "Ouch." Mineta quickly apologized, "Sorry, Yagi." Lita reassured them, "No, it's okay. You guys are fine. It's true that he's quite a tenacious villain. I understand why people might think he's cool. But instead of helping the world, his beliefs led him to commit terrible acts. No matter his motives, killing cannot be condoned. As for the hero hunter, I don't have much to say about him." He glanced at Izumi, who looked disappointed. Lita continued, "To prevent anyone else from suffering like I did, I promise to strive to be a perfect hero." His usual demeanor returned as he announced, "It's time for class to begin. Everyone, please take your seats." He began muttering to himself. Tokoyami commented, "He's back," a sweat drop forming on his forehead. "This is your fault for talking about weird stuff," Jiru said. Kaminari replied, "Sorry, I'll keep my mouth shut." "Same here," Mineta added. Meanwhile, Izuku woke up on a pile of white trash bags, having fallen asleep on them. "Huh," he murmured, looking around. "What am I doing here?" He got up from the bags and rubbed his neck. "What happened last night? It's all so fuzzy." Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. "Oh good, finally. I've looked all day." Izuku turned to see a bald man wearing an épée hoodie. Was he tailing me? Is he a hero too? I've never seen that face before. Probably just some nobody trying to climb the ranks by catching a big fish like me. But tables turn. Izuku thought as he attempted to silence the bald man with a swift chop to the shoulder, cracking the ground beneath him. To his shock, his strike had no effect. The bald man exclaimed, "Huh? What's the big idea? Trying to rob me? Who do you think you are? Don't bother me when I'm shopping." He retaliated with a chop of his own, bringing Izuku down and knocking him unconscious with sheer force. As Izuku fell, the bald man returned to his shopping. Presently, Narinki stated, "I'm counting on you to protect us today, Mr. Metalbat." Metalbat thought, "Really? This is what they call a critical assignment." An executive explained, "It seems the association executives are targets too now, but my boy here simply insisted on going out and trying peasant food." Waganma exclaimed, "Look, Papa! A plate of pudding's coming by." Narinki remarked, "How droll. Our tabs won't even be 10,000 yen. What an amusing experience this is, trying to make their inferior cuisine more fun to eat." Metalbat thought, "What is this? Am I in hell?" After a long hour, they finally received their food, and Metalbat grew frustrated as they kept putting the plates back on the belt. He received a call from his sister, who nagged him about why he wasn't taking her shopping. "Fine, I'll take you another time. Can you stop crying now?" "All right, goodbye," he replied, hanging up and muttering, "I'm the one who should be crying. Last time I do a favor for some executive." Suddenly, two monsters erupted from the ground. "A CRP. Is it the hero hunter?" Metalbat exclaimed as he ran toward the main dining room. Waganma shouted, "Papa!" Metalbat reassured, "Him, pretty sure that bug's not him." Junior Centipede urged, "Let's get out of here now." Metalbat declared, "None of them are getting out yet, they haven't paid their bills." Meanwhile, Koda said, "This one's watchdog man cute, isn't he?" Izuku replied, "Teeth, just looks like a guy in a dog suit to me. I heard he used to train Mirko." Koda explained, "Yeah, he's the reason she became a hero." Izuku mused, "A dog and a rabbit, huh?" Koda added, "He keeps watch over Kamino City, and his lookout is Watchdog Plaza. You can always find him hanging out there." "Really?" Izuku responded. A siren blared, "Warning! Emergency evacuation. A monster has appeared in the shopping district of Nagano. Threat level, Demon. The Class S hero Metalbat and the number 7 hero Mirko are currently engaging the monsters. Citizens outside are requested to move indoors quickly." "Ajizanai." Koda began. "You heard what she said, hurry up and get home, kid," Izuku urged. Koda nodded and began running away from the park toward his house. The siren repeated, "Warning! Emergency evacuation." Izuku smirked to himself, thinking, 2 birds with 1 stone. Meanwhile, Rafflesidon attacked Metalbat with its tentacles, but the hero managed to deflect and destroy them with his bat. Senior Centipede followed up with an attack, striking Metalbat. The hero blocked the blow, though his clothes were severely damaged. Metalbat swung his bat to fend off the monster and jumped back several meters. Mirko jumped in, "Looks like you could use a hand, Metalbat." Metalbat grinned, "Thanks, Mirko. But I can handle these creeps on my own." "Whatever you say, kid," Mirko replied, dashing off to fight other monsters. In the street stood Metalbat, Senior Centipede, and Rafflesidon, a tense atmosphere enveloping them. Rafflesidon observed, "He is quite obstinate." Senior Centipede nodded in agreement. No wonder he managed to defeat Junior Centipede. Metalbat, refusing to back down, challenged them, "What do you disgusting bugs want? What could possibly be worth your time?" Rafflesidon chuckled at the question before responding, "How about this? Defeat us and we might tell you." As Metalbat began to falter and Rafflesidon added, "No one can escape my hypocent for long." Seizing the moment, Senior Centipede lunged at Metalbat, landing several blows to his face. The hero struggled to fight back, slowly losing consciousness as Senior Centipede struck him again with its body. Metalbat was sent flying back, pummeled by a flurry of attacks. In a surprising twist, he struck himself in the head. Did he just hit himself? Rafflesidon exclaimed, astonished as blood began to flow from Metalbat's head and nose. "He's out of his mind," Senior Centipede remarked, lashing out with his front leg. This time, however, Metalbat retaliated, swinging his bat and severing the leg from the monster's body. "There, that cleared my head," Metal Bat said, a newfound clarity in his eyes. From Senior Centipede's perspective, disbelief washed over him. He's become even more powerful? Meanwhile, Rafflesidon was equally stunned. How was he able to clear the sedative so quickly? "It's not possible." Metal Bat grinned. "Once my fighting spirit is up, I can take almost anything." He began to walk toward them, his confidence radiating. "You know, you really slapped the hell out of me just now. But I'm nice, so I'll let you two off easy." He smirked. "One swing each." With that, he defeated both Rafflesidon and Senior Centipede with single, powerful swings. The force of his strike against Senior Centipede was so immense that the monster's body cracked and exploded in a mix of green blood and blue body parts, marking Metal Bat as the victor. "It's been a while since I had to try that hard," he said, pausing as a realization struck him. CRT. I forgot to find out what they were after. Way to space on that one. Doesn't look like the Nimrods were hurt." Just then, two heroes, Mandalay and Pixie Bob, arrived to assist Metal Bat. "We're here to help," Pixie Bob announced. Mandalay added, "We'll fight those monsters with you." Metal Bat shook his head. "Sorry, but you missed the party. Plus, Mirko is around somewhere." Meanwhile, Mirko delivered a powerful kick to the last monster's head, splattering its green blood everywhere. She had defeated 33 monsters in just a few blocks while Metal Bat was occupied. "Phew, that was the last one. I wonder if there are any left." Just as she turned around, she noticed a man with white spiky hair walking toward her, a smirk on his face. You need something?" Mirko asked, eyeing him warily. "You bet I do," he replied, his devilish smirk widening. Mirko narrowed her eyes at the approaching stranger, sensing danger in his demeanor. "Who are you? And what do you want?" The man stopped a few meters away, his posture relaxed yet radiating confidence. "I'm surprised you don't recognize me, Mirko. After all, I've been making quite a name for myself lately." Mirko's eyes widened slightly as she recognized the face of the infamous hero hunter. Izuku Yagi, the hero hunter. "Bingo! You got it, bunny girl," he said, his tone taunting. Mirko tensed, preparing for a fight. She had heard about Izuku's ruthless tactics and formidable power. "All Might told me about you. My question is, why would the son of the #1 hero be the hero hunter?" "It doesn't concern you heroes," Izuku replied dismissively. "If you're looking for trouble, you've come to the right place. But let me warn you, I won't go down without a fight," Mirko declared, her determination unwavering. Izuku's smirk transformed into a grin as he cracked his knuckles, seemingly unfazed by her challenge. "Oh, I'm counting on it. Let's see what you've got, bunny girl." The two engaged in combat, trading blows with incredible speed and precision. Their movements blurred as they danced around each other in a deadly game. Mirko's agility and ferocity matched Izuku's raw power and calculated strikes. Despite her best efforts, Izuku seemed to anticipate every move, dodging her attacks with ease and countering with devastating blows. His unconventional fighting style caught Mirko off guard more than once. "You're good, I'll give you that. But I won't let you harm anyone else," Mirko shouted, launching herself into the air to deliver a powerful kick aimed at Izuku's head. Anticipating her move, he caught her leg mid-air, swinging her around before slamming her into the ground with incredible force. "Nice try, bunny girl. But you'll have to do better than that," Izuku taunted. Mirko grunted in pain, struggling to push herself up from the ground, her body aching from the impact. "I'm still pumped," she declared defiantly. The clash between Mirko and Izuku intensified, their movements becoming faster and more ferocious with each passing moment. They exchanged blows with such intensity that the ground beneath them trembled, cracks forming as a testament to the sheer power of their combat. Izuku's hand movements flowed like a blue water stream. "You'll be the 69th hero I hunted," he said with a cocky grin, causing Mirko to blush in embarrassment, yet she pressed on. "Beep," she muttered, gritting her teeth as she refused to let his taunts affect her. Channeling her frustration, she launched a barrage of punches aimed at Izuku's chest, pushing herself to match his speed and power. With a fierce roar, she unleashed a flurry of strikes with incredible precision. Caught off guard by Mirko's sudden burst of energy, Izuku found himself on the defensive, struggling to evade her relentless assault. Despite his best efforts, her blows began to land with increasing accuracy, driving him further back. "You may be fast, but you can't keep up with me, Hero Hunter," Mirko shouted, her confidence surging. Izuku gritted his teeth, his cocky grin faltering as he struggled to keep pace with her relentless barrage. "It's over, Izuku. You can't defeat me," Mirko declared, summoning all her strength. With a final, decisive blow, she delivered a powerful kick that sent Izuku crashing to the ground, the impact sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Seizing the opportunity, she closed the distance between them in an instant, delivering a series of lightning-fast strikes that left him reeling. As he stepped back, he raised his head to reveal a confident grin. "Is that all you've got, bunny girl? I was expecting more from the number 7 hero." With a swift motion, Mirko spun around, her leg extended in a powerful roundhouse kick aimed at Izuku's head. Anticipating her move once again, he ducked under her attack and countered with a quick uppercut to her jaw. The impact blurred Mirko's vision and sent her staggering backward, the force overwhelming. A sharp pain shot through her jaw as darkness closed in around her, and her body collapsed to the ground in a daze. As she lay sprawled on the ground, defeated and gasping for breath, Izuku stood tall over her, a triumphant smirk spreading across his face. "Looks like the bunny's all tuckered out," he said, his tone mocking. "You almost had me, I'll give you that. Now, time for the other one." Without warning, the ground began to shake violently, and a massive centipede monster burst forth from the earth. In the UA locker rooms, Zero exclaimed, "Guys, have you checked the news right now?" Kirishima looked up, surprised. "Huh?" Lita asked, "Why? What happened?" Zero replied, "There's a dragon-level monster attacking Nagano City right now." Kaminari's eyes widened. "Are there any heroes there?" Zero nodded. "There's Metal Bat, Mirko, and—" Meanwhile, the crowd outside was screaming as they rushed toward the city exit. Metal Bat was engaged in a fierce battle with the Elder Centipede, while Mirko lay unconscious from her fight with Izuku. A woman cried out, "What happened to all the heroes?" A man shouted, "Mirko's out, she's just lying on the ground." "Let's get out of here," the woman urged. Izuku walked forward, moving against the tide of fleeing people. Well, he mused, everyone's all excited. Threat level dragon gets announced and boom. Suddenly it's a party. I wonder if Metal Bat will still be alive by the time I find him. Before he could think further, someone was hurled toward him from the centipede. It was none other than Metal Bat. Metal Bat. How'd he? Oh, that's how, Izuku scoffed. So, some other monster got to beat up an S-class, huh? I wasted my time. To Izuku's surprise, Metal Bat walked past him, determined to resume his duel with the Elder Centipede. Size back to the grind, Metal Bat muttered. Izuku, momentarily caught off guard, quickly regained his composure. Metal Bat, hold up, you're not dead yet? Metal Bat looked back, confused. Huh. You being alive changes things, Izuku said with a laugh. My second S-class and second hero I hunt today. From here on, you face me. I'm hunting you. He pointed at him. Get real, Metal Bat retorted. Can't you see that giant centipede? Get your butt. Before he could finish, Izuku attacked. Metal Bat raised his guard and repelled him, marking the beginning of their battle. Now I see. You're that guy who's been running around, calling himself a hero hunter, Metal Bat observed. Demon right, Izuku replied, a grin on his face. This monster won't fall to you. Metal Bat smirked. I'm guessing you already beat Mirko up. You can see I'm busy here. But sure, I'll spare a little time. And crack you wide open. Meanwhile, Mandalay cursed under her breath. "Diamond it," she said. Pixie Bob added, "It's got us cornered." "If we don't do something quick, we're dead," Mandalay said, imagining Koda's face in her mind. Before they could react, Endeavor arrived, launching several massive fireballs at the centipede. However, The Elder Centipede remained undamaged by his attacks. Not even a scratch, this one's gonna be a pain, Endeavor thought. The Elder Centipede growled, annoying mosquito. Mandalay and Pixie Bob began to run, carrying the Hero Association executive with them. I hope Koda's safe, Mandalay said. He's probably fine, Pixie Bob reassured her. After 30 minutes of running, they finally reached safety. Meanwhile, Izuku struck Metal Bat with his left fist, sending him flying back several meters. Guess you were worn down already, Izuku taunted. I wanted to see how tough you were, but I won't get a true taste since you're running on fumes. Shut up! Metal Bat shouted in anger. In a fit of rage, Metal Bat jumped and attempted to slam Izuku with his bat, but Izuku dodged and countered with a punch to the hero's face. He followed up with an elbow strike that nearly sent Metal Bat to the ground, but he managed to stop his fall by planting his bat into the ground. With all that blood loss, you'll probably pass out any second, Izuku taunted. Not to mention you've got multiple fractures. What's keeping you standing? Your hero pride? Metal Bat swung his bat horizontally, but Izuku jumped up and struck him with a right sidekick. Unfazed, Metal Bat engaged in a flurry of swings. With a loud yell, he slammed his bat downward, but Izuku managed to evade the blow. Izuku thought, his swings are coming faster? More powerful too. The force of Metal Bat's strike destroyed not only the ground but also a building in front of the hero. That shouldn't be possible, Izuku thought, astonished. The hero hunter unleashed his water stream rock smashing fist technique, delivering a barrage of blows to Metal Bat. The hero barreled through the attacks and attempted to strike back, but Izuku jumped onto a nearby fence. Izuku's perspective shifted as he observed, with every hit he takes, every time he gets hurt, he becomes physically stronger. How do you even make sense? Izuku asked, bewildered. Screw making sense, Metal Bat replied, grinning. I'm still pumped. It's about fighting spirit. Izuku couldn't believe it. Is he for real? Just come at me already, Hero Hunter, Metal Bat challenged. I've still got a giant centipede to deal with after I'm through with you. Izuku smirked. Let's see how long you can stay pumped up. I'll play with you for a bit. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, Izuku threw a manhole cover at Metal Bat, who deflected it back with his bat. Izuku dodged the projectile and pummeled Metal Bat with a barrage of blows. I'm here. Dumbass, Izuku taunted. I've got a personal rule to never let muggers or hero hunters off the hook, Metal Bat declared. I'm gonna take that rotten spirit of yours and pound it into shape. Swing and a miss, moron. Izuku retorted, smirking as he unleashed another round of blows using his water stream rock smashing fist. Metal Bat swung his bat down, but Izuku caught it and slapped him across the face. A rapid succession of bat swings followed, all of which Izuku expertly dodged. Is this your entire strategy? Just gonna keep swinging that thing till you're dead? Izuku asked, unimpressed. Till I'm dead? Ain't nobody got time for that. Till I win, Metal Bat replied, taking a stance. Killer move, fighting spirit brutal tornado. Determined not to let Izuku get the best of him, Metal Bat unleashed one of his killer moves, gaining rapid speed and momentum. You're just spinning around in circles. Don't make me laugh, Izuku chuckled. Unfortunately for you, I can deflect every one of your amateurish blows. Izuku executed his plan flawlessly, intercepting every swing of Metal Bat's bat. With a swift circular motion of his hands, he struck Metal Bat squarely in the chest, causing him to cough and fly backward. This time, Metal Bat did not rise, leading Izuku to conclude that he was the victor. He finally went down, Izuku scoffed, a hint of disbelief in his voice. In his mind, he reflected on the battle. Tank Top Imstar and Metal Bat were nothing more than muscleheads, lacking any real martial arts skills. Mirko, however, had proven to be a worthy opponent. Crushing the heroes might be easier than he had anticipated. He raised his hands slightly, only to notice they were shaking. You've got to be kidding me. Did his attacks pack more of a punch than I thought? He mused, chuckling to himself. I might have been in trouble if he'd managed to land one on me. Suddenly, Metal Bat sprang back to his feet, preparing to swing his bat at Izuku while he was still unprepared. Just as the bat was about to make contact with Izuku's head, a voice rang out. "Oni-chan." The voice belonged to Zenko, Metal Bat's little sister. "Big brother Bat," she called, concern evident in her tone. "Titi." Metal Bat grumbled, clearly frustrated. "What are you doing?" "Who is that?" Zenko asked, her eyes wide with confusion. Izuku, puzzled, thought, "His little sister?" "Zenko, stay back," Metal Bat shouted, but before he could finish, Izuku struck him across the face with his left fist, sending him crashing back to the ground. "Oni-chan!" Zenko cried out, her voice filled with distress. "You missed the perfect opportunity. This time, I'll finish you off for good," Izuku declared, cracking his knuckles in anticipation. However, Zenko stepped forward, determined to defend her brother. "You can't. Oni-chan promised me that he'd never fight in front of me," she insisted, her expression serious. "So no more fighting." "Huh," Izuku replied, taken aback. "The fight's over," Zenko insisted firmly. Izuku stood up from his fighting stance, contemplating her words. "And why should I have to follow your family rules?" he asked, skepticism lacing his tone. "And no more," she shouted, her voice ringing with authority. Tension filled the air as Izuku remained silent for a few seconds before raising his hand to scratch the back of his head. "Oh yeah, I just remembered I had something to do. I don't have time to waste on you," he said, dismissing the situation. Metal Bat struggled to his feet. "You're the one who attacked me," he protested. "Guess you get to live a little longer, Metal Bat," Izuku replied nonchalantly. "What?" Metal Bat exclaimed, bewildered. "Oni-chan, let's hurry up and go home. There's a giant monster too," Zenko urged, her eyes wide with worry. "Oh right, the executives are in danger. I have to hurry," Metal Bat said, beginning to walk away as Zenko clung to his leg, trying to pull him back. "Wait, you're joking, right? Come on, don't do this. You're gonna die," she pleaded. "You go on home," he insisted. "You big idiot," Zenko exclaimed, frustration bubbling over. She tugged at him, aware of his severe wounds, and lightly slapped him on the head. The minor slap was enough to cause the hero to collapse from his injuries and dwindling fighting spirit. "Oni-chan? Hello?" she called, concerned. Meanwhile, Izuku walked down the road, unaware that two monsters were watching him from the roof of a nearby building. "So that's the hero hunter everyone's talking about. Not bad for a human," Phoenix Man remarked. "He's a coward for not finishing him off," Sludge Villain sneered. "No, that guy may actually prove himself useful," Phoenix Man replied, glancing to his side only to find Sludge had vanished. He looked down to see Sludge spying on Metal Bat and his sister from the sewer. "Hey, that's Metal Bat's little sister. The more hostages, the better," Sludge Villain said, grinning. "Hey," Izuku called out, suddenly aware of the lurking threat. In an instant he smashed Sludge Villain like a bug. "So you're the creepy gaze I was sensing," he said, shaking his head in disdain. The villain quickly reformed himself, and Phoenix Man flew down, landing behind Izuku. "It's still alive?" Izuku exclaimed, surprised. "Wait, Hero Hunter," Phoenix Man called out. "Two against one, Izuku smirked, unfazed. "We are not your enemies. Take a look at this," Phoenix Man said, extending his hand from his costume to reveal a card. "I'm sure it will interest you," he added. "Monster Association?" Izuku read, raising an eyebrow. From Phoenix Man's perspective, he thought, he took the bait. "Follow me. I'll take you to our lair," Phoenix Man urged. To his surprise, Izuku ripped the paper and tossed it to the ground. "I'm not interested." "Get lost," Izuku replied, his tone dismissive. Phoenix Man chuckled as he began to fly away. "I'll pretend I didn't see that. But we'll be meeting again," he called from the sky. "As long as you keep hunting heroes, that is. Just you wait." Sludge Villain shouted as he retreated into the sewer. Izuku stood silent for a moment before muttering, "Disgusting," and resumed walking. Unbeknownst to him, someone with green hair was watching from a distance. Tatsumaki sighed in disappointment. What happened to you, Izuku? She wondered. Meanwhile, Puss exclaimed, Oh? Even more suitors to become my slaves? How did She prepared to WHP the heroes, but before her weapon could make contact, it was suddenly halted midair. Really? That's all it takes to be a threat-level demon? Not a bad wager. If I defeat you, their minds will be freed, yes? Then they'll be in my debt, like killing two birds with one stone, Fubuki retorted. I wish you wouldn't toy with my sadistic instinct. I don't want to kill you too quickly, Dues replied. After several hours of fighting, Fubuki found herself at a disadvantage and was slowly losing until Tatsumaki arrived. You okay? Tatsumaki asked, concern etched on her face. Why? Thanks for the backup, Fubuki replied, relief flooding her voice. Listen. I saw Izuku. Tatsumaki began. What? Is he all right? Fubuki interrupted, her heart racing. He is the hero hunter everyone's been talking about. I saw him fighting Metal Bat and Mirko. He was ruthless, Tatsumaki explained, her expression grave. And you didn't do anything? Fubuki exclaimed, incredulous. He's our nephew, what do you want me to do? Just kill him? Tatsumaki shot back, frustration evident. Size, what do we do now? Fubuki asked, feeling overwhelmed. We'll ask that BSTRD and Inko what happened first. Then we'll figure out the rest, Tatsumaki said decisively. All right, let's go. Meanwhile, Gran Torino said, I see. So he was your best disciple. I'm truly sorry for what happened, Bang. It wasn't his fault that he became this way. Bang replied, his voice heavy with sorrow. Bang. Are you okay? Bomb asked, concern in his eyes. I'm fine. Bang said, wiping away a small tear. Gran Torino continued, we'll get him back. You know, ever since those two were born, they practically saw me as their grandpa. It was a really touching moment. Then I didn't see them after the age of 8 since they moved to Mustafa. It broke my heart to see my little grandkids leave. I see. I was more like a father figure for him than his own father. Heck, I was a better father than his own dad. When I saw him going on a rampage, it broke my heart, Bang said, his voice filled with regret. All right, save your chats for later, old guys. Let's continue our search, Bomb urged, trying to keep them focused. You're older than us, you know. Gran Torino smirked. Let's go, Bomb replied, determination in his voice. After a long day of monster raids across Japan, the chaos finally subsided as the creatures retreated to their lairs. News reports flooded in, detailing how many heroes had fallen during the onslaught. In the meeting room of UA, the teachers gathered to discuss the situation. Nizu spoke first, his tone grave. Given the connection between the hero killer stain, the Monster Association, and the League of Villains, we may see criminals and monsters becoming bolder. Snipe nodded in agreement. It would be wise to prepare for that eventuality. As a school, we need to take every precaution. If battles against villains and monsters are going to continue, training our students against robots is simply not practical. Aizawa interjected, and let's not forget about the hero hunter. He poses a significant threat. Do we have any information on him? Midnight shook her head. Not much. He has hunted down 70 heroes in the past 2 months, including 2 S-class heroes and 15 pro heroes. Many have either quit or are incapacitated for months. Cementos raised a concern. There's a chance he might come after our students. Are we planning any strategies to deal with him? One teacher suggested, we could start by uncovering his true identity. Present Mike proposed, we could take the students to the forest camp for real combat training. That way, they'll be prepared for anything. We should also bring in more staff to prevent a repeat of what happened at USJ. Aizawa nodded. I was considering that as well. After the students finish their exams, both Class 1A and 1B will go to the forest camp. I've also contacted the Wild Pussycats to assist with training. You are all dismissed. As the teachers filed out, Aizawa headed to his office to search for a specific file. Now, where is that file? He murmured, rifling through a stack of folders. Ah, found it. Let's see. This is the list of those who participated in the entrance exam. Where is that green-haired kid? He got accepted to UA with an impressive score. What happened to him? What was his name? He scrutinized the document containing Izuku's registration details. Forename, Izuku. Surname, Yagi. Age, 16. Male. Height, 182 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Quirk, Thun. Father, Toshinori Yagi. Mother, Inko Yagi. Aizawa realized, he's All Might's son. And Izumi Yagi's brother. They must be twins. How is he not enrolled at UA? Something doesn't add up. Meanwhile, Tatsumaki was in a heated argument. You did what? She yelled at Toshinori. It was a mistake, I know, he replied, his voice heavy with regret. But I felt there was no other choice. Fubuki chimed in, so you decided to crush his dreams? How could you? Tatsumaki shouted, her anger palpable. Because of you, he's now a wanted criminal, she shot back. Toshinori remained silent, his expression unreadable. With tears in her eyes, Izumi pleaded, Auntie, can you help us get him back? Tatsumaki's voice softened. Izumi, you knew this was a bad idea. Why didn't you stop your dad? Izumi replied, I wanted to keep Izuku safe. I never wanted any of this to happen. Well, it has happened, Fubuki interjected. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Inko rushed to open it. Did you find him? She asked, her voice filled with hope. Sadly, there wasn't a single trace of him, Bomb said, frustration evident in his tone. Gran Torino added, we searched everywhere in the city. Inko stepped aside to let them in. Gran Torino and Bomb looked disappointed, while Bang's emotions were a mix of anger, sadness, and exhaustion. Upon seeing All Might, he snapped. You! This is all your fault. You make me sick. Bang yelled. Bang, calm down. Bomb urged, gripping his shoulder. I should beat you up right now. Bang shouted, attempting to strike, but Bomb and Gran Torino held him back. Bang, calm down. Gran Torino commanded. Bang sat down, still glaring at All Might. Silverfang. I know you're hurt, but please try to remain calm today. We've all been through so much, Fubuki said gently. Fubuki's right, old man. We should look for him tomorrow, Tatsumaki added. Inko thanked Gran Torino. Thanks for your help again. No problem, he replied. Izumi whispered, it's all my fault. Sweetheart, it's not your fault. Don't blame yourself for what happened. Inko reassured her. Your mom's right, Izumi. If anything, it's your dad's fault, Fubuki stated. Toshinori remained silent, absorbing the weight of the situation. Gran Torino spoke up. Look, I understand everyone's upset, but blaming each other won't solve anything. We need to focus on finding Izuku and bringing him back before things get worse. Tatsumaki warned, there are already a few heroes who know about the hero hunter being your son, Yagi. I'll fix this myself, Toshinori declared. Meanwhile, Izuku muttered, I ain't interested. Just leave me alone, as he stepped out of the alleyway. Come on, hero hunter, I thought we were on the same page here. Shigaraki taunted. Izuku scoffed. Mr. Hero Hunter, even if you're not interested, could you at least come with us? Our boss would like to meet you in person, Kurojairi urged. Get lost, Izuku replied, shoving them against the wall. Hey now, you're being a little rough, aren't you? Shigaraki said, feigning concern. What do I get out of this? Izuku asked, his curiosity piqued. What you get is a chance to reshape the world according to your ideals. Our boss believes in a society where individuals like you are valued for their strength and conviction, Kurojairi explained. Izuku's gaze hardened, torn between his principles and the allure of power. Bring me to your boss, he finally said. Now we're talking, Shigaraki replied with a sinister grin. Kurojairi teleported them to a bar where Dabi, Toga, Spinner, Muscular, Twice, Mr. Compress, Mustard, Magna, and Speedo Sound Sonic awaited. Took you guys long enough. Dabi remarked. Who is this cutie? Toga exclaimed, rushing toward Izuku but was halted by Dabi. I'd rather end myself than hit that, Izuku quipped. Meanie. Toga pouted. M-Star is waiting for you in that room, Mr. Hero Hunter, Kurogyri said. The Hero Hunter? Spinner exclaimed. Teesh. Dabi muttered. Whoa, he's so cool, he's basically a Stain ripoff, Twice added. Shigaraki led Izuku to a door, and they entered a dimly lit room. A man in a suit sat in the center, wires connected to his nose. Who are you supposed to be? Izuku asked, eyeing the man warily. The man looked up, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. I am known by many names, but you may call me All for One. I must say, Hero Hunter, I am impressed by your exploits. Your skill and determination are truly remarkable. Or should I call you Izuku Yagi? All for One continued. How did you know? Izuku asked, his expression serious. Let's just say I have my ways, Ifo replied. Not that I want that name anyway. What do you want from me? Izuku challenged. Simple, AFO stated, his tone matter-of-fact. We are going to attack UA while they are on a school trip and kidnap one of their students. You are going to help us. Izuku raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. And what will I get in return? FO leaned in slightly, a sinister smile creeping across his face. You get to take down All Might. Izuku fell silent, the weight of the proposal settling in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke, his voice firm. I'm done after this whole plan, you hear me? AFO nodded, seemingly satisfied. Sounds reasonable enough. We have a deal, Hero Hunter. You may leave now. With that, Izuku exited the bar and returned to his hideout for the night. A week passed, and during that time, the UA students prepared for their final exam, which involved battling their teacher as a duo. Meanwhile, Aizawa sat in his office with All Might. So, you wanted to talk about something? All Might asked, his voice tinged with nervousness. Yes, Aizawa replied, dropping a file on the desk. A few days ago, I was digging through the entrance exam contestants list and found someone interesting. All Might opened the file, revealing Izuku's details. Do you mind explaining why your son isn't here? Aizawa's expression was serious. Why are you asking me this? All Might stammered, attempting to divert the conversation. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. That's a great question considering I recorded his projectile and told him he was accepted. All Might fell silent, the weight of Aizawa's words sinking in. And by that look, Aizawa continued, I'm guessing something bad happened between you and him. All Might sighed, his disappointment evident. He's the Hero Hunter. Aizawa took a moment to process this revelation. So you're telling me, he's the kid that beat up two S-class heroes, including Mirko and the hero killer Stain. All Might nodded, his expression grim. Aizawa leaned forward, his voice steady. You mind telling me what happened from the start? After a long hour of conversation, All Might finally finished his story. He's him for sure, Aizawa concluded. Wait, what? All Might replied, confused. Aizawa's tone turned sarcastic. Don't worry. So you're telling me he became a wanted criminal in every hero agency and the hero association? Because you failed as a father and a hero. He began to clap mockingly. Guess the Father of the Year award is for you. Aizawa, can you keep it low and not tell anyone? I have to fix this alone, All Might pleaded. Suddenly, a white dog-like creature spoke up. Oh, you will fix it by yourself, all right? All Might's eyes widened in shock. Nizu? Nizu glared at him. What you did there, Mr. Yagi, is hypocritical. You saw how strong he is, and yet you didn't let him be a hero just because you thought he would be in danger. His tone was cold. If it wasn't for young Izumi Yagi, I would have fired you straight away. But since it's your mess, you'll fix it yourself. No further discussion. Principal, All Might replied, resigned. On the day of the trip, Aizawa addressed the students. Now that you've finished your first semester at UA High, it's time for summer vacation to officially begin. However, don't think these will be months of rest for you heroes in the making. At this camp, we'll push you to go beyond your limits. You're aiming to become plus ultra. Yes, SIR. the students replied in unison. Uraraka beamed with excitement. I'm so excited for this camping trip. I've been looking forward to it, Izumi-chan. Izumi nodded enthusiastically. Oh yeah, it's definitely close, huh? Let's go to camp. Uraraka cheered. Mina, Kaminari, and Uraraka chanted, Camp! 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 Monoma smirked, interjecting, I heard some of Class 1A is taking extra courses. Does that mean they failed the final exams? He gasped dramatically. That must be so embarrassing, especially since you're supposed to be so much better than our class. All of you must be wallowing in shame. Suddenly, a swift chop to the neck knocked him out cold. Sorry about that, guys, Kendo said as she carried his unconscious form toward the bus. Soon, all the students left for the forest training camp. Izumi jolted awake, panic flooding her senses. What happened here? She found herself in a destroyed city, the same one from her dream. Her heart raced as she looked around and saw her family lying on the ground. No, she screamed, rushing toward their bodies. How could this happen? A voice interrupted her despair. You're a bit late. Izumi wiped her tears and turned to see Izuku, the same figure from her dreams, his body radiating with stars and galaxies. Izuku, why are you like this? She stammered, fear gripping her. Izuku laughed, a chilling sound. I feel like I can do anything. Guess I'm a god-level threat now. Any last words? He lifted her by the throat. Please, she gasped. In a moment of horror, he stabbed her in the heart, and she watched in despair as darkness enveloped her. Ah! Izumi screamed as she shot up in her seat, causing everyone on the bus to turn and stare. Oh, are you okay? Mina asked, concern etched on her face. Geez, Yagi. Kaminari said, covering his ears. You good? Kirishima turned back, worry in his eyes. Sorry, everyone. I just had a weird dream, Izumi replied, trying to catch her breath. It must have been one heck of a dream to get you that freaked out. You sure you're okay? Uraraka asked, her voice gentle. Yeah, I'm fine. But a little shaken up, Izumi forced a smile, attempting to shake off the lingering fear from her nightmare. Ida chimed in. Dreams can sometimes be a reflection of our subconscious fears. It's important to stay calm and remember that it's not real. We're almost there, Sue announced. After a few minutes, they all disembarked from the bus. Finally, I needed off that bus, Kaminari said, stretching his legs. Let me get through, I gotta go. Mineta exclaimed, rushing past the other students. Kirishima looked around. This isn't much of a rest area. No. And where's Class B? Jair asked, scanning the surroundings. Aizawa's voice cut through the chatter. You don't really think we stopped here just so you could stretch your legs, do you? Class 1A responded in unison. Huh? Please, sir, the toilet, Mineta pleaded. Suddenly, the doors of a black limo next to them opened. Hey, Eraser. Mandalay greeted cheerfully. Aizawa sighed. Long time no see. Your feline fantasies are here. Say, meow, Mandalay teased. Pixie Bob chimed in, perfectly cute and cat-like girls. Together, Mandalay and Pixie Bob exclaimed, you can call us the wild pussycats. Next to them stood a small child, glaring at the commotion. Aizawa introduced them. These are the pro heroes you'll be working with at the summer training camp. Izumi's eyes sparkled with excitement. They're a 4-person hero team who specialize in mountain rescues. She turned to the students. The Pussycats were founded when we were kids, like forever ago. Pixie Bob and Mandalay gasped in surprise. This marks their 12th year working as a, Izumi began, but Pixie Bob quickly covered her mouth. I'm pretty sure your math must be off. I'm 18 at heart, Pixie Bob said with a wink. Izumi nodded, her voice muffled. Understood. Kirishima and Kaminari exchanged glances. That's so sad. Aizawa interrupted. Everyone, greet them. In unison, the students replied, Hi. A few minutes later, Mandalay continued, This whole area here is our property. The summer camp you're staying at is there at the base of the mountain. That's far, the students exclaimed. Uraraka hesitated. Then why did we stop all the way up here instead? Tsu asked, confusion evident. I'm afraid we both know the answer to that, Sato replied, shaking his head in disbelief. Back on the bus, quick. Let's go. Shiro laughed nervously. Good idea. Load up, Kaminari added, his voice shaky. The current time is 9:30 in the morning. If you're fast about it, you might make it there by noon, Mandalay said with a smirk. No way. Guys! Kirishima shouted. Holy cow! Mina exclaimed. Save yourselves. Kirishima yelled as all the students began to run toward the bus. Kiddies who don't make it there by 12:30 won't get any lunch, Mandalay warned. You should have guessed, students. The training camp has already begun, Aizawa said as the students rushed for the bus. Before they could get closer, Pixie Bob jumped in front of them and used her quirk to create a landslide of dirt, causing Class 1A to tumble into a forest known as the Beast's Forest, which they had to traverse to reach their destination. Good news! Since this is private land, you can use your quirks as much as you want. You've got 3 full hours. You should be able to make it to the facility in that time, if you can get through the Beast's Forest, Mandalay announced. The Beast's Forest? Izumi questioned. That sounds like something out of a fantasy game, Kaminari remarked. Why do we keep falling for Aizawa's little tricks? Jairu wondered. I guess there's no use complaining, Kirishima said as he got up and brushed off the dust. Might as well get going. Mineta ran toward the trees, needing a moment to himself. I held it. Didn't spring a single leak. Now to find a secluded spot, he muttered. Suddenly, a giant dirt clod emerged from the trees, growling as it focused on Mineta, who froze in fear. We're all gonna die. Shiro and Kaminari screamed in unison. Koda began to run toward the beast, trying to use his quirk. Please calm yourself, my giant friend. You don't want to hurt them. The golem raised its palm to smash Mineta, but before it could strike, Izumi used her telekinesis and One for All to leap in and save him. Izumi thought, Koda's power lets him control animals, but is this one immune? The beast growled loudly. A dirt clod. I get it. It's Pixie Bob's quirk. Meanwhile, Mandalay spoke to Aizawa. Don't you think you've got them on a pretty crazy schedule? Yeah. We're hoping to get an entire semester's worth of knowledge into them here. That's going to take intense work, but the rewards will be worth it. They'll get permits to use their quirks in emergencies and provisional licenses to work as heroes. With all the villainous activity we've been tracking, they need to be able to defend themselves, Aizawa replied. I guess you're right. Speaking of which, do you know anything about this hero hunter? He's been targeting high-ranking heroes and a lot of villains too, Mandalay inquired. Villains too, huh? I guess all we can do is wait for his next move, Aizawa said, his tone disappointed. Mandalay noticed his expression. You seem troubled, Eraser. Is there something more to this hero hunter situation that you're not telling me? Aizawa sighed heavily, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. It's complicated. There's more to it than meets the eye. Mandalay crossed her arms, waiting for him to continue. Well, I'm all ears. Aizawa hesitated before speaking again. The hero hunter, he's not just some rogue vigilante. He's someone with a personal connection to one of our students. Mandalay's eyes widened in surprise. You mean he's a relative? Aizawa nodded. Isn't it obvious? The hero hunter is targeting Izumi Yagi, and it's for a reason. Ever notice why the symbol of peace hasn't been active lately? Now that you mention it, wait, you're telling me the hero hunter is? All Might's son, she said in disbelief. Aizawa nodded solemnly. It's a delicate situation, to say the least. All Might has been trying to keep his son's identity hidden, but with Izuku Yagi's relentless pursuit, it's only a matter of time before the truth comes out. Mandalay's gaze turned distant as she considered the implications. If Izuku is targeting his own sister, what does that say about him? Aizawa's expression darkened. It's clear that there's more to Izuku's motivations than simple villainy. Something drove him to this path, and until we understand what, we won't be able to stop him. And what about Izumi? Is she aware of the danger she's in? Mandalay asked, concern in her voice. Not entirely. She knows about her brother's activities, but I don't think she fully grasps the extent of the danger, Aizawa replied. Mandalay's expression softened with empathy. Poor girl. To be caught in the middle of all this. We need to keep a close eye on her. The hero hunter won't hesitate to use her as leverage against All Might, Aizawa said. All right, let's head toward the facility for now. Koda, we're leaving, Mandalay instructed. Koda thought, Famous. Are those guys stupid? And they want to be heroes. It was now 5:20 p.m. Oh, they've finally arrived. Pixie Bob exclaimed. That took a lot longer than expected. Mandalay noted as Class 1A, severely worn out, reached the lodge well after their initial time limit, each one of them breathing. You said it would only take about 3 hours. Ciro complained. I guess we timed it based on how long it would take us. Sorry. Mandalay joked. Now you're bragging about how much better you are? That's so mean. Sato retorted. I'm starving. This is hell. Kirishima added. I thought it would take you kids even longer, Pixie Bob said with a smile. But you did much better against my dirt monsters than I thought you would. You all were seriously impressive. Especially the 4 of you, she said, pointing at Izumi, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Lita. It seems like you've had quite a bit of experience. Aizawa interjected. Mandalay, has she always been like this? He asked, pointing at Pixie Bob. Mandalay replied, It's gotten worse lately. She's at the age to take a mate. Izumi hesitated. Speaking of ages. She was cut off by Pixie Bob, who covered her face with her palm. Choose your words carefully, little girl. Izumi continued, I've just been wondering since we got here earlier. Who is that kid? What's he doing here? She pointed at Koda. Mandalay explained, Oh, this little guy? He's my nephew. He lives with us now. Don't be shy, Koda. Say hi to everyone. You're going to be around them for the next week. Izumi walked toward Koda to introduce herself. Hey there. My name's Yagi. I'm from the UA High School Hero course. It's nice to meet you, she said, extending her hand. Instead of a handshake, she was met with a punch. Koda began to walk away as Lita rushed to catch Izumi before she fell. Lita exclaimed, What a low blow. You little rascal. A punch like that is unforgivable. Koda retorted, The last thing I want is to hang out with wannabe heroes. You guys are not real heroes, just a bunch of fakes. Lita asked, Wannabe? How old are you, kid? Bakugo smirked. That brat's got spunk. Todoroki remarked that the boy was like a mini version of Bakugo. Bakugo shot back, demanding to know what Todoroki was talking about and insisting he should keep his mouth shut before he blasted him away. Todoroki simply replied with a casual, Yeah, sure. Aizawa interrupted their banter, stating firmly, Enough playing. Get your stuff off the bus. Once your bags are in your rooms, we'll have dinner at the cafeteria. After that, you can bathe and sleep. Tomorrow, your training starts in earnest. You'd better hurry up. Time passed, and they found themselves at the hot spring. Mineta commented on the food, saying it was fine but that he was hungry for something else. He dreamily mused about a wall and a bath full of appealing sights waiting for him on the other side. Kirishima, puzzled, asked, Dude, are you talking to yourself again, Mineta? Mina exclaimed, This feels amazing. Jiro added, I'm so glad they've got a hot spring here. Mineta continued, Bathe, my angels. How foolish of them not to stagger the times we'd be naked together. I hope they never learn from their mistakes. Lita scolded him, saying, You need to stop this at once, Mineta. What you're doing is demeaning, for both the girls and yourself. It's shameful behavior. Mineta declared, Now I know why I have this quirk. It's because walls are meant to be climbed. I'm coming for you, ladies, plus ultra. He yelled as he attempted to scale the wooden wall. Before he could reach the top, Koda appeared, causing Mineta to freeze. Seems like before learning to be a hero, you should learn how to be a person, he said, slapping Mineta and sending him tumbling into Lita, resulting in both of them landing in the hot spring. Sue remarked, "My Netta is the worst, as expected." Mina cheered, "Thanks a lot, Koda." Koda turned to see all the Class 1A girls in the water laughing and thanking him, which made him blush and lose his balance, falling to the girl's side. Izumi shouted, "Look out!" and used her telekinesis to help him land safely. However, he fainted from the fall, prompting Izumi to carry him to Mandalay. Mandalay observed, "The rush from the fall likely caused him to faint. Thank you for saving him. Eraser warned me one of the boys was a bit of a troublemaker, so I left Koda up there to keep watch. I suppose that's the risk of teaching kids your age." Izumi replied, "Well, anyway, I'm just glad he's all right." In a flashback, Koda had said, "The last thing I want is to hang with some wannabe heroes." As the memory faded, Izumi pondered, he doesn't like heroes very much, does he? I admit, that's strange to me. Most people aspire to be one. So, it's wild to think that a kid his age is against heroes. Hates them even. Mandalay noted, "How observant. Of course, he isn't alone. There are many in our society who don't approve of us. If he had a normal childhood, maybe he would have admired heroes like you kids did growing up." Izumi asked, "Sorry to ask, but what happened?" Suddenly, Pixie Bob entered the conversation. Mandalay's cousin. Koda's parents were heroes, but they were killed in action. Mandalay added, "It was a villain. 2 years ago. Koda was still so small. They were killed while protecting citizens. Perhaps the most honorable way for any hero to die. But how do you explain to a child that his parents died noble deaths? They were his entire world. Everything. But to him, his parents had left him behind, all the while being praised for their sacrifice." She continued, "Honestly, he doesn't seem to like us that much either. We're heroes like they were. I'm sure he feels like he's stuck here because he has nowhere else to go. Heroes just don't make sense to Koda. After all, if his parents hadn't been heroes, they would still be here." Her voice trailed off sadly, leaving them all in silence. Izumi spoke up, "I also have someone close to me that hates heroes. My brother." Mandalay looked at her with curiosity. "Your brother?" Izumi nodded. "Izuku. He used to look up to heroes just like I did. But something changed him. Now he's—" Pixie Bob gently interjected, her expression one of understanding, "The hero hunter, right?" Izumi's eyes widened in surprise. "You know about him?" Mandalay nodded. "Eraser told us a bit. It must be hard having a brother who's gone down such a dark path." Izumi replied, "It is. I just wish I knew why he's doing this. Maybe then I could help him." Pixie Bob said, "You've got a good heart, Izumi. But remember, it's not your fault. Everyone makes their own choices." Izumi responded, "I know. I still hope that there's a way to reach him." Mandalay placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "You're strong, Izumi. Stronger than you think. Just keep moving forward for your sake and his." Izumi smiled weakly. "Thank you, Mandalay. I'll do my best." Pixie Bob added, "All right, enough heavy stuff for tonight. Get some rest. Tomorrow's a big day." Izumi nodded and headed back to her room. As she lay in bed, her mind kept drifting back to her brother and the dream she had. Izumi thought, what was that dream? Why was he different? I can't find the right words for that. It was like he was. He was a monster. Meanwhile, Izuku laughed mockingly. "So you're telling me you lost to some bald guy 3 times in a row?" Sonic replied, "Teasage, that guy is the strongest hero on this planet." Izuku smirked, leaning back in his chair. "Strongest hero? Bold claim, Sonic. But if he's so strong, why isn't he more well-known?" Sonic said, "He doesn't care about fame or recognition. He just fights and wins." Izuku responded, "Interesting. Maybe I should pay this hero a visit later. See what he's really made of." Sonic warned, "I'd advise against it, Hero Hunter. He's not someone to be underestimated." Izuku's eyes glinted with a mix of curiosity and amusement. "I never underestimate anyone. But I do want to test my limits. And if he's as strong as you say, then it could be enlightening." Sonic sighed. Your funeral. Just don't say I didn't warn you. Izuku said, warnings are for the weak. Now, tell me more about this guy. What's his name? Sonic replied, his name is Saitama. Izuku noted, Samata. Meanwhile, All for One, along with Kurogyari and a few League members, was at the Monster Association base, speaking with a particular pink monster. Juro said, so the rumors are true. We're happy to see you, Mr. Ifo, truly delightful. So, I'm guessing you are here to discuss some business matters, huh? Ifo replied, indeed, Juro. I'm here to propose an alliance. Our objectives align in many ways, and together, we could achieve far more than we could alone. Juro's eyes narrowed with interest. The idea of an alliance with one of the most feared villains in the world was both tempting and dangerous. Juro asked, an alliance, you say? Interesting. And what exactly do you propose we accomplish together? Efo explained that the Hero Society had grown complacent, believing themselves invincible. He envisioned a world where heroes were no longer the DMNT force, where chaos and fear reigned supreme, and with Juro's monsters and his own resources, they could destabilize the entire system. Juro considered the proposition, her numerous eyes blinking thoughtfully. She acknowledged, you make a compelling case. But what do you expect from us in return? Simple, AFO replied. I need access to your most powerful monsters. Together, we can launch coordinated attacks on key targets, breaking the spirit of both the heroes and the public. In return, you will have my full support and the backing of the League of Villains. Kurogyari stepped forward, his voice smooth and persuasive. We believe this partnership could be mutually beneficial. Your strength combined with our strategic planning and resources will ensure our success. Juro agreed, very well. You have a deal, All for One. Under one condition. Efo raised an eyebrow. And that is? Before Juro could respond, a voice interrupted. After your little operation, you will bring the hero hunter to me. Efo turned to see a group of men in suits, their faces obscured by bird masks. He instantly recognized one of them. Ah, Mr. Chisaki, long time no see. I see the Yakuza is still a thing after all these years. Overhaul replied, if it isn't AFO. Nice to meet you too. FO inquired, to what do we owe this unexpected visit? Overhaul explained, I've been monitoring the activities of both the heroes and the villains. Your plans align with our interests, but we have our own objectives. The hero hunter, Izuku Yagi, is of particular interest to me. FO asked, and what would that be? I would like to conduct a few experiments on him, Overhaul stated. Juro interjected, I see. Is this about your quirk erasing bullets, Mr. Overhaul? Overhaul replied, I guess we should leave it at that, Juro. Juro concluded, fine, you can use him, but I need him last for a few purposes. Is that clear? FO assured her, you have our word. We will see each other soon, Juro. Training Camp, Day 25:30 AM. The students of Class 1A stood outside the facility, looking tired and yawning. Aizawa emerged shortly after, greeting them with a serious tone. Good morning, class. Today, we begin a training camp designed to increase your strength. Our goal is to enhance your skills so that each of you earns a provisional license, preparing you to face the dangers that lurk in the shadows. Proceed carefully. Look alive, Bakugo. Try throwing that for me, he said, tossing a baseball at Bakugo. Is this from the test? Bakugo asked, eyeing the ball. Your previous record, right after you enrolled, was 705.2 meters. Let's see how you've improved, Aizawa replied as Bakugo stepped forward. Whoa! We're checking our progress. Mina exclaimed. A lot has happened to us in the last 3 months. Maybe he can throw it a whole mile now. Siro added excitedly. Come on, get it, Baku bro. Kirishima encouraged. Well then, here I go. Dai-e. Bakugo shouted, channeling all his power as he threw the ball, using his explosion quirk to boost its velocity. 709.6 meters, Aizawa announced. That's it? Kinda disappointing, Siro remarked. You've had a single semester at UA, And while you've all improved, those improvements have mostly been in mental prowess and technical skill, with only a slight increase in stamina. Your quirks haven't fundamentally grown stronger. That's why we're now going to focus on enhancing your powers, Aizawa smirked. This will be tough, you'll feel like you're dying. Let's hope you all survive. Meanwhile, at the gates of an abandoned warehouse, Toga announced, the goods from Tamura have arrived. He said there's enough for everyone, so we should bring it with us. Come on. I'm pumped. Let's hurry up and do this, Muscular urged. It's still too early. Besides, don't forget he said we shouldn't do anything flashy, Mustard cautioned. Yeah. He acted like a spoiled brat when we first met, but suddenly he's taken charge. This is just a warning shot. We'll bring those fake wannabe heroes down from their pedestals and create a bright new future for this world, Dabi declared. Yeah, good luck with that, Izuku mocked, leaning casually against the wall. Muscular narrowed his eyes at Izuku. What's your problem, hero hunter? You think you're better than us? Izuku shrugged, a smirk on his lips. I know what I'm capable of. Get in my way, and you won't see another tomorrow. Toga twirled a knife in her hand, giggling. Oh, don't be like that, Mr. Hunter. We're all on the same side here. Muscular scoffed at her. Meanwhile, Mike observed the training. Katsuki Bakugo is plunging his hands into boiling water to expand his sweat glands, then creating chain explosions to enhance his attacks. Shoto Todoroki is alternating between ice and fire, regulating the water temperature to adapt to both extremes. Hantasiro is producing tape continuously to improve its tensile strength and shooting speed. Ijiro Kirishima and Mashareo Ojiro are enhancing their quirks by working together. Denki Kaminari is learning to handle larger amounts of electricity by running currents through a high-capacity battery. Koji Koda is doing vocal exercises to increase the range of his Ani voice, helping him become less shy. Yuga Aoyama is building up his body by blasting his naval laser, increasing its range. Fumikage Tokoyami is working on controlling Dark Shadow even when it goes wild. Achiko Uraraka is getting accustomed to zero gravity to reduce nausea while increasing her lifting capacity. Tenya Lida is improving his leg strength and stamina through long-distance running. Tsuyu Ajui is working out all her muscles, including her tongue. Rikido Sato is lifting weights while enjoying sugar to power up his quirk. Momo Yaoyorozu is also eating to amp up her creation quirk and reduce the time needed for its use. Kyoka Jairu is honing her headphone jacks to amplify her audio quality. Mina Ishido is constantly creating acid to increase her skin's durability. Minoru Mineta is strengthening his scalp to prevent injury while using his quirk. Toru Hagakure and Mizo Shoji are improving their quirks by having Shoji quickly create multiple dupli arms to hunt down Hagakure, who is working on her stealth. Izumi Yagi is picking up heavy objects to increase the strength of her telekinesis quirk while practicing precise control exercises to master one for all without injury. This is pretty intense, Rin remarked. Operative types will be raising your limits, maxing out your power. The rest will focus on strengthening body parts related to your quirks. Normally, these changes happen gradually as you grow, Vlad King explained. But we don't have time for that. Your class has a lot of work to do, Aizawa added. Once we team up with Class A, there will be 40 students here, Kendo noted. That's a whole lot of quirks for our homeroom teachers to manage on their own, Aizawa said. Which is why we called them, Ragdoll replied. That's correct. 4 kittens in 1 litter. Mandalay added. Your feline fantasies are here. Say meow, Ragdoll encouraged. Allow us to lend a helping paw. Tiger exclaimed, his enthusiasm infectious. We're champions serving up justice, with our tails, Pixie Bob declared proudly. In unison, the 4 of them shouted, we're the wild, wild pussycats. Ragdoll introduced herself. I'm Ragdoll, and my quirk is search. I can look at up to 100 people and know everything about them, including their location and weaknesses. Pixie Bob continued, with my earth flow, I can create the ideal training ground for every student. Mandalay chimed in, and my quirk is called telepath. I can give advice to multiple people at once. Tiger concluded, the name's Tiger. I'm here to push you all to your limits. Rin spoke up nervously, I have questions about him. Tiger responded with a grin, all you kids with strength quirks, it's time for Tiger's boot camp. Class A is already sweating, so catch up quickly. Vlad King noted, there is a lot going on at UA, so it's hard for us to spare much staff for the hero course's first years. Aizawa explained, based on their experience and range of powers, these 4 were the most logical choice to help you enhance your quirks in such a short amount of time. Vlad King encouraged them, don't fall behind Class A, make me proud. Yes, sir. Class 1B responded in unison. After a few hours of training, Izumi dropped onto the grass, feeling exhausted and breathless. She reflected on her quirk, thinking, the power Dad gave me was more than I deserved. I shouldn't have been the one to wield such strength. It should have been Izuku. Then Grandpa, Gran Torino, taught me how to use it without destroying my body. All Might's voice echoed in her mind, reminding her, you're overflowing with energy at the moment. With training, your body will learn to hold it better. Izumi resolved, I've come a long way in such a short time. It's up to me to move forward and make this power my own. I will save you, Izuku, from anything and anyone. I will make it up to you. An hour later, Pixie Bob reminded everyone, now, remember what I said? We're not serving your food anymore. Ragdoll added, if you want to eat, you'll have to make your own meals. Starting with curry. The students tiredly replied, yes, ma'am. Ragdoll laughed, oh man, you all look exhausted. But that doesn't mean you can coast by making sloppy meals. Lita had a realization. Oh, I see. An important part of helping someone recover from a disaster is providing for their physical needs as well as their spirit. This is a great opportunity. Let's make the most delicious curry in the world, everyone. Yeah. Okay, the students agreed. Aizawa thought with relief, thank you, Lita. Later, Ashido called out, hey, Todoroki. Can we get some fire over here too? Siro suggested, bakugo. Can't you light it with an explosion? Bakugo replied, in it, of course I can. However, he used his explosion a little too liberally and ended up blowing up the entire furnace. Yaoyorozu advised, relying on others won't help you learn to start a fire by yourself. We should focus on acquiring new skills. She created a lighter to start the fire. Shoto offered, here, let me help, as he conjured a small flame to light the furnace. Uraraka exclaimed, wow. Thank you so much. Ashido added, yes. Thanks a lot, Todoroki. After an hour of cooking, they finally finished making the food and set up the table. Kirishima remarked, if I got this at a restaurant, I'd send it back. But after today, I'll eat every bite. Siro chimed in with a mouthful, don't say that. Ashido teased, whoa, you're scarfing it down, Momo. Yaoyorozu explained, my quirk transforms lipids into new atoms to create materials. That means the more I eat, the more I can make. Siro joked, like how poop works. Momo blushed at the comment, and Jairu lightly punched Siro. Apologize. Jairu demanded. I'm sorry. Siro replied quickly. As they ate, Koda watched them from a distance, scoffing. He still liked heroes, but not these ones. He walked away shortly after. Mandalay called out, Koda, it's time for dinner. Where are you? Izumi noticed Koda walking away into the woods while Mandalay was calling him. She borrowed some food from Mandalay and followed him. She brought a plate of curry to Koda's secret hideout, a cave on a cliff. Once there, she could hear Koda's stomach growling. I heard that. You must be hungry. Here, I brought you some curry, Izumi said gently. Koda, angry, replied, no way. How'd you find this place? Izumi explained, oh, sorry. I followed your footsteps. I thought you might want some dinner before it gets cold. Koda dismissed her, whatever. I'm just fine. Get lost. I don't want to hang out with you. Izumi persisted, huh? This is a secret hideout. Koda scoffed. Spending your entire life trying to improve your quirk and be a wannabe hero is dumb. All you heroes want to do is show off. Get lost. Izumi paused before asking, "Hey, about your parents. I was wondering, were they the water hose heroes? With the water quirks?" Kota reacted sharply, "Did Mandalay tell you?" Izumi clarified, "No. I heard a little about what happened to them. I remember seeing the news about that horrible incident a few years ago." Kota sighed in anger, "Go away. Everyone here is so crazy, calling people names like hero, villain, and monster, and then fighting each other because of it. If they hadn't been showing off, they'd still be here." Izumi thought, "Not all heroes are the same. A true hero would never leave their loved ones behind." Kota replied, "We're done here. Go back to camp with the other losers." Izumi hesitated. "My brother. He didn't inherit any abilities from our parents." Kota looked confused. "Huh?" Izumi continued, "It's a hereditary thing. These days it's really uncommon. He admired heroes so much and wanted to be one. So did I. The thing is, you can't usually become a hero unless you've got some kind of quirk. But still, my brother refused to accept that and hoped for a miracle. He tried to use telekinesis, my mom's quirk. He tried to use super strength, my dad's quirk. But it was no good. There are lots of different ways to think about how quirks work. We might not be on the same page, but I think that if you reject them completely, it's just going to make life harder in so many ways." Kota, filled with anger, shouted, "Will you just leave me alone already? Go away." Izumi apologized, "I'm sorry. I guess I have a habit of rambling sometimes. Here, I'll leave the curry." She placed the plate on the ground and walked away. Kota muttered to himself, "Mr. is the real hero. None of them are real heroes." At 3 a.m. Toga groaned, "I do not like this. It's so not cute." Mustard replied, "They were engineered for the black market, from what I hear. You should be worried that they work, not that they look pretty." Toga sighed, expressing her frustration. "I'm just saying they could be a little more stylish. Is that too much to ask?" Magna entered the room with a cheerful greeting. "Hi, darlings. Sorry to keep you waiting." Moonfish urged everyone to focus. "Get to work. Get to work." Spinner added his own apology. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Sonic, eager to move on, said, "Let's get this over with." Dabi noted the growing group. "That makes 9 of us." Muscular, brimming with energy, exclaimed, "I don't care. Just let me loose. I'm too pumped up to stand by." Dabi snapped back, "Shut your mouth, you crazy bee. Wait. We're still expecting 3 or 4 more people to join our little party. One of them is from the Monster Association. The League of Villains made a mistake going after them with a bunch of random thugs at the USJ. It's better to use a small group of elites." Izuku couldn't help but laugh, his amusement echoing in the room. "Ha ha 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 ha." Muscular turned to Izuku, a mix of curiosity and irritation on his face. "What's so funny, kid?" Still chuckling, Izuku wiped a tear from his eye. "You guys think you're so tough and elite, please. You're not even a wolf-level threat." Dabi's eyes narrowed in response. "You think you're something special, huh?" Izuku replied confidently, "I am. I beat up 70 heroes, and 2 of them were S-class. Not to mention the number 7 hero, Mirko, and Stain." Toga pouted, "That's not very nice, Mr. Hunter." Spinner chimed in, "Dude, seriously, you're starting to get on our nerves now." Muscular threatened, "Maybe we should start with you." He began to walk toward Izuku, prompting Sonic to draw his sword. Sonic warned, "Try us." Muscular scoffed dismissively. "Teeth." Dabi interrupted, trying to restore order. "Will you all just calm down and stick to the plan?" Izuku, feigning innocence, asked, "All right then, Mr. Burn Toast. What's the plan?" Dabi explained, "First, we have to take away their sense of peace and show them that their lives rest in our hands." By afternoon, the students were exhausted from their intense training. Aizawa called out to the remedial group, "Hey, keep at it." He used his scarf to lift Kirishima's head, trying to wake him up. Kirishima responded energetically, "Yes, sir." Ashido complained, "Sorry, but I need more beauty rest." Kaminari added, Who knew yesterday's extra lessons would be this tough? Kota was paralyzed with fear after being confronted by a masked villain. He stepped back in terror as Muscular approached. Muscular grinned. I came up here scouting for a nice vantage point, and here I find someone who's not on our list. By the way, nice hat, kid. I like it. Why don't you trade me for this lame mask, huh? They made me wear it because I'm new. Said they couldn't get a shipment of good ones in time. He removed his mask, revealing his face. Kota turned and ran, but Muscular activated his quirk and jumped in front of him, cutting off his escape. Kota screamed, drawing someone's attention. Muscular laughed. I think you and I should have some fun up here, kid. Ready? In a flashback, a newscaster reported on a tragic story, two heroes sharing one name. But this couple's bright future was cut short, ended by one criminal's heinous actions. The villain in question is still at large, though police and heroes are on his trail, hoping to apprehend him soon. The suspect is extremely dangerous and has a power-up quirk. If you see this face, contact the police immediately. Do not approach him. Additionally, the suspect sustained a major injury to his left eye during his fight. Kota, in tears, exclaimed, "It's you, Papa, Mama." Before Muscular could crush Kota with his powered-up fist, someone familiar intervened. Kota looked up, crying out, "Mister," as he hugged the newcomer. Izuku demanded, "Just what the hell did you get yourself into, brat?" Muscular shouted in anger, "Huh, what do you think you're doing?" Izuku stood protectively in front of Kota. "Why are you trying to hurt this brat? What's he done to you?" Muscular sneered, "So you were never with us in the first place, huh? Fine, guess I'll take you down too." As muscle tissue began to cover his arms, Izuku prepared to fight. "Stay back, kid," Izuku instructed, cracking his knuckles and stretching his arms. Kota nodded and stepped back. Muscular's muscles bulged as he prepared to attack, and Izuku took a defensive stance, ready to protect Kota. Muscular threatened, "You're gonna regret turning on us, Hero Hunter." With a roar, he charged at Izuku, fists swinging with deadly force. Izuku dodged the first blow, his reflexes honed from countless battles. He countered with a swift kick aimed at Muscular's midsection, but the villain deflected it effortlessly. Muscular lunged forward, fists aimed at Izuku, but the martial artist dodged each blow with graceful agility. Thought you were stronger than that," Izuku taunted, grinning confidently. Muscular charged again, fists raining down like a relentless storm. Izuku weaved between the blows, his movements fluid and precise. "Predictable," he said, his voice laced with confidence. "You rely too much on brute force. It's about finesse, not just muscle." Izuku thought to himself, "It's like I'm fighting Tank Top. The only difference is he knows a few fighting styles. Well, it doesn't matter. The outcome is already clear." Muscular growled, "Thanks for the lesson, brat. Once I take you down, I'll put your head on my wall." His attacks grew more frenzied as he struggled to land a hit on his elusive opponent. But Izuku remained calm, his movements like poetry in motion. He landed a series of strikes on Muscular, one after another. With a final, decisive blow, he sent Muscular crashing into the mountain wall, defeated. The impact created a large crack and sent shockwaves throughout the forest. "Tisk, pathetic weakling," Izuku said, walking toward Kota, who was on the ground. "Brat, you good?" he asked. Kota nodded. How are you so strong, mister?" "Brat, I told you not to call me that. I'm only 16. Despite his defeat, Muscular refused to stay down. With a primal roar, he rose from the forest floor, muscles bulging with renewed fury. "I'll kill you," he bellowed. Izuku narrowed his eyes, his focus sharpening. "Persistent, aren't you? I'll give you that. But you're getting on my nerves now." Muscular charged again, his attacks wild and relentless. Izuku met each blow with precision, his movements a mesmerizing dance of combat. "You can keep coming at me all you want," Izuku said calmly, cutting through the chaos. "But I'm getting tired of this." With a calculated move, Izuku seized an opening in Muscular's defense, delivering a series of rapid strikes that left the villain staggered. Muscular growled in frustration, his movements becoming erratic as his strength waned. "It's over," Izuku declared. In a final, decisive move, he delivered a powerful blow that sent Muscular crashing to the ground for good. "Geez, that took some time, huh? Brat." He turned to Kota, only to find him standing behind Izumi, looking scared from the fighting. "What do you want?" he said coldly. Izumi began. "Izuku. Look, I'm so—" "Save your breath. I don't need your excuse." Izumi's expression softened, guilt and longing evident in her eyes. "Izuku, please, just hear me out," Izumi pleaded, her voice trembling with urgency. "I know I messed up, but I want to make things right." Izuku's gaze remained cold, distrust radiating from his body language. "You had your chance, Izumi. You made your choice." "I know," she replied, her regret palpable. "I regret it every day. But I'm not the same person I was back then. I've changed, Izuku. Please, let me prove it to you." Izuku's fists clenched, a storm of emotions battling within him. Memories of her and Bakugo bullying him, his parents ignoring him, and the disappointment of others flooded his mind. In a moment of anger, he kicked her in the stomach, sending her crashing into the wall. Izumi staggered to her feet, pain etched across her face. Desperation filled her eyes as she reached out to Izuku. "Please, Izuku. I know I hurt you, but please, come back." Tears began to stream down her cheeks. "Get the brat to safety," Izuku commanded, his voice steely. "And if you and your little heroes follow me, you won't live another day." With that, he turned away, leaving Izumi alone as she struggled to recover. Kota waved at Izuku, calling out, "Bye, mister." Meanwhile, Kurogiri asked, "Will they really be all right by themselves?" Shigaraki replied, "Yeah. It's not my turn to be on stage right now. They're enough on their own." In other words, the game has changed. Until now, it was a role-playing game where we had all the equipment but challenged the last boss while still at level 1. I should have thought of it as a simulation game. I need to be the player, using all the pieces I can to break through the higher ranks. To do that, I first need to put cracks in the superhuman society. He took a sip of his drink. "The Vanguard Action Squad of the League of Villains," Shigaraki continued. "It doesn't matter if they succeed or fail. Just their presence will scare the heroes." "Are they just sacrificial pawns?" Kurogiri inquired. "Don't be ridiculous. Do I look that heartless?" Shigaraki shot back. Kurogiri thought to himself, yes. Shigaraki continued, "Their strength is real. Even though they're all facing different directions, they're comrades I can count on. In a society bound by rules, we're not the only ones being oppressed." He held a picture of Bakugo in his hand. A few minutes earlier, Aizawa had declared, "Vlad, I'm leaving this place to you. I'll go protect the other students." He sprinted through the hallways toward the exit. If it's a full-scale attack, Aizawa thought, then we're in big trouble. "Letting your worry get ahead of you, Eraser?" Dabi taunted. "Aizawa?" He began, but before he could finish, Dabi unleashed a large-scale flame attack at point-blank range. Fortunately, Eraser head dodged the fire by using his scarf to pull himself near the top of the building. "Well, I guess you are a pro after all," Dabi remarked, surprised. To his astonishment, Aizawa evaded Dabi's flames and erased his quirk just as he attempted to fire again. "Nothing's gonna come out," Aizawa stated firmly. He wrapped Dabi in the capturing weapon, pulling him up and meeting him in midair before delivering a knee to the villain's face. Aizawa flipped Dabi around and pinned him to the ground, face first. "Tell me your purpose, number, and positions," Aizawa demanded. "Why?" Dabi replied defiantly. "Because otherwise, this will happen." Aizawa quickly broke Dabi's left arm by pulling it backward. "Your right arm's next. Let's do this logically. If we get to your legs, it'll be annoying to transport you." "Are you in a hurry, Eraser?" Dabi sneered. As Dabi continued to resist, Aizawa broke his other arm as well. Suddenly, a loud shockwave echoed through the forest, drawing Aizawa's attention to the mountain. "What the?" he muttered. "Mr. Aizawa!" Ida shouted, breathless from running alongside Mineta, Ojiro, and Kota. "You guys?" Aizawa exclaimed. Seizing the distraction, Dabi broke free from Aizawa's grasp despite his injuries. This is about as much damage as I can take, huh? Dabi thought. As expected of a UA teacher. A hero? Dabi taunted. Aizawa attempted to pull him in using the restraining bonds, but they slipped through as Dabi's body turned to mud. Are your students important? Dabi asked mockingly. That fire earlier wasn't his quirk. Aizawa realized. I hope you can protect them all till the end. Have fun with my friend over here. See ya later, Eraser, Dabi said, smirking as he made his escape. What friend? Aizawa turned to see a figure emerging from the woods. Would you look at that? The pro-hero Eraserhead, Sonic said, a grin spreading across his face. I've heard about you, the wanted criminal on 24 Hero Agency HQ and the Hero Association, Aizawa replied, his guard up. Guess I'm a figure now, Sonic quipped. What do you want here? Aizawa demanded. Just here to have some fun, Eraserhead. The League promised me a good chunk of money, Sonic replied, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Mr. Aizawa, what should we do? Ida asked, concern etched on his face. Get back inside the building. I'll handle him, Aizawa instructed. Sonic dashed forward, his speed creating a blur. Aizawa barely managed to activate his quirk in time, nullifying Sonic's momentum. However, Sonic's reflexes were exceptional, allowing him to pivot and strike with a swift kick. Aizawa blocked it with his arm, but the force pushed him back. You're fast, but I've dealt with speedsters before, Aizawa said, steadying himself. Sonic smirked, excitement dancing in his eyes. Oh, Eraserhead, you have no idea what you're up against. Sonic lunged again, his movements unpredictable. Aizawa attempted to bind him with his capturing weapon, but Sonic was too quick, weaving through the restraints. Aizawa realized he needed to change tactics. Aren't you a responsible teacher? Letting your students run away while you face a demon-level threat. Sonic taunted. My job is to protect them. And if that means dealing with you alone, so be it, Aizawa replied resolutely. Sonic laughed, the sound echoing through the forest. He darted around Aizawa, testing his defenses and searching for a weakness. Aizawa kept his eyes trained on him, his quirk ready to erase Sonic's speed again. Suddenly, Sonic vanished from sight, reappearing behind Aizawa with a knife aimed at his back. Aizawa twisted just in time, catching Sonic's wrist and flipping him over his shoulder. Sonic landed on his feet, his grin unwavering. You're good, Eraserhead. But can you keep up? Sonic challenged. Aizawa thought, I was lucky enough to even do that. I'll have to call for backup. The two clashed repeatedly, Aizawa's quirk giving him a slight edge, but Sonic's relentless speed and agility made it difficult to land a decisive blow. Just when it seemed like the fight might reach a stalemate, Sonic's movements became even more erratic, pushing Aizawa to his limits. You're persistent. I'll give you that, Aizawa admitted. Thanks, but I'm just getting started, Sonic replied, his enthusiasm undeterred. In a burst of speed, Sonic closed the distance, slashing at Aizawa with his knife. Aizawa blocked with his capturing weapon, wrapping it around Sonic's arm and yanking him forward. He delivered a powerful knee to Sonic's stomach, sending him flying back. Sonic hit the ground hard, coughing but still managing to smirk. Not bad, but I've had worse. Sonic vanished from sight, moving faster than Aizawa could track. A sharp pain pierced Aizawa's side as Sonic's kunai sliced through his uniform, drawing blood. Gritting his teeth, Aizawa struggled to maintain focus, but Sonic's relentless attacks were wearing him down. I need to find an opening, Aizawa thought, frustration bubbling within him. You're slowing down, Eraserhead. Is that all you've got? Sonic taunted, his voice dripping with mockery. Aizawa lashed out with his capturing weapon, but Sonic dodged effortlessly, landing another series of strikes that left Aizawa reeling. His vision blurred as his body fought to keep pace with Sonic's relentless speed. DMN it. Aizawa muttered under his breath. It's over, Eraserhead, Sonic declared, his confidence unshakable. With a final, blindingly fast strike, he delivered a powerful kick to Aizawa's chest, sending him crashing into a tree. Aizawa hit the ground hard, gasping for breath, his body battered and bruised. You fought well, but you're no match for me, Sonic said, stepping closer, a smirk on his face. Aizawa struggled to stand, his vision swimming. He knew he couldn't win this fight, but he had to buy time for backup to arrive. You won't get away with this, he declared, his voice steady despite the pain. Oh, I think I will. But don't worry, I won't kill you. Yet, Sonic replied, turning to walk towards the forest, leaving Aizawa injured but conscious and alive. I need to get to the students. Aizawa gasped, forcing himself to rise and run despite his injuries. Meanwhile, Twice confronted Dabi. That's no good, Dabi. You were beaten. So we... Are you some small fry or something? He exclaimed, his tone incredulous. Already? I'm pretty weak, Dabi admitted, a hint of resignation in his voice. That's ridiculous. Don't be hasty. You're strong. Twice other personality chimed in. You should think of this as the pro being very strong. Make another one of me, Twice. We need something to keep the pros from leaving. But I still think Sonic took care of him, Dabi instructed. It doesn't matter how many times a small fry goes in. Leave it to me. Twice insisted, determination shining in his eyes. Meanwhile, Izumi was sprinting down the mountains with Koda on her back. She was mostly fine, aside from the fact that Izuku had accidentally knocked her into the rocks earlier. We're almost there. Izumi called out, her voice filled with urgency. Hey, look. Koda pointed at Aizawa. Izumi noticed him running, heavily injured, and called out, Mr. Aizawa? Aizawa? He responded weakly, his voice strained. I'm glad. It's terrible. There are so many things I need to tell you. Wait, what happened to you, sir? She exclaimed, her eyes widening as she pointed at his injuries. There was a villain I had to fight off, a demon-level threat, Aizawa explained, his tone grave. That's bad news, sir. My brother is also here. They want to kidnap Kaken. Izumi said, her worry palpable. Tisish. I called for backup. They should arrive any minute now, so go back to the camp with Koda, Aizawa instructed, his voice firm. Mr. Aizawa, are you sure you'll be fine? She asked, concern etched on her face. Yes. Here's what I need you to do. Tell Mandalay the students can use their quirks to protect themselves once you drop Koda at the camp. You hear me? He instructed, watching as Izumi nodded and ran off. Meanwhile, a man in a dog costume asked, You sure there are villains over here? Yeah. Aizawa told me while we were on the call, a woman with rabbit ears replied. Suddenly, a loud crashing noise echoed nearby. As the dust settled, a figure emerged. Seems like that jackass hero hunter might be here, one of them remarked, tension rising. While engaging Tiger, Magna dodged his multitude of attacks, blocking one of his punches with ease. Oh dear, you're so close, she teased, evading Tiger's jabs. Diamenit, predicting my cat combat moves, huh? Tiger grumbled, frustration evident in his voice. Meanwhile, Spinner was giving Mandalay trouble. You're not, he slashed left. Not a real, he slashed right. That hero at all, he declared, raising his sword and slashing down, which Mandalay barely dodged by jumping back. Geez, you're too persistent. Mandalay exclaimed, her heart racing. So are you. Hurry up and be purged already. Spinner shouted, closing in with his blade inches away from her face. Just then, Izumi appeared, empowered by one for all full cowl. Smash! She shouted, lunging forward and destroying Spinner's weapon, much to his shock. Huh? Mandalay. Koda's okay. Mr. Aizawa said to tell everyone they can use their quirks to fight. One of their targets is Kaken, she said before dashing off towards the forest. Meanwhile, Aizawa was running through the forest with Koda in his arms, reflecting on Dabi's words. Hey hero, are your students important? I hope you can protect them all till the end. Aizawa thought, the way he said that makes it clear the students are the targets. In that case, it's about raising the survival rate. Use your self-defense skills. I'll take responsibility for this, along with whatever punishment is coming later. Don't be defeated while we still don't know what's going on, future heroes. Koda asked, will Mr. be all right? Aizawa replied, momentarily distracted. He saved me from that villain. That villain fought him too. Will he be okay? Koda asked, his tone sad. Who is this mister you're talking about, Koda? Aizawa inquired, curiosity piqued. He's that girl's brother. Koda said, sounding unsure. Aizawa thought, is he talking about the hero hunter? So, he saved the kid from a villain, huh? He smiled slightly. Kid, this Mr. Guy will be fine, he assured Koda as they continued their run through the forest. Meanwhile, after some time, when Spinner and Magno were distracted, Tiger and Mandalay managed to knock them out. I finally got a good hit in. Mandalay exclaimed, exhilaration coursing through her. Mandalay's thoughts raced. It can't be helped. First, I have to tell everyone. Using her telepathy, Mandalay communicated, we have discovered one of the villain's targets. It is one of the students, Kaken. Kirishima, Bakugo? Ida, it's Bakugo? Kaken should try to avoid combat and act independently, Mandalay advised, urgency in her voice. Understood, Kaken? Meanwhile, Bakugo was running through the forest with a smirk. Stop making so much noise in my head, he shouted, annoyance evident. Shoto engaged in combat with Moonfish, using his ice to block the villain's teeth-enlarging quirk. Moonfish proved to be highly skilled, breaking through Shoto's ice and nearly hitting Bakugo with one of his teeth, only to be intercepted by more ice from Shoto. Don't go rushing carelessly into anything, Todoroki cautioned as he and Bakugo took cover behind a giant ice structure. Did you hear that earlier? She said you're being targeted. Don't tell me what to do, half and half. You say to fight, then you don't fight. I don't care what anyone says. Bakugo yelled, frustration boiling over as he left cover to attack Moonfish with an explosion. Moonfish retaliated by sending more spikes from his teeth, but Shoto quickly conjured more ice to protect Bakugo. He's good at using the terrain with his quirk, Todoroki observed, strategizing. Even though he just looks like some scrawny small fry. Bakugo retorted, determination fueling his words. Looks like he's got a lot of experience, Todoroki noted, his eyes narrowing as Moonfish suspended himself in the air, balancing on his enlarged teeth. Show me your flesh, he hissed, a predatory glint in his eyes. If you use any large flames around here and the fire spreads, we'll be surrounded by flames, and everyone will die. Do you get it? Todoroki warned, urgency creeping into his voice. Shut up. I know. Bakugo snapped, readying himself for the fight ahead. Todoroki contemplated their dire situation. Even if they attempted to retreat, the gas surrounding them made it clear that their enemies were trying to corner them. Suddenly, Moonfish's voice rang out, demanding, show me your flesh, as he charged at them. A loud bang echoed through the forest as a bat struck Moonfish squarely in the face, sending him crashing into the trees. Todoroki and Bakugo turned to see who had intervened. Is that? Todoroki began, his voice trailing off. Metal Bat! Bakugo exclaimed, recognizing the hero. Metal Bat landed between them, his bat resting casually on his shoulder. You two all right? He asked, a smirk spreading across his face. Who the hell asked for your help? Bakugo snapped, his irritation evident. I saved your life, jackass. Metal Bat yelled comically. Who do you think you are, Bisuri? Bakugo shot back, ready for a fight. Guys, this isn't the time for arguing, Todoroki interjected, trying to defuse the situation. Stay out of this, half and half. I'm going to show this guy who's the real badass here. Bakugo declared, his competitive spirit ignited. Bring it on, Pomeranian. I'll crack your head wide open. Metal Bat challenged, both of them poised to escalate their argument. Before they could continue, Moonfish, battered but not defeated, began to rise from the ice, his elongated teeth transforming into spikes once again. More flesh. I will devour you all, he hissed, his eyes gleaming with malevolence. Shut your mouth, you're not even wolf level, Metal Bat retorted. Moonfish lunged, his razor-sharp teeth extending toward him, but Metal Bat stood his ground, unfazed. With a sudden burst of speed, he swung his bat with immense power, the air whistling from the force of the strike. The bat connected with Moonfish's face, sending him flying through the air and crashing into a tree with enough force to uproot it. He slumped to the ground, unconscious. Bakugo and Todoroki stared in shock, their previous argument forgotten. What the hell? That was, Bakugo said, still processing the scene. Incredible, Todoroki added, his admiration evident. See? Told ya I'd show you what real strength looks like, Metal Bat said, slinging his bat back over his shoulder with a grin. He's S-class for a reason, Todoroki remarked, acknowledging Metal Bat's prowess. Meanwhile, Izuku wandered through the forest, searching for a worthy opponent. After his battle with Muscular, he had concluded that the League was merely a group of weaklings, rendering any assistance pointless. I've wasted my time here. I thought Toshinori would come with these brats too, but I guess I'm wrong. Huh? He muttered to himself as he heard a loud noise coming from his left. He moved toward the sound, barely dodging a kick aimed at his face. Looking up, he recognized the familiar figure of Mirko. Mirko! He scoffed, his tone laced with disdain. Tisish, I wonder why the hero hunter is here, she replied sarcastically, taking a fighting stance. Izuku narrowed his eyes at her, a smirk forming on his lips as he crouched into a defensive position. None of your concerns, bunny girl. Guess you want a round two, huh? He taunted, his confidence palpable. With a sudden burst of speed, Mirko charged at Izuku, her movements swift and precise. He dodged her attacks effortlessly, his reflexes honed from years of training allowing him to anticipate her every move. Is that all you've got, Mirko? He taunted, darting around her with agility. Mirko gritted her teeth, frustration evident as she struggled to land a hit. Despite her best efforts, he remained one step ahead, his movements fluid and unpredictable. Hold still, she growled, launching a series of rapid kicks in his direction. As Izuku continued to taunt her, Mirko's frustration mounted with each dodge and counterattack. Determined to gain the upper hand, she unleashed a barrage of kicks, aiming to overwhelm him. But Izuku proved to be surprisingly agile, evading her strikes with uncanny speed. You're faster than you look, hero hunter, she remarked, annoyance creeping into her voice. But why do you seem stronger than before? He asked, curiosity piqued. Mirko grinned, a fierce glint in her eyes. You like it? I've been training with a new regimen designed by Powerloader. Izuku had created gear that amplified Mirko's quirk and boosted her physical abilities. You're not the only one who's been honing their skills, she said confidently. Izuku's smirk faltered as he realized the reason behind her increased strength and speed. Impressive. But it won't be enough to beat me, he replied, determination in his tone. Mirko's grin widened as she pressed a button on her gauntlet, releasing a surge of energy that visibly enhanced her muscles. With newfound power, she leaped from tree to tree, her movements becoming a blur. Let's see if you can keep up now, she challenged. With lightning speed, she capitalized on the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick that caught Izuku off guard. The blow landed squarely on his side, sending him staggering backward with a grunt of pain. Surprised by Mirko's sudden burst of aggression, he struggled to regain his footing. Before he could react, she pressed her advantage, launching a relentless assault that forced him onto the defensive. Had enough yet, hero hunter? She taunted, her eyes gleaming with determination. Izuku staggered back from the force of her powerful kick, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he fought to recover. Mirko's relentless assault left him little time to breathe as she leaped from tree to tree with blinding speed. What the hell is happening? How is she becoming so strong all of a sudden? He thought, defending against her strikes. As Mirko descended from another leap, Izuku anticipated her movements with precision. With a calculated twist of his body, he dodged her incoming kick and seized the opportunity to counterattack. Now's my chance, he thought, channeling all his strength and speed into a single decisive strike. He delivered a powerful blow to Mirko's side, sending her crashing to the forest floor with a resounding thud. Gah! She coughed, struggling to rise. Izuku wasted no time in pressing his advantage. With lightning-fast reflexes, he closed the distance between them and launched into a rapid flurry of strikes, his fists and feet moving with blinding speed. Damn it. Be blacking out, Mirko thought tiredly. After a fierce exchange of blows, Izuku landed a devastating kick to her stomach, making her cough as she was sent crashing into a tree. Breathless and nursing a few injuries, he smirked. Looks like I've won this round too, bunny girl. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Looks like you made a mess out of my disciple, Rumi. Guess I'll deal with you myself. Mirko whispered, Say. Izuku turned to see the S-class hero he had noted on his hunting list. Watchdog Man. Why are there so many strong heroes here all of a sudden? He's S-class, I'm sure of it. I can deal with him just fine. He's just another animal. Watchdog Man, it's your turn to be hunted, he thought with a cocky grin. Izuku charged at him while he was sitting atop a boulder, but Watchdog Man leaped out of the way with ease. He sniffed the air, looking confused. Are you human or are you a monster? He asked. Fist of flowing water crushed rock. Izuku shouted, attacking the hero with his technique, but Watchdog Man intercepted all of his blows while still holding back. I didn't say, shake. Izuku retorted angrily. Suddenly, a powerful blow struck him in the face, and the hero followed up with erratic jumps, landing several hits that Izuku couldn't defend against. Meanwhile, Efo remarked, a monster, you say, huh? Overhaul added, Yiro told me in private that I should conduct this experiment on him since I have the technology and time. This has to stay between us. Devo smirked. I can only imagine the look on All Might's face when he sees his son as a monster. Tokoyami spoke up, Shuji Yagi. Everyone. I'm truly sorry for losing control and going on a rampage earlier. I was immature and let my anger take over, releasing Dark Shadow. The influence of the darkness and my rage affected all of you. In the end, it grew so strong that I couldn't hold it back and ended up hurting Shoji. His hands trembled as he struggled to catch his breath. Shuji replied, we can deal with that later. That's what you would say, right? Metal Bat added with a cocky grin, you're lucky I didn't kill you, kid, as he extended his hand to Tokoyami. Izumi interjected, oh, right. One of the villain's targets is Kaken. Bakugo? Tokoyami asked. Are they trying to kill him? Why? Metal Bat questioned. I don't know. Anyway, I think the camp is the safest place since there are two pros, Vlad King and Mr. Aizawa, there. Mirko and Watchdog Man are there too, right? She asked. Nah, they went deep into the forest to find that hero hunter. Pretty sure he's cooked at this point, Metal Bat replied. Wait, he's here? Bakugo exclaimed in surprise. But why? For all we know, he's with the League. Since Aizawa called the Hero Association for help, they sent two S-class heroes to capture and eliminate the hero hunter, Metal Bat explained. Izumi's eyes widened. What do you mean eliminate? Don't tell me. Shoto said, looking concerned. Metal Bat clarified, we're only here to capture him. The association will have to make the final decision. You can't. Izumi shouted. Metal Bat raised an eyebrow. And why is that? He asked. Suspiciously. Can't you just bring him to the police or something? Shoto asked worried. That only happens if the association doesn't get him first. Why do you kids look worried? Are you friends with him or? You know what? Never mind. Let's get you kids to the camp. With that, they all moved to SRT Bakugo safely toward the camp facility. Meanwhile, Izuku walked through the forest, looking beaten and injured. It was clear he had lost to the S-class hero. From Izuku's perspective, he thought, I never imagined he would be the one to defeat me. His speed and power were far superior and more advanced than Mirko's. It was more than I'd bargained for. I was lucky just to escape. Martial arts designed for human opponents were a poor match against his four-legged fighting style. He walked slowly, clutching his gut in pain. I need to find a place to rest and recover, he muttered under his breath, scanning his surroundings for any sign of shelter. His body ached with every step, and the blood from his injuries stained his clothes. Who's there? He said, alert. Whoa. Would you look at that? The famous hero hunter in front of me yet again, a voice taunted. Tiesuke. You again, Izuku scoffed. So, you're the guy the Monster Association sent? Happy to see me? Very well. I'm only here to bring you back to All for One after this whole childish operation ends, Phoenix Man replied. And what if I say no? Izuku challenged. Meanwhile, back with Izumi and the others, she called out, Achiko, as she rushed toward her to check on her injuries. Who was that woman just now? Todoroki asked, confused. A villain. A crazy one, Tsuyu replied. Achiko, you're injured. Izumi said, her worry evident. It's fine. I can still totally walk, Uraraka smiled, trying to reassure her. This isn't the time to stand around and talk. Let's go quickly, Shuji urged. Anyway, I'm just glad you're okay. I know. Come with us. Right now, we're protecting Kaken as we head back to camp. Metal Bat is with us too, Izumi explained. Ribbit? You're protecting Bakugo? Metal Bat is with you too? Then where are they? Tsuyu asked. Huh, what are you saying? They are right behind. Izumi began, looking back to point at them, only to be shocked to find they were gone. Suddenly, a masked villain appeared on a tree branch. The people you're talking about. I took them with my magic while they were off guard. This talent isn't someone who should be on the hero side. We'll take him to a stage where he can shine more, Mr. Compress declared. Give him back. Izumi yelled. Give him back? That's a strange thing to say. Bakugo doesn't belong to anyone. He's his own person, you egoist, Mr. Compress retorted. Give them back. Izumi shouted again. Move. Todoroki yelled as he stomped his feet, attempting to freeze the villain, but Mr. Compress dodged by jumping from one tree to another. We simply want to show him that the path he's on now, with its fanatical values, is not the only path he can take. Kids these days are made to choose their paths based on their values, Mr. Compress explained. It's not just Bakugo. Tokoyami's not here either. Shuji yelled. To go out of your way to talk to us. You're underestimating us, Todoroki said, glaring at the masked villain. I was originally an entertainer, you know. It's a bad habit of mine. Taking Tokoyami was an improvisation on my part. Since he was next to the S-class hero Metal Bat, I had to take out the witnesses, Mr. Compress admitted. You monster! Don't you dare take them! Izumi yelled in anger, creating a tornado to attack him, which he dodged swiftly. Todoroki, take this guy, Uraraka said. Right? She responded. Shoto handed Cozy Eye to Uraraka and tried to freeze the villain with a massive giant ice wall attack. The masked villain managed to evade the ice and decided it was time to retreat. Sorry, tricks and running away are my only redeeming features. There's no way I'd fight students who are hero candidates, Mr. Compress said, radioing the Vanguard Action Squad to meet at the rendezvous point. Vanguard Action Squad. Targets successfully collected. It was just a short while, but with this, our show has come to a close. As arranged, head to the retrieval point in the next 5 minutes. He announced over the radio as he jumped from one ice patch to another. Come to a close? Todoroki asked, confused. No! Izumi screamed. I won't let you. I won't let you get away. Todoroki vowed. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Awaze was carrying an injured Momo as he ran away from the Vanguard Action Squad's Nomu. The Nomu cut down several trees with its multiple weapon arms, consisting of chainsaws, drills, and hammers, in pursuit of Awaze. Awaze was in a panic as he ran for their lives. This is bad. This is really bad. This guy's really bad news. Yaoyorozu, are you alive? Please run. It's going to catch up. Breathless, Yaoyorozu replied, I'm sorry, Awaze. I'm fine. As she regained her senses, she recalled coming to on the ground, with no idea of what had happened to her. CRP. The minute. Awaze cursed as the Nomu closed in on them, its chainsaw arm poised to strike. In a desperate attempt to protect Momo, Awaze braced himself, ready to sacrifice his life. But just as the Nomu was about to attack, it halted, retracting its weapon arms into its body and turning away to walk deeper into the forest. What? Why is it leaving? Awaze wondered aloud. Yaoyorozu thought to herself, does this mean it has done its job? Then, don't tell me. Bakugo. She quickly formulated a plan. Use your judgment, Momo. What would be the worst-case scenario? And what's the best thing you can do right now? With determination, she began to create a tracking device. Aways, use your quirk to attach this to that, she instructed, handing him a small device. What is this? A button? Aways asked, confusion evident on his face. Just hurry up and do it. It'll get away. Yaoyorozu urged, her voice tinged with urgency. I don't know what's going on, but... Aways hesitated, then approached cautiously, using his weld quirk to stick the tracker onto the Noma's back. The creature remained oblivious and continued its retreat, the device securely attached. I attached it like you asked. Aways said, relief washing over him. Thanks, Aways, Yaoyorozu replied, grateful. Ah, that was too scary. Let's get away. Aways suggested, glancing back nervously. Right, she agreed, and together they continued to run. Meanwhile, in the League of Villains, Toga exclaimed, Huh? No one else is here yet? You lunatic, did you get the blood? Dabi asked sharply, his tone demanding. How many people's worth? He pressed further. One person's worth. Toga replied cheerfully. Just one. Weren't you told to get at least 3? Twice interjected, incredulous. It couldn't be helped. I thought I was going to be killed. Anyway, where is Mr. Hero Hunter? She asked, excitement bubbling in her voice. Dabi shrugged. Don't really know, never mind, he's up there. He pointed skyward. Is that a bird monster? Toga asked, noticing Phoenix Man clutching Izuku as he struggled to escape. Let me go, you beastie. Izuku yelled, writhing in vain. Geez, is that how you say thank you? You need to work on your manners. We're here now, Phoenix Man said, dropping Izuku to the ground and landing in front of the League. Oh, Mr. Hero Hunter, you're all beat up. How adorable. Toga giggled, skipping toward Izuku. Get away from me, he growled, trying to rise. Despite his injuries. Looks like you had a rough time. Who did you run into? Dabi asked, his voice low and taunting. That Dmed watchdog man. I underestimated him, Izuku admitted reluctantly. He's an S-class hero for a reason. You're lucky to be alive, Phoenix Man remarked. Lucky or unlucky, you're still breathing, aren't you? That has to count for something. Twice chimed in. Whatever. Well, no. All Might isn't here. Izuku said, frustration evident in his voice. Now we... Dabi said, hearing a crunch from above. He looked up, followed by Twice and Himiko, to see Mr. Compress descending with Izumi, Shuji, and Todoroki, crashing to the ground a dozen feet away from Dabi. Hey, I know these kids. Who are they? Twice exclaimed. Tisk. Izuku scoffed. Izuku. Izumi said, shocked to see him. Dude, get out of the way, Dabi ordered. Roger. Mr. Compress complied, compressing himself into a marble. Dabi unleashed a wave of fire toward the students, managing to burn Mizo and Izuku. Shoto dodged and confronted Twice. Izumi. Shoji. Todoroki shouted. Faces from Shigaraki's kill list. That little beat-up boy and you. They weren't though. Twice said, attempting to attack with his measuring tape. Todoroki countered by creating a wave of ice to keep Twice at bay. That's hot. Twice exclaimed. Izuku prepared to attack the students but was halted by Phoenix Man. Save your energy, you're still injured, he advised. Izuku. Why are you with them? Izumi asked, confusion and desperation lacing her voice. It's none of your business, he retorted coldly. Izuku, we're here to help. Come back with us, Todoroki urged while battling Twice. Shoto. Izuku said, his tone icy. Sorry, but that's not happening, Phoenix Man declared, spreading his wings and preparing for battle. While they spoke, Mr. Compress reverted to his normal form. I can't believe you flew so far to chase after me. Your ideas are far out, he complained, cradling his arm in pain. Where's Bakugo? Dabi asked. Well, of course. Mr. Compress reached into his pocket to retrieve 3 marbles, but to his shock, he found only 2. Lookin' for me, ya punk? Metal Bat shouted. What? How did you? Mr. Compress began, but before he could finish, Metal Bat slammed his bat into his gut, launching him toward Dabi, who sidestepped to avoid the impact. Oh, that hurts, Mr. Compress groaned. You're annoying, Dabi muttered, sending a wave of blue flames toward Metal Bat. Nice try. Metal Bat shouted, using his bat to deflect the flames. But it's going to take more than that to stop me. I'll handle this, Phoenix Man said, launching himself at Metal Bat to intercept him. Yagi, Todoroki, we're running away. I'm sure now based on what he just did, I don't know what your quirk is, but inside that right pocket of yours that you kept flaunting were these, Tokoyami and Bakugo, right, entertainer? Shuji said, revealing 2 blue marbles. Shuji. Izumi smiled. All right. Good job, Shoji. Todoroki praised. The trio began to flee from the villains back to the camp, but before they could escape, they were cut off by the sudden appearance of Kurojari. Teach this guy. Shuji stammered. That was at USJ. Todoroki added. The warp. Izumi realized. It has been 5 minutes since the signal. Let us go, Dabi, Kurojari said, opening several portals near the villains. Himiko and Twice both slipped through the warp gates, but Dabi refused to leave. Wait, our goal is not yet, Mr. Compress protested. Oh that? They seemed so happy that they rushed out here, so I thought I'd give them a present, Dabi said, walking near the portal while holding his gut in pain. It's a habit, one of the basics of magic. When I flaunt something, there's something I don't want you to see. The masked villain revealed that he had been hiding the true marbles inside his mouth all along. Izumi and Todoroki gasped in shock. And no way. While they were stunned, Compress snapped his fingers, revealing that the 2 marbles Shuji had were actually Todoroki's ice. My ice! Todoroki exclaimed. That's right. During the freezing attack, I prepared dummies and put them in my right pocket, Mr. Compress taunted. Demon IT! Izumi shouted. In a last-ditch effort, the trio rushed at the villains to rescue their friends. However, before they could reach them, Mr. Compress took a final bow. If you discover that what was in my right hand was in my right pocket, then of course you'd rush happily over, he remarked, a sly smile on his face. Wait! Izumi cried out, her voice filled with urgency. And now, that's all from me, he began, but before he could finish, Watchdog Man landed a punch squarely on his face. In an instant, Kurojari opened a portal, whisking Mr. Compress away just in time. Damn it, Watchdog Man said calmly as the marbles fell from Mr. Compress's mouth. The boys hurried to catch them. Shuji managed to grab one marble, but Dabi snatched the other before Shoto could reach it. That's sad. Shoto. Todoroki. Dabi taunted. Confirm it now. Release this. He snapped his fingers, revealing Tokoyami trapped inside the marble Shuji held. Meanwhile, Bakugo remained in Dabi's grasp. No problem, Izumi said as she dashed forward to save Bakugo. Katsuki, she shouted, desperation lacing her voice. Izumi. Back, Bakugo warned, his tone urgent. At that moment, Phoenix Man seized Izuku with his claws, lifting him into the air as they flew away, escaping from Metal Bat. Tisk, that was a close one, huh? Phoenix Man taunted, a smirk on his face. Pathetic. Izuku retorted, struggling against his captor. Be sturdy. Metal Bat yelled from the ground, his voice echoing through the forest. After witnessing Bakugo's abduction by the Vanguard Action Squad, Izumi cried out in anguish. She screamed, tears streaming down her face. In the aftermath of the attack, Vlad King called for emergency services to extinguish the forest fires. 15 students were knocked unconscious due to Mustard's poison gas, 11 others suffered unrelated injuries, 13 remained physically unharmed, and 1 was kidnapped. Pixie Bob and Mirko were in serious condition, while Ragdoll was missing. The police arrested Muscular, Moonfish, and Mustard. The following day at UA, a throng of reporters clamored for statements and explanations. Will you open your gates? One reporter asked. I'm from Yomiuri TV. Is there an official statement from UA High? Another inquired. How do you plan on dealing with the families of the victims? A third pressed. As the media demanded answers, UA remained silent. We shifted to a meeting room where Nizu and the other UA staff gathered. To be attacked during a training camp meant to prepare students to fight villains. We should be embarrassed by the irony. We feared the resurgence of villains, but our understanding was naive. They had already begun their war to dismantle hero society, Nizu said, disappointment evident in his voice. Even if we had understood it, would we have been able to defend against it? With all these persistent developments unfolding one after another. Ever since All Might, most organized crime has been weeded out, Midnight added. We all grew too complacent during peaceful times, thinking we had time to prepare, Present Mike remarked. I am deeply angry at my own cowardice. While they were fighting desperately, though was relaxing in the tub, All Might confessed, shame washing over him. Having the sports festival right after the attack. We can't keep taking such rigid stances. To have a student kidnapped is UA's greatest failure. They have stolen the trust people had in us heroes, along with Bakugo, Snipe said, frustration clear in his tone. All the news outlets are filled with criticism of UA right now. If they were trying to get Bakugo, it was probably because his violent side became common knowledge at the sports festival. If he is swayed by the villains, then it's over for UA as an educational institution, Nizu warned. Let's hope that's not the case. A few students reported seeing the hero hunter badly beaten up. Any thoughts? Present Mike asked. We were fortunate to have 2 S-class heroes along with pro hero Mirko. If they hadn't dealt with him, the outcomes could have been much worse. The question is, why was the hero hunter there in the first place? Midnight pondered. Nizu sat quietly, glancing at All Might, who appeared disappointed in himself. Whatever the reason, we still need to regain the public's trust, Snipe stated. Since we're on the topic of trust, there's something I'd like to address. We can say conclusively now, there's a traitor among us, isn't there? Present Mike declared, surprising the other teachers. Only the teachers and the pussycats knew where the training camp would be held. That's not all that suspicious. Using their cell phone location information, even the students. Mike, stop it, Midnight interrupted, her annoyance palpable. How can I? We need to clean this place up thoroughly, he replied, his anger rising. What about you? Can you prove that you're 100% innocent? Can you assert that everyone here is innocent? If we suspect each other, we'll destroy ourselves from the inside. Looking for a traitor isn't something we should rush into, Snipe reasoned. At the very least, I trust you all. I can't definitively prove my own innocence either, though, Nizu concluded. For now, our priority as a school is to guarantee the safety of the students. Given the suspected leak, there's something I've been considering for a while now. Before he could finish, a phone call interrupted him. He stood up to leave as he answered. Excuse me, I have to take this, All Might said, exiting the meeting room. We're in a meeting. Turn off your phone. Present Mike called after him. His ringtone's so lame. Midnight commented, shaking her head. Outside, All Might pondered, what symbol of peace can't even save his own students? What father can't even save his own children? He glanced at the phone and realized it was Tsukachi calling. Sorry, what is it, Tsukachi? All Might asked. We just received statements from Aizawa and Vlad King, but there's been an unexpected development. Tsukachi replied. Really, Tsukachi? Yes. About 2 weeks ago, one of my subordinates was gathering information and discovered that a man with a patchwork face was seen entering a building that was supposed to be vacant. The man was said to be in his 20s, so he checked the records for past criminals but found nothing notable. After speaking with the owner of the building, he learned that there was a sort of hidden bar there, which he thought was unrelated to our investigation and ignored. But one of the villains who kidnapped the student this time had the same markings. Given the situation, once we find evidence, we'll move in at once. This is top secret. I'm only telling you because it's you. We're planning to ask for cooperation from several pro heroes and maybe a few S-class heroes for this rescue and cleanup mission. All Might, please lend us your power too. There was a moment of silence. All Might. I had a wonderful friend. This is what I'll say when I meet those guys. I am here to counterattack, he declared as he slowly transformed into his muscular form. Meanwhile, the news reported, it appears the principal offenders of the UA High Training Camp attack called themselves the League of Villains Vanguard Action Squad. For UA High, in both the USJ incident and the Hosu incident, the name League of Villains. The next day, Izuku called out, "Izumi." Izumi knelt on the floor, her eyes wide with fear and despair as she looked up at the towering figure of Izuku. His body was covered in thick black skin, red veins coursing through it like a sinister map. "Wake up," he urged, his voice echoing in her mind. "Wake up, wake up, wake up." Suddenly, Izumi opened her eyes, realizing she was in a hospital bed. A voice was calling her to wake up. "Oh, Yagi, you're awake," Kaminari exclaimed, his excitement palpable as the rest of Class 1A entered the room one by one. "Did you see the news? The media is swarming the school right now," Sato said, concern etched on his face. "It's way worse than in the spring," Mineta added, his voice trembling. "We've got a melon. We bought it together." "A big melon," someone shouted, trying to lighten the mood. "I caused you trouble, Yagi," Tokoyami said, his head bowed in shame. "No, I did too. Did everyone from Class A come?" Izumi asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "No, Jiro and Hagakure are still unconscious from the villain's gas. Yaoyorozu also got hit hard on the head and is hospitalized here. Apparently, she regained consciousness yesterday. So, everyone but those three came," Ida explained, his tone serious. 15 of us, Todoroki noted, his expression neutral. "Because Bakugo's not here," he added, his words hanging heavy in the air. "Hey, Todoroki," Ashido said, attempting to brush off the tension. In a flashback, Izumi had confronted Izuku, her voice filled with desperation. "Izuku, why are you with them?" "Tisk," he had replied, his frustration evident. "Katsuki," she had shouted, trying to catch him. "Don't them," Bakugo had warned, his voice strained. Back in the present, Izumi's eyes filled with tears as she recalled the moment. All Might said, "I can't save the people I can't reach. That's why he will always save those he can reach. But he lied about that. He could have saved him, but he chose me over him," she cried, her heart breaking. "Who was in a place where I could reach. I had to save him." Most of the students assumed she was talking about Bakugo, but in truth, she was referring to Izuku and the path he had taken as a villain. Only Ida and Shoto understood her true feelings. "It's my fault I couldn't save Kaken," she sobbed. "Then let's save him this time," Kirishima suggested, surprising everyone with his sudden determination. "Actually, Todoroki and I were here yesterday too," Kirishima added, his voice steady. In another flashback, Todoroki had asked, "Kirishima, why are you here?" "I couldn't just sit still at home," and Kirishima had replied nervously. "I see. Me neither," Todoroki had responded. "On our way to your room, we saw All Might and a police officer talking to Yaoyorozu," Kirishima continued. "With the help of a ways from Class B, I attached a tracking device to one of the villains. This device will receive that signal. Please use it for your investigation," Yaoyorozu had said, handing them a GPS. "Before, Aizawa said you lacked the judgment to make quick decisions. You have grown so much. Thank you, young Yaoyorozu." All Might had praised, a smile on his face as he held the GPS. With a classmate in danger, Yaoyorozu had continued. "It is frustrating to only be able to help in this way," All Might had said. "That feeling is proof that you are worthy of being a hero. Please leave the rest to us." As the flashback ended, Ida spoke up. "Does this mean you're going to have Yaoyorozu make another receiver?" he asked seriously. "What if it does?" Todoroki replied. Ida gritted his teeth and shouted, "It is as All Might said. This is something we should leave to the pros. This isn't the place for us to act, you idiots." Kirishima interjected, "We know that. But I couldn't do anything. After I heard that my friend was being targeted. If I don't do anything now, I won't be a hero or a man anymore." Kaminari tried to calm him down. "Kirishima, we're in a hospital. It's fine to feel strongly about things, but this time. Tsu added, Ida is correct. For a few seconds, Kirishima stood there, silently wrestling with his thoughts. Once he calmed down, he said, Ida, all of you, you're all correct. I know that. But, hey Yagi, your hand can still reach. We can go save him. He extended his hand toward Izumi. After a few minutes of heated discussion, Ashido summarized. So, in short, you're planning on getting the receiver from Yaoyorozu, following it, and going to save Bakugo yourselves? Kirishima confirmed, yeah. Todoroki added, even though the villains said we were targets to be killed, they took Bakugo without killing him. They probably let him live, but that doesn't mean they won't kill him eventually. Kirishima and I are going. Ida shouted again, don't go overboard with your messing around. Shuji intervened, wait. Calm down. I understand Kirishima's frustration at not being able to do anything and Todoroki's frustration at having him stolen in front of his very eyes. I'm frustrated too. But this isn't a situation where we should act on our emotions. Right? Aoyama chimed in, let's leave this to All Might. Mr. Aizawa's permission to fight at the training camp has been rescinded too. Tokoyami added, Aoyama's right. I can't say much since I was the one who needed saving though. Kirishima tried to speak again but was cut off by Tsu. Guys, we're all shocked from Bakugo's kidnapping. But let's think things through calmly. No matter how just your feelings are, if you're saying you'll fight again, that you'll break the rules, those acts are the same as those of villains. Everyone stood in silence, feeling the weight of her words. Suddenly, the door opened, and the doctor entered. Sorry to interrupt. It's time for the patient to rest. Siro suggested, why don't we go? Pointing at the door. I want to see how Jiro and Hagakure are doing too. Ojiro agreed, oh yeah. Uraraka added, Izumi-chan, feel better soon. Izumi smiled, thanks, all of you. As the students began to leave the room one by one, Kirishima approached Izumi. We talked to Yaoyorozu yesterday. If we go right away. Tonight. Not sure if you want to come or not, but we still wanted to invite you because you're probably the most frustrated out of everyone. We'll be waiting in front of the hospital tonight. While he spoke, Ida listened carefully as he exited the room. Meanwhile, the assistant approached Endeavor. Endeavor, a phone call for you. Who is it? Endeavor asked, his tone sharp. A Mr. Tsukachi from the police. Endeavor answered the phone. It's me. Tsukachi said, we would like to request your urgent assistance, Endeavor. Best Jeanist informed his sidekicks, I have received an emergency summons and must leave this place for a while. Even if I am not here, I want you to keep being strong in both mind and body and continue to keep the streets safe while I'm gone. Yes, sir, they responded in unison. As night fell, Kirishima and Todoroki waited outside the hospital gates. I wonder what Yaoyorozu decided, Kirishima mused. Todoroki replied calmly, well, no matter how restless we are, it's up to her. Suddenly, Kirishima exclaimed, she's here. As he spoke, the hospital doors opened, and Yaoyorozu emerged, followed closely by Izumi. Todoroki said softly, Izumi. After a few seconds, they stood before them, ready to talk. Kirishima asked, Yaoyorozu, what's your answer? Yaoyorozu began, But Ida interrupted, shouting as he arrived at the gates. Ida. Kirishima responded, surprised. Izumi spoke in a sorrowful tone, Ida? Ida's frustration boiled over as he exclaimed, why did it have to be you two of all people? You were the ones who stopped me when I acted recklessly for personal reasons. You both received amnesty alongside me. Why are you trying to make the same mistake I did? It's too much. Kirishima approached him, confusion etched on his face. What are you talking about? Shoto placed a hand on Kirishima's shoulder, halting him. Ida continued, we are still minors. UA is already in a precarious position. Who will take responsibility for your actions? Do you understand? His voice rose in agony, and Izumi stood there in silence, absorbing his words. Ida, it's not like that. We don't think it's okay to break the rules either. Shut up. Ida's voice echoed through the hospital, shocking everyone present. You want to get your brother back? You want to fix your mistakes? You want to help everyone else? Fine, but don't risk the lives of your friends, he shouted, leaving Izumi speechless. Kirishima and Yaoyorozu exchanged confused glances, unaware that Izumi had a brother. That's enough, Ida, Todoroki interjected. No, Todoroki, it's not enough. We can't just rush in recklessly. It's irresponsible. What if something happens to you guys? What if we lose more of our friends? Ida insisted. Ida, we don't expect to face them head-on and win either. We'll extricate him without fighting. That's how we can operate within the rules, Todoroki replied calmly. I trust Todoroki, Yaoyorozu added, her expression determined. But I plan to accompany you as well, so I can step in if anything happens. Kirishima smiled, relieved that they wouldn't be alone. Yaoyorozu. Izumi shook her head, her voice trembling. I don't expect to win either. I don't expect my brother to come back to us easily. It's all my fault. She fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. If I hadn't been so foolish. I thought bullying my brother would save him from becoming a hero, and now he's a criminal because of me. Kirishima, he murmured, worry creeping into his voice. Izumi. Todoroki said softly. Ida stood in silence, realizing the weight of her pain. Yagi, he said, extending his hand to her. If you really think you can't do it all by yourself, then take me with you too. Yaoyorozu checked the GPS on her device. The coordinates indicate Kamino Ward, Yokohama City, in Kanagawa Prefecture. Since we're leaving from Nagano, it will take about 2 hours. We should arrive around 10 o'clock. They were on a train heading from Nagano to Kamino, and Kirishima was munching on a rice ball. Hey, I heard that, he said, looking up. Did you tell everyone that we would leave tonight? Izumi asked, her brow furrowing. Yeah. They tried even harder to stop us when we told them, Kirishima replied. After a moment of silence, Todoroki spoke up. Just to make sure, you know that what we're doing is selfish and that no one wants us to do it, right? You can still turn back if you want to. If I were hesitating, then I wouldn't have said I'd do it in the first place. Kirishima retorted. He's not someone who'd let the villains do whatever they want with him. What about you, Yagi? I know what we're doing is risky, but I can't sit back and do nothing. I have to try to save him, Izumi declared, her eyes fixed on the GPS in Yaoyorozu's hand. Todoroki nodded, respecting her resolve. All right then, let's stay focused. Need to be careful once we get there. The train continued its journey, the rhythmic clatter of the tracks creating a tense backdrop for the students' thoughts. Izuku woke up in a cell furnished only with a bunk bed and minimal amenities. A heavy door loomed on one side of the room. Where am I? He murmured, noticing the bandages and bruises covering his body. Did they bandage me? Better than nothing, I guess. He swung his legs over the side of the bed and cautiously approached the door, opening it. Stepping outside, he found himself in a much larger area. The dimly lit room housed over 20 capsules, each containing an unconscious Nomu connected to a complex array of wires and machinery. As he ventured further, he spotted one of the unconscious pussycats, Ragdoll, confined in a nearby capsule. What is this place? He muttered, bewildered. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the corridor. It's you again, he said calmly, watching All for One walk toward the Nomus. All Might wasn't there. You said you would let me kill him during the mission. That was the whole point. All for One turned his head slightly, his expression unreadable behind his mask. Patience, hero hunter. Plans often change, especially in our line of work. All Might will fall, but not before the proper stage is set. Izuku clenched his fists, frustration evident in his eyes. You're wasting my time here. Either you find All Might and I kill him, or I leave. Izumi looked around, taking in the bustling streets of Kamino Ward. So this is Kamino Ward? She said, observing the large crowds. There are a lot of people, Todoroki noted. So those guys are hiding somewhere in this city? Okay, where are they, Yaoyorozu? Kirishima yelled, running ahead. Wait a minute. From here on out, we must be very careful. The villains know what we look like, remember? We must also consider that we may be attacked at any moment, Yaoyorozu cautioned. But at this rate, we won't be able to scout very easily, Ida pointed out. Then what are we supposed to do? Kirishima asked. I have a suggestion, Yaoyorozu replied. A few minutes later, after trying on different clothes, they finally settled on their outfits and prepared to go. I see. Disguises, huh? Todoroki remarked. That's right, Yaoyorozu confirmed. What are these clothes? Ida inquired. I'll tell you later, Kirishima said with a grin. It's not too bad, I guess, Izumi added. Kids would stand out in the shopping district at night, right? Yaoyorozu said with a confident grin. Yaoyorozu, wouldn't it have been free if you used creation to make all this? Todoroki asked. That's against the rules. If I make anything I want with my quirk, then circulation of money. As a citizen of this nation, I must increase the flow of money in the economy, she exclaimed, comically embarrassed. Kirishima thought to himself, this innocent girl just wanted to go shopping, huh? After calming down, Yaoyorozu said, everyone, our destination is this way. She was cut off as a random person shouted, Whoa, it's Yue. Todoroki and Izumi turned back to see the source of the commotion. They were surprised to see a giant screen broadcasting a press conference led by Yue High School, where the staff was answering reporters' questions. The news anchor announced, please watch a clip from Yue High School's apology press conference that just occurred. Izumi spoke up, addressing Mr. Aizawa, while Yaoyorozu chimed in, mentioning the principal. Aizawa turned to the audience, his expression serious. We deeply apologize for the incident that allowed harm to come to 27 first-year students in the hero course due to our unpreparedness. We regret causing unease in society due to our negligence in properly defending ourselves as a place of learning. We are truly sorry. He, along with Vlad King and Nizu, bowed in respect. As the reporters began snapping pictures, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Kirishima, astonished, remarked, Mr. Aizawa, who hates being on TVs. A reporter from Yomiuri TV seized the moment, asking, since the beginning of the year, UA high school students have had 4 encounters with villains. This time, there were even students injured. How did you explain this to their families, and what specific countermeasures are you taking? From Izumi's perspective, she thought, after the sports festival, they should know UA's basic position. Is he really going to make them say it? Treating them like the bad guys? Nizu responded, we will increase policing in the surrounding area and review the security within the school, ensuring the students' safety with a strong position. That is what we told them. As he finished speaking, the viewers began voicing their concerns. One person questioned, what are these guys saying? Another added, they're not being protected at all. A third remarked, hero schools aren't usually defeated by villains, while another asked, how's that supposed to ensure anything? Aren't they just trying to protect themselves? Someone else expressed disappointment, saying, that's disappointing. Meanwhile, Shigaraki observed the reactions and commented, it's so strange. Why are the heroes being criticized? Their approach was just a little off the mark. Is it because it's their job to protect? Everyone makes mistakes. Are they supposed to be perfect? Modern-day heroes are so uptight. Don't you think, bakugo? He glanced at a restrained bakugo. Spinner chimed in, once heroes receive compensation to protect people, they aren't heroes anymore. That is Stain's teaching. Shigaraki continued, the strange system of transforming people's lives into money or glory. The society that clings to those rules. The citizens who blame the losers rather than encourage them. Our fight is to question, what is a hero? What is justice? Is this society truly just? We're planning on winning. You like winning too, right? After a moment, Shigaraki instructed, Dabi, release his restraints. Dabi replied, huh? This guy's gonna fight, you know? Shigaraki assured him, it's fine. We need to treat him like an equal since we're scouting him. Besides, you can tell if you'll win or not if you fight in this situation, right, UA student? Dabi pushed twice forward, urging, do it. Twice hesitated, what, me? No way. Dabi insisted, do it. Once the restraints were off, Bakugo sprang up and blasted Shigaraki's mask off his face with an explosion. After a tense moment, Bakugo laughed maniacally. You really think I'm gonna join your bullshit league? Magna stepped forward, confused. What did you just say? Bakugo declared, You're all pathetic. You think you can break me? Make me one of you? I'd rather die. Dabi stepped closer, flames flickering at his fingertips. You've got a death wish, kid? Toga giggled, her twisted smile evident. Oh, I love it when they scream. Can I, Shigaraki? Can I make him bleed? Kurogyri warned, Don't, Tamura Shigaraki. Calm down. To their surprise, instead of losing control, Shigaraki raised his palm to signal them to stop. Don't touch him, any of you. This guy, he said, placing his hand on Bakugo's face, is a valuable piece. Shigaraki added, I wish you would have listened to me a little. I thought we could come to an understanding. Bakugo scoffed. Come to an understanding? In your dreams. Shigaraki warned, You're going to regret this, brat. Bakugo shot back. If you're going to kill me, please do it quickly. The only thing I regret is living in this world. Taking a deep breath, Bakugo declared, I'm not dying without a fight, though. Shigaraki's hand twitched, but he stepped back, a cruel smile on his lips. Fine. Have it your way, Bakugo. But know this, we will break you. Piece by piece. Dabi and Toga exchanged glances, unsure of what to make of the situation. Twice shifted uncomfortably, his eyes darting between Bakugo and Shigaraki. Spinner leaned against the wall, while Magna and Kurogyri spectated. Compress remained on high alert. Shigaraki called out, Tensu, lend me your power, addressing a glitched TV. Earlier, after walking for a long time, the four students arrived at what they believed to be the villain's hideout in a quiet section of Kamino Ward, Kanagawa Prefecture. Yaoyorozu noted, This is the spot the receiver is showing, pointing to an abandoned warehouse. Kirishima replied, So that's their hideout. It really looks like one. Yaoyorozu added, I don't know if it's their hideout or not, but from what I can see on the receiver, the villain has not left here for the past day. She continued, Just because that villain is here does not mean Bakugo is. We are here with very little to go on. Please think about that objectively. Ida said, We don't have anyone who excels at sneaking around, like Jiro or Hagakure, with us. If I think it's even the least bit dangerous, I will stop you immediately. Because I am your friend, I will not hesitate to call for help. He reasoned, trying to warn them. Thanks, Ida, Izumi smiled. Endeavor sighed, Why do I have to clean up after you? I'm a busy man. Best Jeanist replied through a screen, Come on, don't be like that. You went to UA too, didn't you? He, along with other heroes, had been assigned to deal with the villains at Kamino while Endeavor and a few others were sent to the bar. Tsukachi explained, We've already asked the Hero Association for assistance, and they gave us 2 S-Class heroes who are on their way. Right now, we cannot call any heroes away from UA. Please look at the big picture, Endeavor. I'm talking about dragon-level threats. It's possible that this incident will become the impetus for the destruction of Hero Society. Best Jeanist added, In the past, I invited Bakugo to my agency to help reform his behavior. There are very few as stubborn as he is. He is probably fighting back right now. The situation requires that we act fast. Gang Orca asked, Not even you were able to change him? Best Jeanist responded, He was inflexible with pride down to the roots of his hair. He face-bombed himself. Tiger said, My comrade, Ragdoll, was also taken. I cannot overlook this at a personal level either. Tsukachi addressed the group, explaining, Based on the tracking device set by one of the students, we believe there are multiple hideouts. Our investigations have pinpointed the location of the kidnapped victim. We will send the bulk of our forces there and prioritize the victim's recovery. Simultaneously, we will secure the other location we suspect is their hideout, cutting off all escape routes to ensure we can arrest them all at once. He detailed the plan thoroughly. Rallying the team, Tsukachi declared, Today, it's a race against time. We cannot let the villains slip away. Earlier, during the press conference, we had the principal collaborate with us to mislead the villains. I had him feign distress, portraying a tough situation. After hearing those words, The villains will never suspect that we would act on the same day. Let's strike back. It's time for our counterattack. Together, we can change the tide, heroes. The police force, riot squad, helicopters, and top pro heroes swiftly advanced toward the bar building. Meanwhile, Best Genus team waited outside the villain hideout in Kamino Ward, poised for their orders to attack. A few minutes earlier, the Kirishima squad stood in front of a vending machine, trying to appear inconspicuous as they approached the hideout. There's no reaction, even though we're this close, Yaoyorozu observed. Kirishima added, the lights aren't on either. It doesn't look like anyone's inside. Todoroki concluded, to hide a tree, use the forest. I guess they're disguising themselves as an abandoned warehouse. Izumi thought, surveying the thick weeds under the front door. Is there another way in and out? Has someone used their quirk to camouflage it? We can't afford to be reckless and enter carelessly. What should we do? Yaoyorozu asked anxiously. Izumi pointed toward a narrow alley. What should we do? This is the only information we have. They moved toward the alley, careful not to attract attention, entering one by one. This is really narrow. I feel stuck, Yaoyorozu remarked. We can't move until we know it's safe, Izumi replied. No one will see us here, and from this height, we should be able to see inside. She gestured toward the wall and the open window of the hideout. Will we be able to see anything in this darkness? Todoroki asked. I can make a night vision scope, Yaoyorozu began, but Kirishima interrupted. Wait, Yaoyorozu. I actually brought one with me. Wait, aren't those really expensive? Izumi exclaimed. Who cares how much they cost? Let's focus on the mission. Kirishima urged, eager to proceed. Okay, then Izumi and Kirishima, you two look through it. Ida and I will carry you on our shoulders, Todoroki instructed. After a few moments of adjusting, Izumi complained, it's really cramped. Don't lean forward too much. I want to be ready to run at the first sign of danger, Ida cautioned. Kirishima, can you move back a little? He added. Tell us what you see. Kirishima, what's inside? Ida prompted. Kirishima scanned the area with the night goggles and hesitated, his heart racing. It's just dirty. I don't really see anything. He froze, a rush of adrenaline coursing through him. Kirishima? Hey! Izumi called out. What's wrong? What can you see, Kirishima? Todoroki asked anxiously. After calming down, Kirishima handed the night goggles to Izumi with trembling hands. In the back on the left. Yagi, look in the back on the left, he urged, fear evident in his voice. Izumi peered in that direction and was struck with shock and terror. There, in the shadows, were numerous capsules filled with a bluish liquid, each containing a nomu. No way! Are those? Nomu? She gasped, fear gripping her. In another part of the hideout, Shigaraki spoke to the glitching TV. Emster, lend me your power. Bakugo smirked. Oh? You're not the boss around here? That's not funny. Shigaraki turned his attention to him. Kurogiri, compress, make him go to sleep again, Shigaraki ordered calmly. I can't believe he's such a bad listener. I'm almost impressed, Compress sighed as he approached Bakugo. If you want me to listen to you, then get on your knees and die. Bakugo yelled defiantly. His thoughts raced. I want to blow them up with my max firepower, but that warp BSDRD's in the way. I need to create an opening somehow and get to the back door. Hello, this is Pizzala, Kamino store, a voice called out, causing everyone to freeze in confusion. All Might burst into the main hideout with a powerful smash attack, breaking through the wall. What the? Spinner exclaimed. Kurogiri. Gate. Shigaraki shouted. Preemptive binding. Before they could react, Kamui Woods appeared and ensnared all the members in an instant. Lacquered chain prison, he declared. A tree? What the heck? Dabi exclaimed, activating his blue flames in. An attempt to burn the restraints, but Gran Torino swooped in and knocked him out with a swift kick to the head. Don't be impatient. It'd be in your best interest to stay put, Gran Torino advised. You can't run anymore, League of Villains. But because we are here. All Might bellowed. Right after that press conference. Don't tell me this was prearranged. Compress said in shock. When one is on the offensive, that's when one neglects defense most, Edshot remarked as he slipped into the room. We're not the only ones here from the Pizza La Camino store, he continued, opening the door to reveal an entire SWAT squad, all armed. Outside, you're surrounded by skilled heroes, like Endeavor and the police. All Might turned to Bakugo. I'm sure you were scared. You did well to hold it together. I'm sorry. It's fine now, young man. I wasn't scared. Not even close, damn it. Bakugo shouted in anger, to which All Might responded with a thumbs up. Shigaraki's mind raced with fury. After all the trouble I went through to prepare this. Why are you coming to me, you last boss? Everyone's been restrained. We can't escape easily. Damn it. It can't be helped. We're not the only ones here. The same goes for us. Kurogiri, bring as many as you can over, he yelled. At the same time, Inhi Lady broke open the Noma factory. Back at the bar, Shigaraki questioned, What's the matter, Kurogiri? I'm sorry, Tamura Shigaraki. The Nomas that were supposed to be in a fixed location are not there. Kurogiri replied, sweat beading on his forehead. Huh. Shigaraki said, confusion and shock washing over him. You are still green, Shigaraki. All Might declared. Huh. Shigaraki echoed, bewildered. All Might stood tall, his voice resonating with authority. League of Villains, you have underestimated everything far too much. The soul of a young man, the diligent investigations of the police, and our anger. He spoke with pride, releasing his powerful aura. Enough with the childish pranks. This is the end, Tamura Shigaraki, he shouted. Shigaraki, struggling to rise, retorted defiantly, the end, you say? Don't be ridiculous. I've only just begun. Justice and peace? I'll destroy this garbage heap you've tried to cover with vague ideals. It was for that purpose that I set myself apart from All Might and began gathering people to my cause. This is just the beginning. He managed to push himself up as he spoke. Kurogiri, he yelled, calling for his ally. Edge shot swiftly incapacitated Kurogiri with his quirk. No, stop. I couldn't see anything. Did you kill him? Magna cried out in fear. Edge shot reassured him, I merely played around with his insides and made him unconscious. He is not dead. Ninpo, Thousand Sheet Pierce. He has always been a nuisance, so I'll have him sleep. Gran Torino interjected, Didn't I tell you earlier that it would be in your best interest to stay put? He addressed the group. With little information and time, the police officers worked through the night to uncover your true identities. Do you understand? There's nowhere left for you to run. Hey Shigaraki, can I ask you where your boss is? As he spoke, Shigaraki was flooded with memories of how All for One had saved him in his time of need as a child. This is unsatisfying. Don't be ridiculous. Don't be ridiculous. Shigaraki muttered to himself. All Might pressed on, demanding, Where is he right now? Go away. Disappear. Shigaraki replied, his voice laced with anger. Shigaraki! All Might yelled as he approached him. I hate you! Shigaraki shouted, his rage boiling over just as mysterious portals opened, transporting several Nomu through them. Nomus! They came from nowhere. What is that? Kamui Woods exclaimed in shock. Damn it, Edge shot, stop Kurogiri! Gran Torino shouted. He's still unconscious. He didn't do it. Edge shot insisted. They just keep coming. Gran Torino exclaimed. Kamui Woods. Do not let them go under any circumstances. All Might ordered urgently. Yes, sir. Kamui Woods responded. Suddenly, a grayish liquid began to seep from Bakugo's mouth. Young Bakugo! All Might cried, rushing toward him, but before he could reach him, Bakugo was swallowed up and vanished. New Endeavor we need back, what the? Kamui Woods said, noticing Endeavor and a large number of heroes battling a swarm of Nomu that had appeared in the streets. Endeavor shouted, Tsukachi, expand the evacuation area. There should be 2 hideouts. That's what our investigation results indicated. Genist, didn't you take control over there? Tsukachi asked through the walkie-talkie, but received no response. Genist. Toshinori, these guys. Gran Torino warned. They shouldn't have been able to warp. They're responding too quickly. All Might thought, a sense of dread creeping in. Don't tell me they're going to use this? Sir. Shigaraki murmured. 5 minutes earlier, Ida groaned, ouch. What happened? He held his head in pain as the dust settled. Kirishima and Yaoyorozu climbed the wall, gazing at the now-destroyed factory. MD Lady and Gang Orca. And even the number 4 hero, Best Genist. Kirishima said in awe. Mr. Tiger is there too. Yaoyorozu added. Ugh, are these really alive? Is it really okay for our job to be this easy, Genist? Maybe we should have gone with All Might, Lady remarked. Don't think about difficulty and importance together, rookie. Riot Squad, get the maidens ready. They might still be here. Please continue to give it your all, Genist instructed. Yes, sir. The Riot Squad responded. Ragdoll. Answer me. Tiger shouted, cradling an unconscious Ragdoll in his arms. She was wet and only wearing a towel. Is that your teammate? Looks like she's breathing. That's good, Gang Orca noted. But her condition. What did they do to you, Ragdoll? Tiger asked, concern etched on his face. The heroes were already moving way before we were. Ida said, relief washing over him. Yeah. Kirishima agreed. Now, let us fall back immediately. There's nothing left for us to do now, Ida suggested. If All Might is there, then there's even more reason to rest easy, Yaoyorozu smiled. Now hurry. Right, Todoroki replied. Izumi felt a sense of unease. Something didn't feel right. Footsteps echoed from the end of the factory. Sorry, Tiger. She had a good quirk. It was the perfect opportunity, so I took it. A voice emerged from the shadows. Gang Orca and Tiger turned toward the mysterious figure. Are you with the League? Gang Orca demanded. A light, someone. Tiger murmured. After my body turned into this, I also depleted a lot of what I'd stocked up. The figure continued. Stop. Don't move. Gang Orca commanded. Best Genist sprang into action, manipulating the villain's clothes to bind him tightly with fibers. Wait, Best Genist, what if he was an ordinary citizen? Lady asked worried. Think about the situation. Don't let the villains do anything. Best Genist replied. All for One broke through the fibers using a combination of quirks and blasted the hideout raid team. As the dust settled, the 4 students huddled behind the wall, terrified. Tamura finally started thinking and making decisions for himself. I wish you wouldn't have gotten in his way, Ifo said, his voice dripping with disdain. Izumi's heart raced. Tamura. He was talking about Shigaraki. What is this? It's not true, is it, Dad? Don't tell me. Then that's... Afo began to use airwalk, floating above Best Genist. After surveying the area, he began to clap his hands. As expected of the number 4 hero, Best Genist. I thought I'd blown everyone away. To be able to manipulate everyone's clothes and pull them aside in an instant, that quick decision-making and skill. You must have nerves of steel, he remarked, addressing a shocked and heavily injured Best Genist. Best Genist thought to himself, this isn't what I was told. So what? A top hero doesn't use that as an excuse for failure. With determination, Best Genist attacked with his gene fibers. All for One swiftly countered, blasting Genist with an air cannon. Blood gushed from Best Genist's torso as the ground beneath him shattered from the impact. The heroes lay defeated as Best Genist fell unconscious. I see. This is strength from a huge amount of practice and practical experience. I don't need yours. It's a quirk that doesn't align with Tamura's disposition, AFO declared. Meanwhile, the 4 students were paralyzed with fear, sweating behind the wall. What's with this guy? What just happened? Todoroki thought, his mind racing. He erased them all in an instant. Kirishima exclaimed internally. We must run. I know this, but… Yaoyorozu thought, panic rising. I'm so scared, my body. Ida lamented, feeling frozen. Izumi felt the weight of dread. That my body. I'll move. What in the world was that? Suddenly, all for one warped Bakugo and the rest of the League of Villains members to him using his teleportation quirk. Diamenet. What the hell? Bakugo coughed, looking confused. Sorry, Bakugo, Vivo said, a smirk playing on his lips. Huh? Bakugo replied, bewildered. Sir. Shigaraki called out, his voice filled with a mix of reverence and desperation. Fo observed Tamura with a hint of disappointment. You failed again, huh, Tamura? But do not be discouraged, he said as he approached him. Just try again. I have brought your associates back as well, even this child, because you judged him to be an important piece. Do it over as many times as you need to. That is why I am here. It's all for you. He extended his hand toward Shigaraki, who was kneeling on the ground. Izumi's thoughts raced. Remember why you came here. You couldn't save him back then because your body wouldn't move, right? To say you can't move because you're scared. He's right in front of you. I need to move. If I can't move here, then it's all. She tried to force herself to act, but Ida, looking terrified, held her back. I will. Ida began, his voice shaky. I will. Yaoyorozu echoed, her determination wavering. Protect you. Ida declared, his resolve strengthening. Think. Yaoyorozu urged. Think. Ida repeated, urgency in his tone. How can we? Yaoyorozu pondered aloud. Get away from here. Ida finished, their fear palpable as they faced the overwhelming situation. Suddenly, a figure yelled, Incinerate! And fired a cannon toward AFO, who managed to block it with a surge of air pressure. Well, if it isn't the S-class hero. Demon Cyborg, AFO chuckled, amusement dancing in his eyes. The association sent me here to deal with you, Genos replied, aiming his robotic palm at AFO. Since you are a dragon-level threat, we cannot let you roam around freely. All Might joined the fray, shouting, Oklahoma Smash! As multiple Nomus climbed onto All Might's body, he spun around, unleashing the Oklahoma Smash and sending them flying through the building. However, as the Nomus regained their footing, they quickly turned their attention to the civilians, who found their guns ineffective against the monstrous creatures. You monsters! One civilian cried out in fear, continuing to fire his weapon, just like the others. Damn it, where the hell are they coming from? Endeavor shouted in frustration, using his flames to incinerate the Nomu in front of him. The other hideout in Kamino must have been defeated. I can't get a hold of Genist or the other heroes there, Tsukachi said, shooting at the Nomus. We're being outnumbered here. Endeavor exclaimed, his voice rising with urgency. Suddenly, a rumbling noise echoed through the area. As the heroes and civilians turned to look, they saw a massive Nomu approaching. Unlike the others, this one was white, bone-folded, and wore a huge smile, ready to attack. What is that? One civilian whispered in disbelief. We're in trouble, another shouted. That's a Nomu. But bigger. A third added, panic rising. That's not a Nomu. That's a monster, Endeavor declared, his eyes narrowing. A muscular figure landed in front of the civilians and Endeavor. My, what's with those muscles, big guy, the newcomer exclaimed. Endeavor blinked in surprise. I'm the Class S hero, Puri prisoner. I escaped prison just to see you, the hero replied with a grin. The monstrous Nomu, now only meters away, began to advance slowly. I feel the strength erupting out of that thing. Stay back, my dears, and deal with the other ones. I've got this, Puri prisoner said, stretching his arms and warming up for the fight. Endeavor eyed Puri prisoner warily, but there was no time for questions. The massive Nomu continued its advance, each step causing the ground to tremble. Endeavor and the riot squad redirected their focus, battling the onslaught of lesser Nomus surrounding them. With characteristic enthusiasm, Puri prisoner prepared to confront the monstrous Nomu. His muscles bulged as he adopted a fighting stance, radiating confidence and strength. "Alright, big guy, let's see what you're made of," he shouted. With a burst of speed, Pori Pori Prisoner launched himself at the Nomu, delivering a series of rapid punches that struck with tremendous force. The Nomu staggered but retaliated swiftly, swinging its massive arm in a wide arc. Pori Pori Prisoner dodged and countered with a powerful uppercut, sending the Nomu reeling. To his surprise, the creature remained unfazed. "I can't let any of my friends get hurt by this beast. I have no choice, I have to go all out," he thought, feeling the adrenaline surge through him. He began to power up, causing his clothes to tear. "Angel style," he yelled as he jumped, revealing his radiant aura. Pori Pori lunged at the Nomu, unleashing a barrage of punches as smoke clouds billowed around them. "Angel rush," he shouted, pouring all his strength into the assault. After several minutes of relentless punches, the smoke cleared, revealing the Nomu looking almost completely unfazed, leaving Pori Pori Prisoner in shock. "What is this creature?" he murmured in disbelief. The Nomu's resilience stunned him momentarily. Despite his full-power onslaught, the creature showed almost no signs of damage. With a roar, the monstrous Nomu lunged forward, its eyes gleaming with malevolent intelligence, aiming to crush Pori Pori Prisoner. The hero narrowly dodged the attack, the ground shaking from the impact of the Nomu's blow. "I've faced strong opponents before, but this is something else," Pori Pori Prisoner thought, regaining his composure. Determined to protect the civilians and his fellow heroes, he readied himself for another round. "I won't let you hurt anyone else," he declared. With a roar, Pori Pori Prisoner launched himself at the Nomu again, delivering a flurry of punches that landed with resounding impacts. Each blow was packed with the hero's full strength, but the Nomu absorbed the hits with minimal reaction, as if Pori Pori Prisoner was striking an unbreakable wall. "Grara!" the Nomu roared in response. The Nomu retaliated, massive fists swinging with brutal force. This time, Pori Pori Prisoner wasn't quick enough to dodge. The Nomu's fist connected with his chest, sending him crashing into a nearby building. The impact shattered the wall, leaving a crater where Pori Pori Prisoner landed. "Gah!" he gasped, struggling to his feet, coughing. His body was bruised and battered, but he refused to back down. He had to protect the people. He had to keep fighting. "Bis tard," he growled, charging at the Nomu again. But this time, the creature was ready. It caught Pori Pori Prisoner's punch in its massive hand, stopping his momentum cold. The Nomu squeezed, crushing the hero's fist with its incredible strength. Pori Pori Prisoner let out a cry as the Nomu slammed him into the ground, the impact sending shockwaves through the area. He lay there, battered and struggling to rise. "No, I can't." Just then, All Might appeared beside him, extending his hand. "Let's do this together," he said, a spark of hope igniting within Pori Pori Prisoner. Determination shone in his eyes as he stood up. "Let's do this, darling," he exclaimed, ready to fight alongside All Might against the monstrous threat. Meanwhile, Genos confronted All for One. He broke through AFO's black tendrils and launched a rocket punch, sending the villain reeling. Regaining his balance with airwalk, AFO retaliated with a downward kick. Genos blocked the attack, though he sustained minor damage. Wiping oil from his damaged faceplate, he narrowed his eyes at the dark figure looming above him, its tendrils writhing like serpents. "I see, so you have multiple quirks. In that case..." With a surge of energy, Genos propelled himself into the air, transforming his arms into plasma cannons and firing a barrage of blasts aimed at All for One. From behind a wall, 5 students watched in shock. "Who is this guy?" "He's keeping up with no difficulty," Ida whispered. "The demon cyborg is no joke, let's hope he wins," Kirishima replied. "We need to save Katsuki, guys," Izumi urged. "We can't do it while he's shooting out laser cannons, we'd be vaporized," Shoto warned, frustration evident on Izumi's face. Back in the fight, All for One remarked, "Impressive, but futile. You are out of your league, demon cyborg." He unleashed a flurry of dark energy projectiles. Genos dodged and weaved through the barrage, closing the distance. He retracted his cannons and prepared for a powerful rocket punch aimed at AFO's core. The villain blocked with a reinforced tendril, but the impact pushed him back, momentarily disrupting his airwalk. Machine gun blow. Genos followed up with a rapid series of punches, each executed with mechanical precision. Persistent, aren't you? AFO countered, unleashing a shockwave of dark energy that forced Genos to retreat. Skidding to a stop, Genos assessed the chaos around him. He couldn't afford to lose. Bakugo watched in disbelief. He's even giving an S-class hero trouble. Genos thought, I still haven't finished my upgrades. I need to end this fight quickly. Initiating his incinerate mode, his body glowed with intense heat, cracking the ground beneath him. FO's eyes narrowed as he recognized the rising threat. Interesting. Let's see how far your determination can take you. AFO descended rapidly, aiming to crush Genos with overwhelming force. Genos met the attack head-on, their fists clashing in a fiery explosion of energy that shook the battlefield. This ends now. Incinerate. With a final burst of power, Genos unleashed his full incinerate blast, engulfing AFO in a torrent of fiery energy. The villain struggled to maintain his position against the overwhelming force. But just as victory seemed within reach, Genos' systems began to overheat. Smoke billowed from his mouth and wounds. Sensing the shift, AFO gathered his strength for a counterattack. It's over, demon cyborg. With a final effort, he launched a concentrated beam of dark energy at Genos, injuring him further. Genos, on the brink of failure, felt his power waning. He had lost his left leg and right arm, his face a mess of damage. Damn it, he coughed. FO acknowledged Genos. I must admit, that fight was truly amazing, but seeing an S-class hero struggle against me is more than enough to keep me around for a while. Maybe even kill All Might. Speaking of which, you're here, aren't you? All Might rushed through the clouds, delivering a powerful punch, but AFO caught both of his fists midair. I'll have you return my student, all for one. FO taunted back. Have you come to kill me a second time, All Might? Their confrontation created a massive shockwave, sending most of the League of Villains members flying and leaving the UA students stunned behind the wall. As the smoke cleared, All for One brushed dust off his suit, taunting, You're pretty late. It's a little more than 5 kilometers from the bar to here. It was easily 30 seconds after I sent the Nomus before you arrived. My guess is that the boss Nomu I sent kept you back. Is that right? You've gotten weaker, All Might. All Might replied, What about you? What's with that industrial mask you've got on? Aren't you overexerting yourself? Bakugo thought. He held All Might back with his bare hands. Even though he fought that cyborg, he's still kicking. All Might declared, I won't make the same mistake as I did 6 years ago, all for one. I will take young Bakugo back. And this time, I will throw you in prison for sure. And all of the League of Villains you control with you. He yelled in anger as he leaped at All for One with full speed. All for One responded, There's so much to do. It'll be tough. For both of us. He blasted All Might with an air cannon so powerful that it sent the hero crashing through a nearby building. Air cannon plus spring-like limbs, kinetic booster ×4, strength enhancer ×3. This combination is fun. Maybe I'll try to add a few more enhancer types. Bakugo shouted, All Might, his voice filled with worry. All for One said, Even without your worry, he won't die from something like that. So run away from here, Tamura, and take that child with you. His black tendrils emerged from his fingers and dug into Kurojire's unconscious body. Then, All for One used forced quirk activation to activate Kurojire's warp gate quirk. Now go, Tamura. Shigaraki asked, What about you? All Might returned, and All for One used airwalk to levitate and clash with All Might in the air, producing another powerful shockwave. All Might shouted, I won't let you get away. Compress urged, Shigaraki, let's get the kid and leave, using his quirk to compress Dabi into marble. The villains attacked Bakugo, trying to capture him again. All Might called out, Young Bakugo. Concerned, he tried to save Katsuki, but All for One used his quirk-enhanced fingers to keep All Might away from their fight. I don't think so. Because I am here, he mocked, throwing All Might toward the building behind them. Izumi quietly said, "Guys, I have a plan." Ida replied, "There is no way I'm letting you guys go to fight them." Izumi insisted, "We won't have to fight them, we'll just save Katsuki and leave without a trace if my plan works." Shoto encouraged, "Let's hear it." All Might threw his right hand and then his left, which All for One caught with ease, creating a shockwave that made a huge crater underneath them. "Are you saving your strength? To keep the boy from getting caught up in this?" All Might quickly retreated with a jump. All for One taunted, "It's rough, isn't it? To be these creatures called heroes." All Might thought, "Young Bakugo." Bakugo used his explosions to fly midair and see what was happening. "It's hard for All Might to fight because I'm here." "A minute," Gran Torino remarked. "Your daughter is turning out to be more like you, Toshi, and not in a good way." All for One recognized Gran Torino. "Shimura's friend, huh? I wonder if her old boyfriend would be here too." All Might turned his attention back to All for One. "It's shameful, but with this, I can defeat you without reserve." All for One. Gran Torino faced off against Tamura and Himiko, but before he could make a move, All for One activated his forced quirk, warping all the villains away. He used Magna to create a magnetic field, with Toga serving as the pull force, and the villains crashed through the portal. As he was pulled away, Shigaraki shouted, "Emester!" "Keep fighting, Tamura," All for One urged. All Might seized the moment to attack again, but All for One countered by warping Gran Torino into the path of All Might's fist. The force of the punch rebounded back at All Might through a technique called impact recoil. Gasping, All Might exclaimed, "I'm sorry. I only came here to save Tamura," All for One replied, "but if you're going to fight, then I will too." In the past, that fist crushed one comrade after another, while you were celebrated as the symbol of peace. The view you had from atop our sacrifices must have been magnificent. But what was it like to see your son when he was quirkless? All for One attempted to strike Gran Torino with an air cannon, but All Might quickly grabbed his teacher from the portal and countered with a punch. Detriot smash. He managed to negate the enhanced air cannon but sustained damage in the process. "I won't let you fight without reserve," All for One stated. "Heroes have many things they need to protect, don't they?" "Shut up," All Might retorted. All for One replied, feigning innocence. "You always toy with people like that." All Might continued, his voice rising in anger. "You take advantage of them and control them, scoffing at those just trying to live their lives. I cannot forgive that." With a surge of determination, All Might rushed at All for One and seized his left arm. All for One had no time to warp away, and All Might delivered a powerful punch, driving the villain's head into the ground and shattering his mask. However, the number one hero began to feel the effects of his time limit, slowly reverting to his weaker form. Gran Torino looked at him with concern. "Tashinori, you've reached your limit." All for One taunted, "What's wrong? You seem quite worked up, All Might." "I've heard that line before." He laughed, "Ha ha ha. From the previous One for All successor, Nana Shimura." Izuku scoffed, "Are you suggesting I should stay in this basement until you've weakened All Might? What's the point?" Calmly, All for One replied, "Other heroes will come here, and in your current condition, you'll only hold me back from inflicting serious damage without getting hurt yourself. So stay here while I fend them off. I also have a plan to force All Might to go all out. Once he's weakened, I'll teleport you here, and you can finish him off for good." "Tisk, fine," Izuku conceded. In the basement of the Noma factory, debris and massive rocks covered the door after Empty Lady had crashed her foot onto it. Izuku muttered to himself, "What's taking this faceless piece of work so long? Damn it, I can't even clear the debris because I'm injured." He leaned against the wall, examining his bandages and bruises. How am I going to defeat him in this condition? Meanwhile, All Might confronted All for One. "Don't you dare say her name. It was a waste for her to pass that power on to you," All for One taunted. "You two have much in common, considering you also gave that power to your daughter. It's amusing, really, you bestowed it upon someone who already had a quirk. I wonder why you didn't give it to your son, who was quirkless." Shut your mouth. All Might roared, fury surging through him as he attacked with his left arm, his right arm still occupied with holding back All for One. All for One unleashed an explosion that sent All Might flying backward. Gran Torino caught him mid-air, preventing a crash into a nearby helicopter that was recording the event for the news. It's just like last time, Toshinori. Calm down. 6 years ago, you got distracted, and that's how he managed to escape and put a hole in your stomach, Gran Torino reminded him as they landed. I won't let that happen, All Might said, breathing heavily. Above them, the helicopter was live-streaming the battle on national television, and everyone, including the main characters, was watching. The news reporter announced, half of Kamino Ward has been wiped out in an instant. All Might is currently battling the villain who even gave the S-Class hero Demon Cyborg trouble. How can one person be so powerful? He is more than holding his own against the symbol of peace. He is a dragon-level threat. Citizens reacted in disbelief. Why aren't any other heroes coming to help? These villain attacks are increasing. Are the heroes too much of a joke to deal with them? First monsters and now villains. Let me guess, it's going to be aliens next. All for One mused, I find myself conflicted. Tamura has been the one to erode society's trust in heroes. Is it fair that I should deliver the final blow, or should I let someone else do it? You know, All Might, as much as you despise me, I think I hate you even more. I killed your Mr. But you took everything I built with my own hands. That's why I want you to suffer until your last breath and die with regret. All for One prepared to unleash another air cannon using his quirks. Gran Torino anticipated the attack and instructed All Might to dodge and counterattack. However, All for One aimed his attack at a nearby civilian trapped under rubble. All Might threw himself in front of the massive air cannon, absorbing the full force of the blast. As the smoke cleared, All Might's weakened form was revealed. All for One sneered, first to go will be your self-respect and ridiculous public image. Show the world how pitiful you really are, symbol of peace. Everyone was shocked to see All Might in such a frail state. A citizen exclaimed, he looks like a skeleton. The news reporter questioned, is everyone else seeing this? It looks like All Might has been shrunken somehow. Izumi, amidst the crowd, stared at the large news screen in shock. Your secret? All for One continued, hollow cheeks and sunken eyes. To think that you're the greatest hero. Now the public knows your true form. Try not to be ashamed. Despite his condition, All Might declared, even as my body breaks and rots, even if you expose my true form, in my heart, I remain the symbol of peace. He clenched his fist defiantly. There is nothing you can do to take that away from me. All for One smirked. Is that so? Well, I'd forgotten how stubborn you are. I suppose I'll just give up. Oh, but there's something interesting you might want to know. My apprentice Tamura is Nana Shimura's grandson. All Might stood frozen, memories of Nana flooding his mind. He was in complete shock. That's a lie, All Might said. Oh, come now. You know it's the truth. That is clearly something I would do. That's weird, isn't it? Where is your smile? All for One mocked, his laughter echoing in the air. Why you? Be a sturdy. All Might stammered, his voice filled with disbelief. How entertaining. I think I really broke you after all for One replied, a smirk playing on his lips. She's my MSDR's grandchild. My God, what would she say if she knew how he turned out? All Might exclaimed, a wave of despair washing over him as he remembered his own past. He screamed, the sound filled with anguish. The citizens watched in fear, their eyes wide with dread. He's frozen, one shouted, panic rising in his voice. This is bad, another murmured. Beat this guy, a third urged, desperation creeping in. No way. What now? Someone else asked, uncertainty lacing their tone. Is he gonna lose? Another worried voice chimed in. He's always able to win before, so he can win again, right? A hopeful voice suggested. Why yeah, he's still the same All Might, right? The crowd began to cheer for All Might, chanting his name alongside Izuku, Bakugo, and the rest. All Might focused one for all into his right arm, determination igniting within him. I'm not done yet. A hero has so much to protect in this world, which is why I will defeat you, he declared, his voice resolute. All for one floated above All Might, preparing to unleash another air cannon. You have what? 2 or 3 punches left, he taunted, amusement dancing in his eyes. Suddenly, Endeavor launched a flamethrower attack, but All for One effortlessly dispersed the flames with an air blast. Are you serious? What's with that weak little body, Toshi? Endeavor yelled in frustration. Edge Shot appeared beside Endeavor. Looks like we made it in time. That Nomu gave us a hard time. Those Nomus weren't particularly strong except for the big white one. We fed a normal Nomu a monster cell. That's why it was really strong. I'm impressed that you heroes managed to hold that thing off, All for One remarked, his tone condescending. In it, Toshi, get your act together now. Endeavor shouted, urgency in his voice. If you're going to talk and motivate others, I'd prefer you to be quiet, All for One replied, irritation creeping into his tone. Edge Shot intervened, using his quirk to fly through the air and assault the villain. Kamui Woods joined them, rescuing the heroes All for One had defeated earlier, including an unconscious Genos. How pointless, All for One sneered, unleashing a powerful air blast that sent Endeavor and Edge Shot flying back. Let's focus on reality a bit more. He combined several quirks, spring-like limbs, kinetic booster X4, strength enhancer X3, multiplier, hypertrophy, rivets, airwalk, and spear-like bones. The onlookers watching on TV were in shock and fear as All for One prepared to finish All Might. The shockwaves until now were just to wear you out. I knew it would take much more than that to kill you. To finish you for good, I will punch you with the ultimate combination of quirks I've stored within me. This will end you. Hey! A figure yelled from behind All for One. Izuku stepped forward, his voice steady. That wasn't the deal. Ah, the hero hunter. What, isn't this great, All Might? Your son is here too. Who do you want to be killed by? Me or your son? All for One taunted, a wicked grin spreading across his face. All Might looked at Izuku, shock and confusion etched on his features. Izuku. How are you here? Why are you with him? Confusion spread among the citizens watching from the streets. Wait, did he just say your son? One asked, disbelief coloring their tone. So the hero hunter is All Might's son? Another exclaimed, astonishment evident. That doesn't make any sense, a third added, shaking their head in disbelief. Izumi looked worried, her heart racing. Why is Izuku there? Bakugo glared at the screen, frustration boiling within him. What is that nerd doing there standing next to him? Damn it. Kirishima turned to the others, his brow furrowed. Wait, you guys know him? We'll explain later, Ida replied, urgency in his voice. Izuku confronted All for One, his expression fierce. I'm going to kill you for good, Dad. For all those years of being left out and treated poorly. You're a narcissist who thinks he's on top of the food chain, but all you really are is just a sad old man who favors his daughter more than his son. You don't even view me as your son, he scoffed, disdain evident in his voice. All Might stood in silence, reflecting on his mistakes. Izuku, it's still not too late. We can fix it all if you don't continue down this path. Izuku shook his head, determination hardening his features. You should have told me this the day you crushed my views on hero society. Enough of the chit-chat. He walked slowly in front of All for One, facing All Might. All for One sensed All Might's power still inside him. Say, All Might, how much do you love your only son? All Might was taken aback. What? Izuku looked back at him, equally puzzled. Suddenly, All for One grew several thick tendrils and struck. Izuku gasped as the tendrils pierced him, each aiming for his internal organs. Leash! He coughed blood as he fell, pain radiating through him. All Might screamed in agony, "No!" As he watched his son fall, the concrete floor becoming soaked in blood. All for One laughed triumphantly, relishing his victory. The entire scene seemed to freeze for a moment. The horrific sight of Izuku collapsing to the ground, covered in blood, shocked everyone to their core. All Might's anguished scream echoed throughout Kamino Ward, reaching the ears of the citizens watching on their screens. Izumi fell to her knees, her surroundings moving in slow motion. Tears began to form in her eyes as she stared at the ground. Izuku! Izumi cried out, her voice breaking. Bakugo watched in complete horror and agony, his mouth agape and tears welling in his eyes. He whispered, the weight of despair heavy on his heart. Ida, he said, worry flooding his voice as he placed a hand on her shoulder. Oh my God, he just killed the hero hunter, a citizen exclaimed, disbelief etched on their face. He's All Might's son, right? Another questioned, confusion evident. He's dead, a third citizen murmured, the gravity of the situation sinking in. The crowds watching the live broadcast were in utter disbelief. Fear and confusion rippled through them as they tried to process the horrifying events unfolding before their eyes. Izuku! Inko yelled at the TV, falling to her knees and crying uncontrollably. Tatsumaki and Fubuki, both in tears, moved closer to Inko and wrapped her in a comforting hug. I'll kill that bee! Tatsumaki screamed, rage boiling within her. Bang dropped his tea on the dojo floor as he watched the live broadcast in shock. His heart raced, and before he knew it, he collapsed, struggling to breathe. Bam rushed out of his room, alarmed by his younger brother's distress. Bang! He shouted, running towards him and lifting him up. Bang's eyes filled with tears, his vision blurring. Izuku, he struggled to say, his heart breaking as he glanced at the TV. Bang! It will be okay. Bam said, hugging him tightly, tears streaming down his own face. All Might delivered an incredibly powerful punch, smashing All for One's face into the ground. With every ounce of remaining strength, he unleashed his ultimate attack, declaring, United States of Smash. The impact was so strong that it left a massive crater in the ground and spawned a twister capable of carrying nearby buildings. As the smoke and clouds cleared, All for One lay utterly defeated. His body limp and motionless while All Might stood over him, emotionless. After a few minutes of silence, All Might raised his fist and transformed back into his muscular form. He stood victorious as the world watched the symbol of peace carry out his last heroic deed. The villain has stopped moving. Victory is for All Might, a news reporter announced. Crowds throughout Japan erupted in cheers for him, though the celebration was muted, as many were aware that his son was the hero hunter. All Might began walking toward Izuku's body, finding him lying face down. Gently, he flipped him over and shivered at the sight of his son's horrific wounds. Izuku's organs were visible, and his entire front was covered in blood. His eyes were half open, gray and lifeless. Izuku! All Might sobbed, his heart heavy with the weight of his failure. It's all my fault. I should have protected you better. In the morning, rescue teams, pro-heroes, and the police force arrived to rescue civilians and arrest All for One. Izuku's body was placed inside a shroud and taken away by an ambulance. The heroes continued rescue operations during All Might's fight, but a large number of casualties are expected. The villain thought to be the ringleader is now being taken into custody, the news reporter continued. Let's go. Yagi, Ida said, helping Izumi up. I still don't understand why you two are so upset, Kirishima remarked to Bakugo, who remained silent. Izumi struggled to walk, having just witnessed her brother's tragic fate. Let's go catch up with Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, Ida suggested. Yeah, but first we need to inform the heroes about Bakugo, Kirishima replied. 1 week later, All Might met with Nizu, alongside Vlad King and Aizawa. Nizu thanked All Might for saving Japan and expressed sorrow for the loss of his son. He discussed the speculation that All Might should not return to UA because he was perceived as weak and therefore an easy target for villains. All Might assured him not to worry. Nizu then sent All Might and Aizawa on home visits to introduce his plan to transform UA into a boarding school, convincing parents to allow their children to stay in dorms. On the day of the funeral, the cemetery was quiet, the overcast sky casting a dull light over the gathering. Friends and family came together to pay their respects and say their goodbyes to Izuku. The casket, draped with green flowers, stood before a large portrait of Izuku, a stark reminder of the boy who had once dreamed of being a hero. Inko, supported by Tatsumaki and Fubuki, stood by the casket, tears streaming down her face as she looked at her son one last time. Nearby, All Might stood with Izumi, who clung to him for support. His face was etched with grief and regret. "It's not fair." Izumi cried softly. "I know, Izumi. I know," he replied, his voice heavy with sorrow. The Todoroki family was also present, standing in solemn respect. Endeavor, Rei, Fuyumi, and Natsuo shared a quiet moment of reflection, understanding the pain of losing a family member to darkness. Shoto watched from a distance, tears in his eyes as he remembered playing with Izuku as kids. "I'm sorry," Shoto whispered. The Bakugo family stood close by, Mitsuki and Masaru holding a grieving Bakugo between them. His face was a mix of anger and sadness, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Deku, you'd an idiot," he muttered, wiping away his tears with a rough swipe. Gran Torino, Bang, and Bomb stood together, their faces showing a blend of sorrow and respect. They had seen many fall, but it never got easier. "He was like a grandson," Gran Torino said, his tone sorrowful. "It was my fault. If I had acknowledged my students and stepped down as a hero, it wouldn't have turned out like this." Bang lamented. "Bang, don't blame yourself," Bomb urged. "But it is my fault," Bang insisted, frustration lacing his voice. "I trained him. He had such potential. If his family had recognized that potential sooner, they would have let him pursue his dream of becoming a hero." His voice choked with emotion. All Might stepped forward, placing a hand on the casket. "Rest in peace, my son. I'm sorry I couldn't save you," he said, his voice breaking. The weight of his failure pressed down on him, a burden he knew he would carry for the rest of his life. As the casket was slowly lowered into the ground, everyone stood in heavy silence, paying their final respects to Izuku Yagi. The boy who had been lost to darkness was finally laid to rest. The loss was felt deeply, and the echoes of his life would remain in their hearts forever. After the funeral, small groups of people lingered, talking quietly among themselves. The Todoroki family, still in shock from the events, offered their condolences to All Might and Inko. Endeavor, usually stoic, looked genuinely remorseful. "Thanks for helping out, NG," All Might said. "No problem. I'm sorry for your loss, Toshi. Izuku was my nephew, and I would have done anything for him." Endeavor replied. "Please let us know if you need anything," Rei added. All Might nodded, appreciating their condolences but still feeling the heavy weight of grief. He turned to Inko, who was being comforted by Tatsumaki and Fubuki. Their tears had slowed, but the sadness in their eyes was still evident. "Inko, we should head home soon." "It's been a long day," All Might suggested. Inko nodded weakly, allowing Tatsumaki and Fubuki to help her stand. She took one last look at Izuku's grave before turning away. "Inko, stay safe," Fubuki said softly. "Take care," Tatsumaki added with a neutral tone to Bang and the others. "You too," Bomb replied. Soon after, everyone began to leave one by one, and before long, only All Might, Inko, and Izumi remained. "Dad, do you think Izuku is at peace?" Izumi asked quietly. All Might looked down at his daughter, his eyes filled with sadness. "I hope so, Izumi. I really do." The three of them walked away from the cemetery, leaving behind the grave of a boy who had once dreamed of becoming the greatest hero. A few hours later, a group of masked men gathered near the cemetery. "Are you sure it's this one, boss?" a burly masked man asked. "Yeah, his name's Izuku Yagi. Boss wouldn't get anything wrong," another masked man replied. "Now quit yapping and start digging the body out." "We haven't got all day," the leader ordered as the two assistants began to dig Izuku's grave with shovels. "Why are we doing this again? Isn't this a bit extreme?" one of the men asked, glancing nervously at the grave. "Orders are orders. We do what we're told. Do you want to get in trouble, Rikia?" The leader, Chronostasis, replied curtly, his gaze fixed on the grave. "Sorry, Chronostasis," Rikia muttered as he continued to dig. I think I found something, another masked man, Mimic, announced. What did you find, Mimic? Chronostasis inquired. Mimic cleared away the dirt, revealing a coffin. He climbed out of the grave, and Rikia effortlessly lifted the heavy coffin, placing it outside. Overhaul's going to like this, Mimic remarked. Careful now. We need to transport him without causing any damage, Chronostasis warned. Rikia gently lifted Izuku's body out of the coffin, cradling him as if he were fragile. Working in unison, Mimic and Rikia pried open the coffin's lid. Inside lay Izuku's lifeless form, his face pale and still. All for one really did a number on him, Rikia observed. They moved swiftly, carrying Izuku to a black van parked discreetly nearby. The back doors swung open, and Rikia carefully placed Izuku inside, securing him with straps to prevent any movement during transport. Let's hope this goes smoothly. Overhaul has big plans for him, Mimic said. Chronostasis nodded curtly, then turned to address the group. Remember, no mistakes. We're on a tight schedule, and Overhaul expects perfection. The van's doors closed with a heavy thud, sealing Izuku's body inside. The men climbed into the front seats, and the van roared to life, pulling away from the cemetery and merging onto a deserted road. Izuku found himself in a strange place, bewildered as he gazed at the structure before him. It was an endless staircase that seemed to ascend into the clouds, stretching infinitely. Demon kid, they got you pretty bad if you ask me, a man chuckled from behind him. You barely moved any steps and now you're here. Izuku turned to face the man. Who the hell are you? What do you want? What I want is what you want, the man replied cryptically. And what do I want? Izuku asked, still confused. What's absolute evil? He inquired. It means absolute strength. Once you achieve it, you will become the thing that they fear, the man explained. What do they fear? Izuku pressed. A monster, the man answered. Who are you? Izuku demanded. I'm you, a part of you. I am the only person you would need help from. But you can call me Garu. Izuku stood protectively in front of a younger version of himself, who was being bullied. Why are you being so mean? You two are making him cry. If you keep hurting him, I'll stop you myself, he shouted. You want to pretend to be a hero, Deku? Izumi taunted, a cocky grin on her face. You don't even have a quirk, Deku. Bakugo jeered. The bullies continued to torment young Izuku until he collapsed. The current Izuku watched helplessly. Not all humans were created equally. The quirkless and the weak are always at the bottom. That's just how life works, he lamented. And you died without changing that. Garu remarked, walking beside him and observing the scene. Tell me, kid, why did you want to be a hero? Garu asked. Because. I wanted to save people. I wanted to make them feel safe, Izuku replied earnestly. Safe? Did anyone come to save you? Garu pressed. No, no one did, Izuku admitted, his voice heavy with sorrow. Welcome back. A man in a green jacket and bird mask stood before Izuku. Izuku's eyes snapped open, his face drenched in sweat. He found himself seated in a cold, metal chair, tightly restrained. His heart raced as he struggled against the bindings. What is happening? You look worse than I expected from the infamous hero hunter, the man said, his tone mocking. Who are you, and what did you do to me? Izuku demanded. I brought you back to life. I'm Overhaul, the man replied. I didn't ask to be brought back. Izuku shot back. Consider this a second chance, Overhaul said coolly. Just wait until I get out of these cuffs. I'll make you pay, Izuku threatened. Threatening me won't help. With just a finger, I can end you, Overhaul warned. Please, go ahead. It's better than listening to your nonsense, Izuku retorted defiantly. Overhaul's demeanor shifted as he approached Izuku, removing his glove and pinching his wrist. In an instant, Izuku felt excruciating pain. That hurts, he cried out. You think you can threaten me? I'm not here to play games. I need you to understand your place, Overhaul said coldly. What do you want from me? Izuku gasped. I want to break you down. You'll experience pain beyond anything you've felt before, Overhaul declared. I'd rather die than be your pawn. Izuku shouted, his resolve unyielding. Dying isn't an option. You'll learn your lesson. Your strength means nothing here, Overhaul replied, using his quirk to heal Izuku's arm. Suddenly, a man in white cloth entered with a suitcase. Boss, the suitcase you asked for, he said. Overhaul opened it, revealing a red bullet. Do you know what this is? He asked. How should I know? Izuku replied, confused. This is a quirk erasing bullet. Let me show you, Overhaul said, gesturing for someone to enter. A small girl, covered in bandages, appeared. This is Eri. Her quirk allows her to revert anything alive back to a prior state, Overhaul explained. Why is she covered in bandages? Izuku asked, horrified. She can't control her quirk without it going out of hand. Luckily, I can use her blood to create these bullets, Overhaul said with a chilling indifference. Izuku's eyes widened in shock and anger. How can you do that to a child? He exclaimed. Spare me your moral outrage. The strong use the weak, Overhaul replied dismissively. It was the natural order, Overhaul insisted, a necessary step for the greater good, a world where heroes were obsolete. Izuku struggled against his restraints, his mind racing. He could see the fear in Eri's eyes, and it ignited a fury within him. Take Eri back to her room, Overhaul ordered, his voice cold and commanding. The man in the suit grabbed Eri's hand and led her out of the room. Overhaul approached a table cluttered with various instruments of torture, selecting a scalpel and holding it up to the dim light. This is going to hurt. A lot, he said ominously. Without warning, he plunged the scalpel into Izuku's thigh, twisting it cruelly. Izuku bit down hard, determined not to give Overhaul the satisfaction of hearing him scream, but a muffled groan of pain escaped his lips. Still trying to act tough? It makes this more enjoyable for me, Overhaul taunted as the torture continued. He employed a variety of methods to inflict maximum pain, each cut, burn, and broken bone designed to shatter Izuku's spirit. In a flashback, Joro and a few monsters gathered at Overhaul's underground base, discussing their next steps after All for One had killed Izuku. This isn't good, Joro said calmly. All for One just killed one of the best potentials I could have turned into a monster. Can you revive him? Luckily, my quirk can reassemble living and non-living beings back to their original state, dead or alive, so there is nothing to worry about, Overhaul replied, gesturing to a suitcase on the table. May I ask what's in that suitcase? Joro opened the suitcase with her psychic powers. I would like to call it a monster serum. It does exactly what a monster cell would do, but with two major differences. 1, it takes time for the user to fully monetize, most likely more than a month. 2, it makes the person much stronger than if they had consumed a monster cell. These were hard to make, but we managed to create 100 of them. 2 other monsters entered the room, each carrying suitcases filled with serums. I need you to inject all of them into the hero hunter and make him experience death many times, she instructed. However, I doubt you can make it happen. Once you inject the serums, your job will be considered done. Understood. I'll ensure the hero hunter undergoes the transformation, but he won't get off easy. Consider it an extended test of his resilience, Overhaul replied. Hours passed, and Overhaul finally stepped back, his hands and clothes splattered with blood. Izuku's body was a grotesque mess of cuts, burns, and bruises, barely recognizable from the brutal torture. That should do for now, he muttered, more to himself than to Izuku. Izuku lay slumped in the chair, breathing heavily, his body screaming in pain. He glared up at Overhaul with what little strength he had left, hatred burning in his eyes. You're tougher than you look. This will make things more interesting, Overhaul remarked before turning to leave. He signaled to Chrono, who entered the room carrying a tray with food and water. Chrono set it down on a small table next to Izuku without a word, his expression neutral. Keep him alive. We're not done yet, Overhaul instructed Chrono before walking out. Chrono nodded, avoiding eye contact with Izuku as he followed Overhaul, leaving Izuku alone in the room. The sound of the door locking echoed, leaving him in silence, accompanied only by his rage and pain. Izuku sat lifelessly in the chair, his head low, staring at the pool of blood on the floor. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. Demon Kid. They roughed you up pretty bad if you ask me, Garu said with a small chuckle. What do you want? Izuku muttered, his voice barely a whisper. You know what really angers me the most? It's seeing people like Overhaul use innocent and weak people for their own benefit. Don't you just wish these people off the face of the earth? Garu asked. Yeah, that's one thing, Izuku replied, his eyes still fixed on the blood. But why do you keep showing up? Because you need a reality check. Life's a beach and you've known that since you were a kid. But you keep trying even when it seems pointless. Why do you even care? My life's been nothing but a pain in the butt. What's the point? Izuku said, bitterness lacing his words. I don't care about your sob story, kid. I've had my own CRP to deal with. But you've got something in you, something that keeps you from giving up, even when you should. Anyway, I ain't David Goggins or Andrew Tate to motivate you. All you need to do is save that girl and escape from this place. You got that? Garu said as he began to fade away. Izuku's despair turned to a scream as Overhaul cut his toes with a pair of pliers. This is just the beginning, Hero Hunter. I told you, I'm here to break you, Overhaul said, picking up a small knife. The blade gleamed under the dim light as he sliced into Izuku's side, carving a deep wound. Blood poured from the gash, pooling on the floor. Izuku gasped, his vision blurring as the pain threatened to overwhelm him. Let's see how much you can endure, Overhaul taunted as he began to reassemble the amputated toes. He walked to a nearby table, taking a centipede from a jar and bringing it toward Izuku's ear. This is the Chinese redhead centipede. I'm going to put this inside your ear now, he said, moving the centipede closer. No, please. I beg you. Don't. Izuku sobbed as the centipede crawled inside his ear, eating away at his mind. He struggled against his restraints, but it was futile. His screams echoed throughout the underground hideout. Kill me please. End me right now. Begging already? Pathetic. We're just getting started. Overhaul removed the centipede, leaving Izuku gasping for breath. He then picked up a large needle and plunged it into Izuku's arm, injecting a serum that made his veins burn. You see, Izuku, this is your reality now. You're nothing. Just a tool for me to use. Hours felt like days as Overhaul's methods grew more brutal. He used a power drill on Izuku's legs, twisted and snapped his fingers, and applied acid to his wounds, watching with satisfaction as Izuku writhed in pain. Please, let me go. Izuku whispered weakly. Why should I? Overhaul tightened a metal clamp around Izuku's wrist, crushing the bones beneath. Izuku screamed again, the sound raw and desperate. We're going to see just how much a human body can take before it breaks, Overhaul declared as he grabbed a blowtorch and ignited it. The blue flame hissed ominously as he brought it close to Izuku's arm, the heat searing his skin. The acrid smell of burning flesh filled the air, and Izuku thrashed violently against his restraints. You see, Izuku, Overhaul continued, pain is the best teacher. It breaks you down, strips you of your pride, and leaves you begging for mercy. Please. No more. Izuku sobbed, his voice barely a whisper. Oh, we're not done yet. Not even close. Overhaul extinguished the blowtorch and picked up a scalpel, methodically slicing into Izuku's arms and legs, creating intricate patterns of wounds. Blood flowed freely, staining the floor beneath them. You're nothing but a pathetic quirkless human, he taunted. I'll rip your eyes out and feed them to you. Izuku yelled, rage fueling his defiance. In response, Overhaul began peeling away strips of Izuku's skin, exposing raw nerves and shattering bones with a hammer. Each time Izuku's screams weakened, Overhaul found new ways to inflict pain, ensuring he remained conscious. After hours of torment, Overhaul finally stepped back, surveying the bloodied room. I have to say, I'm really impressed with your endurance. Guess that's enough for today, he remarked, glancing at the nearly unconscious Izuku, who looked down in defeat. Just then, the door swung open, and one of the Hasaikai entered. Sir, Eri has escaped, the subordinate exclaimed. You people are a bunch of clowns. Clean this mess while I find her. Overhaul shouted in anger as he stormed out. As Chrono began to clean, he glanced at Izuku. You're lucky you're still alive, he muttered, a hint of pity in his voice. Overhaul usually doesn't leave anyone in one piece. Izuku remained silent, his consciousness hanging by a thread. Chrono finished cleaning and injected a mild sedative into Izuku's arm to numb the pain, though he knew it was a small mercy. He then unstrapped Izuku from the chair, watching as his body collapsed onto the floor. Rest now. You're going to need your strength if you want to survive another session, Chrono advised. Izuku lay on the cold floor, his body broken but his spirit still flickering. As the sedative took effect, he slipped into a restless sleep. Meanwhile, Eri was running through a dark alleyway toward the exit. As she burst out, she collided with a green-haired hero and fell to the ground. Whoa, I'm sorry. Are you all right? Izumi asked, kneeling to check on her. To her surprise, the girl appeared terrified. Are you okay? Can I help you up? Izumi offered, noticing the girl's trembling. Suddenly, a man emerged from the alleyway. You should be more careful. We don't want to cause trouble for the heroes, he said, his voice smooth but menacing. As Overhaul stepped into the light, Izumi's expression shifted to one of anxiety and fear. He was the target of the agency. I hope you forgive my daughter here. I don't know what to do with her, always playing rough and bumping into things, he said, forcing a smile. Izumi recognized him immediately. That's Chisaki from Shai Hasaikai. The man Uncle Mirai is after. Overhaul noticed Izumi's tension. She looks like the hero hunter. What a coincidence, she must be his twin sister. Mirio adjusted Izumi's mask to hide her expression. Your hood and mask came off again. Maybe the sizing's off, he suggested with a smile. We're sorry too for bumping into her. It's fine, no need to worry, Overhaul replied dismissively. That mask? You must be from the Hasaikai, right? You guys are famous around here, Mirio continued, trying to keep the conversation light. Yeah, please don't mind the mask, I'm sensitive to filth. It's my first time seeing you two heroes, Overhaul replied, his tone casual. Right? We're still new, so we're pretty nervous. All right, let's go partner, Mirio said with a chuckle, though his mind raced with caution. Mirio thought, I can't tell. Him sir's name. Not only that, he's on his guard too. What agency do you guys belong to? Overhaul asked calmly. We're only students. Still new to this, so we haven't joined any agencies yet, Mirio explained. We're just gaining experience in different places for our internships. Anyway, we need to finish patrolling this division by lunch. Let's go, Izumi added, trying to sound casual. Izumi nodded, but she was stopped as Eri clung tightly to her out of fear. Don't go. Eri pleaded, her voice trembling. Your daughter seems to be scared. Izumi noted, concern creeping into her voice. It's because she's about to be scolded, Overhaul replied nonchalantly. Oh, right. Then what's with all these bandages? Izumi asked nervously, her serious expression betraying her concern. She plays and gets hurt a lot, Overhaul explained, his tone dismissive. I don't think that's normal, considering she's wrapped in bandages from head to toe, Izumi said, holding Eri tightly against her. There was a moment of silence until Overhaul spoke again. Geez, heroes are sensitive these days, huh? Very well. It's embarrassing to talk about it in the streets with all these people. Why don't you come this way so we can talk? He gestured toward an alleyway, and the two heroes followed, unease settling over them. Recently, I've had a lot of problems with Eri. She keeps defying me no matter what I say, Overhaul continued, his voice low. Parenting must be hard, right? Mirio chimed in, attempting to lighten the mood. Overhaul sighed, his demeanor shifting. Yes, children are hard to understand. They feel like they can become someone. He began to remove his glove, a menacing aura surrounding him. Eri sensed his intent and ran back to him, leaving Izumi and Mirio behind. Huh? Izumi said, confused. What? Done with your tantrum already? Overhaul asked calmly as Eri nodded in fear. Eri? Izumi started, concern etched on her face. She's always like this. I'm sorry if we bothered you. Have a good day, Overhaul said, continuing on his way. Izumi tried to follow, but Mirio stopped her. Why? We're not going after them. Didn't you notice? He showed his intent to pull that girl back to him. If we chase after them too far, it'll be even harder to catch him. Let's ask Sir what to do, Mirio said seriously, his voice firm. Overhaul walked through the underground with Chrono, who held Eri in his arms. The young people these days are sicker than ever. Chrono, prepare the bath, Overhaul ordered. Yes, sir, Chrono replied obediently. I'm sorry, boss. I just took my eyes off her for a second, and that kid escaped. A subordinate began, but Overhaul silenced him with a glare, leaving Eri trembling in fear as she heard the commotion. And clean that mess too, Overhaul commanded. Yes, sir, Chrono responded, his voice steady. They arrived at Izuku's cell. Overhaul opened the door and pushed Eri inside. Eri, don't disobey me anymore. You're the crux of my plan. Please don't make me get my hands dirty. You'll be staying with him from now on, he said, pointing at Izuku, who lay on the ground, asleep. Overhaul then left the cell, locking the door behind him. Eri stood trembling in the dimly lit cell, her eyes wide with fear as she glanced at Izuku. His body was broken and battered, hanging limply from the chains that bound him to the wall. Mister? Eri whispered, her voice barely audible. Izuku's eyes snapped open at the sound of her voice. Don't call me that. I'm only 16, he struggled to say. I'm not some heroic figure. Just another guy trying to survive. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, Eri stammered, tears welling in her eyes. Kid, stop trembling. Fear isn't going to help you here, Izuku said, trying to sound firm. Eri flinched but remained where she was. Izuku sighed, realizing he needed to soften his approach. What's your name? Eri, she replied hesitantly. He nodded, his expression stern but his voice gentler. All right, Eri. Listen carefully. This place? It's hell. But does that mean we can just give up? No, do you understand? Eri looked at him with a mix of curiosity and awe. It was the first time someone had shown concern for her, and it brought tears to her eyes. Heroes and villains, they're all the same in the end. They don't care about us. The only person you can truly rely on is yourself. Do you get that? Wyas, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Good. Now, you need to stop depending on others. If you want to protect yourself, all you need to do is be strong. 2 days had passed since Eri was placed with Izuku, and she had begun to see him as her big brother. Despite his harsh tone, she sensed his care for her. During this time, Overhaul would take blood from Eri and torture Izuku, but to his surprise, Izuku endured it as if it were nothing. However, the torture escalated as Overhaul found new ways to break him down. After the encounter with Togata and Izumi, they reported back to Nighteye, who instructed them to return to the office, stating they weren't strong enough to confront Overhaul. Nighteye stood at the head of the conference table, his usual stoic expression more intense than ever. Around the table sat a collection of pro-heroes and sidekicks, all attentive and ready for the briefing. Thanks to the information provided by all of you, our investigation has progressed substantially. We've gathered you here for a joint conference to share the intel we've acquired regarding the Yakuza group Shai Hasaikai and what we believe they might be planning. Let's start from the beginning, Bubble Girl said. For the past couple of weeks, those of us at Nighteye Agency have been investigating Shai Hasaikai, a small but organized group of criminals. What prompted this? Asked Kesajiri Man. An incident involving a gang of thieves called the Reservoir Dogs, Bubble Girl explained. The police thought it was an accident, but several details didn't add up, so we began tailing them. As a sidekick for Nighteye Agency, I followed leads to see what I could uncover, Centipeder added. In the past year, the members of Shai Hasaikai have had increased contact with outside groups, including others with questionable dealings. They even made contact with the Monster Association, which was surprising. Their aim seemed to be expanding their organization and increasing their resources. Shortly after our investigation began, they connected with a member of the League of Villains, Jean Babaigawara, also known as Twice. They were cautious about being followed, so I couldn't track them, but with the help of the police, I confirmed that an altercation occurred between the two groups. This interaction suggests a potential alliance or at least a negotiation between the League of Villains and Shai Hasaikai, Nighteye noted. Given the involvement of the Monster Association, the stakes are higher than we initially anticipated. But don't worry, they're not the only ones with allies. Go on, Bubble Girl. After that incident, we posted a notice on the Hero Network requesting assistance. Bubble Girl continued. What's Thachin? Uraraka asked, confused. It stands for Hero Network, Hato explained. It's an online service accessible only to pros. You can see what all the heroes in the country are up to and ask for help from those whose quirks might come in handy. Why are there teenagers in this meeting? Rocklock complained. I don't care if they are from UA. If we have to keep stopping to explain this stuff, we'll never get to the actual plan. Hey, don't say that, Fat Gum interjected. They're just as involved in this case as we are. Nighteye cleared his throat, gaining everyone's attention. As Bubble Girl was saying, once we requested help through the Hero Network, the Hero Association responded and kindly lent us a powerful ally. You can come in now. As he spoke, the doors opened, and everyone turned to the hero with shock and awe. Sorry I'm late, the hero said as he walked toward the conference table. No way that's... Kirishima gasped. Class S rank 8. Tamaki added. Zombie man. Uraraka exclaimed in awe. Wait, why did you call for an S-class? Shouldn't they come to the scene if there is a dragon-level threat? Ryukyu, the dragon hero, asked, confused. Bubble Girl. Nighteye prompted. Alright, she stammered, continuing with the projection. About a week ago, Shai Hasaikai came into contact with the Monster Association. We don't have many details about the Monster Association leader, but we know they reinforced Shai Hasaikai with monsters that are demon level and above. We called the Hero Association because they are the main organization that rivals the Monster Association. Any questions so far? She asked, noticing Rocklock raising his hand. Shouldn't they at least send a few more S-class heroes since there might be a dragon-level threat? In fact, why did they send us a person with a quirk like that? He asked, annoyance creeping into his voice. Zombie Man lit up his cigar, taking a long drag and letting out a plume of smoke as he listened to Rocklock's question. He raised an eyebrow, looking at the pro-hero with a hint of disdain. Isn't it cute how you think just any hero can handle a dragon-level threat with their quirk alone? Maybe you're used to dealing with small-time villains, Rocklock, but we're talking about an organization that has demons in their ranks. They didn't send just anyone, they sent me. A man who defies death, he said seriously. Sensing the tension, Ryukyu stepped in to defuse the situation. Let's keep the focus on the mission. We all have our roles to play. Zombieman's experience is invaluable, and we need to trust in his ability to handle this situation. Aizawa explained that his ability could neutralize quirks without harming the quirk factor itself, but the quirk-canceling bullets cause significant damage. Since Tamaki managed to recover over time, it's likely these bullets are still undergoing testing. Nighteye noted that Shai Hasaikai is involved in a major criminal network that distributes drags, including quirk enhancers. Additionally, a villain fought by the Ryukyu agency was also using such a drag. Fat Gum revealed that the quirk-canceling bullets were made using blood and cell samples from a human. Nighteye added that Izumi and Togata had encountered Overhaul's daughter, Eri, who was wrapped in bandages. He planned to mobilize heroes from across Japan to investigate known Hasaikai properties. It was crucial to locate the girl and gather solid evidence before taking action, or the Yakuza would become aware of the investigation. After a serious discussion, the meeting concluded with all the heroes agreeing to proceed with the investigation. Elsewhere, Izuku's body trembled in agony as Overhaul's quirk tore through him once more. The villain's power manifested as a jagged, invasive force, ripping through Izuku's flesh and bones with a sickening crunch. Each pulse of pain felt like shards of glass being driven into his muscles, leaving him gasping for breath and teetering on the edge of unconsciousness. Izuku cried out in pain as Overhaul loomed over him, a cold, detached expression on his face while manipulating his quirk. With every application, the pain intensified, causing blood vessels to rupture and skin to split open. His clothes were soaked in a dark pool of his own blood, the crimson staining the cold concrete floor beneath him. "You're quite resilient," Overhaul remarked with a twisted smile, observing the contortions of agony on Izuku's face. "But resilience won't save you from what's to come." He injected the last of the monster serums one by one, making Izuku's blood boil. Overhaul pondered to himself, wondering why Izuku hadn't transformed yet. "Oh wait," she said, "it would take some time. He also has to experience death, but every torture session becomes harder. He endures pain more than before, and that's not a good thing. I guess I'll have to send him to the Monster Association in a few days. But for now, let's work on the bullets." With that, he left Izuku's cell and headed to the experiment room where Eri was strapped to a chair. Back in his cell, Izuku slowly sat up and leaned against the wall, cracking his neck. A voice spoke beside him. "How long are you going to pretend that you're in pain while he tortures you?" "Until I think of a way out." "That guy thinks he's hurting me," Izuku smirked to himself. "Whatever those serums are, I feel stronger for some reason. It's either those or you." "Garu. I think you would be better, kid, but hey. When are we getting out with the girl?" Garu asked. "You may not feel pain, but she does." Izuku's smirk faded slightly as he turned his head toward the shadowed figure beside him. "I know. Kids really like you, even though your personality is the equivalent of a scumbag," Garu joked. "Thanks for the compliment," Izuku replied with a chuckle. "How long are you going to keep talking to yourself, kid?" Garu asked with a neutral expression. "I guess I really am alone in this world. No friends, no family. Nothing." Izuku said quietly. "Thought you liked loneliness?" Garu asked, confused. "I do, but having a single friend or companion wouldn't hurt. Someone like you, someone who can understand what I've been through," Izuku replied with a chuckle. "But you know I'm not real, right?" Garu pointed out. Izuku sat quietly, realizing Garu was just a hallucination. "Garu," he said as a tear fell from his eyes. "So I really am alone, huh?" His voice echoed through the cell. A few days passed, and heroes from all across Japan continued to investigate properties connected to the Shai Hasaikai, trying to locate where they held Eri and the quirk erasing bullets. It was time to take action. They had finally found the location of Eri and the bullets. "Let's go!" Nighteye ordered the heroes. "Yes," they replied in unison. Meanwhile, Izuku was in his cell, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the right moment to escape. "It's been long enough now. Plus I've got the info about their quirks and abilities, so I'm at an advantage," he thought as he got up and walked toward his cell door. He pressed his ear against the metal door to listen to the noises outside. "I need to find Eri's room before things go down. All right. Here goes nothing." With a swift, powerful kick, Izuku drove his foot into the door. The metal creaked and groaned under the force before it finally gave way with a loud crash. The door flew open, slamming into the wall outside with a resounding bang that echoed through the corridors. "Boss, someone just escaped from their cell." Mimic, a small man, shouted. "Go and get him back to his cell. Bring a few more with you," Overhaul ordered before Mimic merged with the underground base. Stepping out into the hallway, Izuku felt the cold air hit him as he scanned the area. It was eerily quiet, with only the distant hum of machinery and the faint clatter of footsteps. "All right, now which one is it?" Izuku muttered. He moved quickly, his senses heightened as he navigated the maze of corridors. His footsteps were silent, his movements precise. Every corner he turned, every door he passed, he did so with calculated precision, avoiding detection and memorizing every possible escape route. As he approached a junction in the hallway, he heard familiar voices coming from the right, Overhaul's men, discussing something in low tones. Izuku pressed himself against the wall, listening intently. That heard something crash down near the cells. "You think someone broke out?" one guard asked. "Doubt it. Those cells are reinforced. Probably just Rappa smashing something again." "You know how he gets," the other guard replied. Izuku smirked slightly. They were underestimating him, which was exactly what he needed. Once the voices faded, Izuku continued, moving faster now. He was getting closer. He could feel it. Eri's room wasn't far from here. I'll take down Overhaul once I save her, he muttered as he rounded another corner and finally saw it. A reinforced door at the end of the hall, different from the others. It had to be Eri's room. When he reached the door, he noticed a keypad on the side. But he didn't care. He swiftly kicked it, and the door buckled under the force of Izuku's kick. The reinforced metal groaned and cracked before it finally gave way. The door flew open with a deafening crash, the lock shattering into pieces. Eri was there, lying on her bed, her small frame trembling as she looked up in fear. But that fear quickly turned into relief. "Big brother," Eri said quietly. "Let's get out of here, kid," Izuku replied with a serious look. They both began to sprint out of the cell room. Suddenly, Mimic emerged from the ground in his small form. "Quit playing and give us the brat before I rip you apart," he shouted in anger. "So you can keep torturing her? Go to hell," Izuku retorted, standing protectively in front of Eri, who looked scared. "Do you not realize it's 3 against 1? How do you see yourself winning this fight?" Nemoto taunted. Izuku stood tall, his eyes narrowed with resolve. "The hunt is on," he declared. Rikiya charged first, his massive fist smashing into the ground with enough force to crack the concrete. Izuku dodged to the side, slipping past Rikiya's bulk and delivering a sharp elbow to his ribs. The impact sent Rikiya stumbling, but Izuku didn't give him a chance to recover. He pivoted on his heel and slammed his fist into Rikiya's gut, doubling him over. "Bisrd," Rikiya coughed. "Fool!" Mimic exclaimed, twisting the walls around them into jagged spikes. Izuku quickly grabbed Eri and rolled out of the way, narrowly avoiding the deadly protrusions. As he stood up, he spotted Nemoto lunging at him with a knife. Izuku deflected the blade with a swift strike to Nemoto's wrist, twisting the villain's arm until he dropped the weapon. "Gah!" Nemoto yelled in pain, but Izuku pressed on. He drove his knee into Nemoto's abdomen, sending him crashing to the floor. Without pausing, Izuku turned his attention back to Mimic, who was warping the ground beneath them. Concrete tendrils shot out, aiming for Izuku's legs. He leaped into the air, using the wall to springboard himself toward Mimic's small form. Mimic's eyes widened as Izuku closed the distance, and before he could react, Izuku's fist connected with his face. The impact slammed Mimic into the wall, knocking him out cold. "I'll kill you!" Rikiya roared, having recovered from earlier hits and charging again. Izuku ducked under Rikiya's wild swing and landed a powerful uppercut to his chin. The big man staggered back, dazed. Izuku followed up with a spinning kick to Rikiya's temple, sending him crashing to the ground. Nemoto, clutching his stomach, attempted to rise, but Izuku was already there. He delivered a rapid series of punches to Nemoto's torso, each followed by a surge of energy. Nemoto crumpled under the assault, unconscious before he hit the floor. Breathing heavily, Izuku glanced around at the 3 fallen villains. He turned to Eri, who was watching him with wide eyes. "Let's go," he said, his voice calm yet firm. Eri nodded, clutching his hand as they began to move. They sprinted through the narrow hallways, the dim lights overhead flickering with every tremor that shook the underground base. "Big brother. Your hair." Eri pointed at his hair. It's white." Izuku looked confused. "Huh." He brought down a part of his hair only to see it completely white instead of green. "How the hell?" He focused on running. "There's no time to play around." As they ran, the dim lights of the base distorted their sense of direction. They turned corner after corner, each hallway looking the same, each door leading to another confusing labyrinth. The sounds of their pursuers, heavy footsteps and harsh voices, echoed through the base, growing louder with each passing second. "Diamond. This wasn't here before," Izuku muttered. "Big brother. What do we do?" Eri asked, her voice trembling. Izuku scanned the debris, searching for a way around. The sound of footsteps grew louder, closer. They didn't have much time. He spotted a narrow gap in the rubble, just wide enough for them to slip through. "We can get through here. Follow me, Eri." Izuku guided Eri through the gap, squeezing through the tight space. The debris crunched underfoot, and he had to be careful not to get stuck or hurt. Eri followed closely behind, her small frame allowing her to navigate the tight squeeze more easily. On the other side, they emerged into another corridor, but this one looked different. It was dimmer, with wires and cables hanging from the ceiling. Izuku could feel the oppressive weight of the base pressing in on them, making the air feel thick and heavy. Suddenly, two figures appeared at the end of the corridor, silhouetted by the dim light. It was Overhaul, accompanied by Chrono. "You're lost, Hero Hunter. You've nowhere left to run," Overhaul declared. "Then let me take you down," Izuku replied, his tone menacing as he held Eri back. "Bold claims, brat." Izuku glared at Overhaul and Chrono, his breath steady and his stance unyielding. Suddenly, a figure surprised them by swiping Overhaul away. He barely dodged it but still received a small scratch on his cheek. He then kicked Chrono in the face, knocking him out in the process. "Who the hell is this guy?" Izuku muttered under his breath. "It's over, Chisaki. The heroes are here, and you're going to prison after I take you down," the newcomer announced. "Filthy. It's you again. What was your name again?" "That's right, Lemillion or something." Overhaul realized he was facing a 2-on-1 and turned his attention toward Izuku and Eri. "Come back, Eri. How many times do I have to tell you? You break people. That's how you were born. Aren't I always telling you? I have to get my hands dirty because of your selfishness. You are cursed." Eri looked at him with fear while Izuku was filled with rage. Overhaul took off his gloves and activated his quirk, crumbling the entire cave floor. He quickly reassembled the ground into a bed of spikes that collided into each other, attempting to crush Izuku and Eri. Izuku grabbed Eri and leaped high into the air, narrowly avoiding the deadly spikes that erupted from below. He felt the sharp, cold rush of air as he propelled himself upward, the dangerous terrain below transforming into a chaotic mess of shifting metal and stone. Togata then landed next to Izuku. "Who are you?" the hero asked, taking a stance. Izuku thought for a moment before answering. "The name's Garu. No time for a friendly chat. I'm here to take down this guy and save the kid. Either help me or stay out of my way." Togata nodded at Izuku's response, his eyes narrowing with determination. "Got it. Let's take him down together." Overhaul, now fully aware that he was facing a formidable duo, gritted his teeth in frustration. "You two really think you can stop me? I'll crush you both." Without hesitation, Togata charged at Overhaul, using his permeation quirk to phase through the ground and reappear right in front of him. He threw a powerful punch, aiming for Overhaul's chest, but Overhaul quickly countered by raising a wall of jagged spikes between them. Togata phased through the spikes, his fist connecting with Overhaul's side and sending him stumbling back. Meanwhile, Izuku circled around to flank Overhaul, needing to keep Eri safe while also contributing to the fight. Spotting an opening, Izuku darted forward, his fists glowing with a faint blue energy. With a swift, precise movement, he aimed a punch at Overhaul's ribs, just as Togata had done. Overhaul, however, was not easily outmaneuvered. Using his quirk, he reformed the ground beneath him, creating a series of sharp, twisting pillars that erupted from the floor, forcing Izuku to dodge and retreat. "I can't eliminate the hero hunter," Overhaul thought, "or else all those serums would go to waste. Guess I'll start with the hero." Togata took advantage of the distraction, delivering a flurry of punches to Overhaul's upper body. Each hit was swift and powerful, but Overhaul managed to endure them, bracing against the impacts. With a snarl, Overhaul slammed his hand onto the ground, causing it to explode into a chaotic wave of debris aimed directly at Togata. "I can't let him get away with Eri like last time," Togata vowed. Togata phased through the attack, but the brief distraction allowed Overhaul to refocus on Izuku. "You think you can just take her away? She's mine," he shouted, his voice filled with possessiveness. Izuku's eyes burned with rage as he retorted, "You don't own her." With that, he dashed forward, launching himself at Overhaul with a powerful kick aimed at his head. Overhaul barely managed to block the attack, but the force of the blow sent him skidding backward. Togata quickly followed, appearing behind Overhaul and aiming a strike at his spine. Overhaul twisted just in time to avoid a direct hit, but Togata's fist grazed his side, causing him to wince in pain. Now fully on the defensive, Overhaul began to reshape the battlefield once again. The ground split open, forming trenches and barriers to keep the two attackers at bay. "Enough of this," he roared, slamming both hands into the ground. The floor erupted in a massive wave of spikes and debris, threatening to engulf everything in its path. Izuku grabbed Eri and leaped into the air, dodging the deadly wave. Togata phased through the onslaught, but even with his quirk, he could feel the intensity of Overhaul's attacks growing. Meanwhile, Chrono regained consciousness after being knocked out by Togata. "Chisaki!" "In it," he muttered, realizing that Overhaul was on the back foot. Assessing the situation quickly, he knew he had to act fast to turn the tide. With grim determination, he activated his quirk, Time Shift, aiming to slow down Togata's movements as he phased through Overhaul's defenses. Izuku, still holding Eri, caught sight of Chrono's movement out of the corner of his eye. "Hero! The other guy's back up," he warned. Before Togata could react, Chrono's quirk took hold. The world around Togata seemed to slow down, and his body responded sluggishly, his once fluid movements now feeling as if he were moving through molasses. Seizing the opportunity, Overhaul formed a massive wall of spikes aimed directly at Togata, hoping to catch him off guard. Togata cursed under his breath, feeling the weight of his limitations. "DMN. I can't move fast enough." As he watched Togata in danger, Izuku gritted his teeth, knowing he couldn't afford to lose this battle, not with Eri's life hanging in the balance. He gently placed Eri down behind a nearby barrier of debris, ensuring she was as safe as possible. "Stay here, Eri. I'll be back," he urged. Eri nodded, her eyes wide with fear but also filled with trust. She watched as Izuku turned and charged back into the fray, his body tense and ready for action. With Togata slowed down, Overhaul focused all his attention on Izuku. "You're just a kid playing hero. You can't protect her, not from me," he taunted. Izuku's fury boiled over as he clenched his fists, the blue energy around them intensifying. "I'm not playing anything for Sheet. You're not taking Eri," he shouted, lunging at Overhaul and using the momentum to deliver a powerful punch to his chest. Overhaul attempted to block, but the force of the impact sent him staggering back, cracks spreading across the ground where he landed. Before Overhaul could recover, Izuku was already on him, unleashing a barrage of punches, each one faster and more ferocious than the last. Overhaul struggled to keep up with Izuku's relentless assault. His defenses crumbled under the pressure, and for the first time, doubt began to creep into his mind. He couldn't let these two take Eri, not after all the sacrifices he had made. "Chisaki!" Chrono called out, seeing Overhaul in trouble. He attempted to shift his focus to Izuku, but Togata, even in his slowed state, managed to force his way through the time-altered field. With sheer willpower, he phased through Chrono's reach and landed a solid punch to his gut, knocking the wind out of him. As Togata's fist connected, the battlefield erupted into chaos, filled with crumbling stone, jagged spikes, and blinding bursts of energy. Izuku's relentless assault on Overhaul forced the villain to desperately reshape the terrain, but even his powerful quirk couldn't keep up with Izuku's speed and ferocity. Amid the chaos, a figure moved stealthily, unnoticed by the two heroes. Nemoto, one of Overhaul's most trusted subordinates, had been watching the battle from a distance, waiting for the right moment to strike. Through a small hole in the wall created by Overhaul's earlier attacks, Nemoto peeked into the battlefield. His eyes narrowed as he spotted Eri hiding behind a barrier of spikes, a sense of urgency gripping him. This was their last chance to regain control. "Chisaki, you're in trouble again, young emperor," Nemoto thought, quickly assessing the situation. He saw Overhaul struggling to fend off Izuku's barrage, and Chrono barely holding his own against Togata. They were on the verge of losing everything. But if they could just neutralize Eri, the tide might turn in their favor. Overhaul turned his attention to Nemoto as he retrieved a small case filled with bullets. "Nemoto, shoot!" he yelled, throwing the case to him while continuing to fight Izuku. With no time to waste, Nemoto's hands slipped into his coat, pulling out a pistol. He swiftly loaded one of the bullets into his gun. his heart pounding with a mix of fear and determination. The chaos escalated. Overhaul screamed in pain as the spiked-haired boy ripped his right eye from his face while pinning him to the ground. "Please, I beg you. Stop," he yelled in agony, but the figure before him merely looked on with cold, wrathful eyes. With a sickening RIP, Overhaul screamed again as the silver-haired boy tore his arm from its socket, blood spraying across the cold concrete floor. Izuku, fully consumed by his transformation, showed no mercy. With one swift motion, he grabbed Overhaul's remaining arm, fingers digging into flesh as he pulled with bone-crunching force. Snap! Overhaul's body convulsed as Izuku twisted and snapped the limb in an unnatural direction. The villain's scream was guttural, filled with raw, unfiltered pain that echoed through the chamber. Blood pooled around them, staining the ground as Overhaul writhed, powerless to stop the onslaught. Please. Show mercy," he sobbed. "I'm going to rip your guts out," Izuku whispered in Overhaul's ear, his voice dripping with bloodlust. Without hesitation, he plunged his hand deep into Overhaul's stomach, feeling the warmth of blood and the sickening squelch of organs beneath his fingers. Overhaul's eyes bulged as he gasped in horror, his body seizing from the excruciating pain. He tried to scream, but only a weak, choked sound escaped his lips as Izuku's hand dug deeper, pushing past layers of flesh and muscle. Izuku's expression twisted with rage as he began to pull, his fingers curling around the slimy, pulsing mass of intestines. With a sickening schlorp, he yanked them out, the slick coils slipping from Overhaul's body and spilling onto the ground in a gruesome heap. Overhaul's mouth opened in a silent scream, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Blood poured from the gaping wound in his abdomen, pooling around them in a sticky, crimson puddle. Izuku didn't stop there. His bloodied hands gripped the exposed intestines, tugging them out inch by inch, the wet slapping sound of the organs hitting the floor echoing through the room. Overhaul's body jerked with every pull, his remaining eye rolling back as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Izuku leaned in close, his voice low and menacing as he hissed, "You'll feel every last second of this." With one final, violent yank, Izuku tore out the remaining length of Overhaul's intestines, the sight utterly gruesome. Overhaul's body trembled one last time before finally going limp, his life drained away in a pool of his own blood. Togata, who had stayed by Eri's side, was filled with fear and shock at what he had just witnessed. All he could do was cover Eri's ears to shield her from the horrific sounds of limb ripping. "Garu, what did you just do?" Togata asked in disbelief. Izuku remained silent for a moment before answering, "What I had to. He deserved it for hurting Eri." He stepped closer, but Togata raised a hand, holding Eri protectively. "Don't come any closer," Togata warned. Izuku paused, his hand stained but steady at his sides, his gaze sharp. The rage that had fueled his actions simmered down, but the intensity remained. "Listen here, hero," he said flatly, his voice devoid of regret. "I did what had to be done." He got what he deserved for hurting a child. Togata stammered, That wasn't just punishment. You tore him apart." Izuku's eyes flickered to Eri, her small form limp in Togata's grasp. He took another step forward, his expression unwavering. "I made sure he'd never hurt anyone again. Eri doesn't have to be afraid anymore." Togata stepped back, instincts urging him to keep his distance. The blood on Izuku's hands and the coldness in his voice made him realize he was facing someone transformed. Togata trembled as he muttered, "You're not the same anymore. You're a monster." Izuku paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts before responding. "Give me the kid. I'm not repeating myself." His tone was menacing as he advanced, causing Togata's eyes to widen with fear. Nevertheless, he stood firm, clutching Eri protectively. "Don't make this harder than it needs to be," Izuku warned, reaching for Eri. Togata instinctively stepped back, trying to shield her. "Stay back," Togata shouted. Izuku showed no signs of slowing down. He grabbed Togata by the arm and, with a powerful twist, wrenched Eri from his grasp. "Eri, it's all right. You're safe now," he assured her. Eri's trembling eyes met Izuku's, and despite her fear, relief was evident on her face. As Togata regained his composure, he prepared to charge at Izuku, but Izuku was already turning away, moving swiftly toward the exit. "Stay out of my way if you know what's good for you," he warned. Togata stood in silence, realizing the truth in Izuku's words. He had failed to save Eri before, and he couldn't save her now. "Will you keep her safe and protect her at all costs?" he called out desperately. Izuku nodded firmly before turning back. He dashed down the hallway, Eri securely in his arms, his pulse racing with urgency. The corridors seemed endless, but his determination propelled him forward. "Eri's safe, but I need to get out of here before the heroes catch up," he thought as he sprinted, his footsteps echoing in the silent halls. He could hear the heroes closing in, their voices growing louder. "Overhaul is gone, and I have Eri with me, safe and sound," he reassured himself. However, as he turned down another dimly lit hallway, a sharp pain tore through his shoulder. "Pow pow." Izuku stumbled, spinning around to see a tall figure emerging from the shadows, two smoking guns in hand. "Going somewhere?" Zombie Man asked, his cold eyes fixed on Izuku. Izuku gritted his teeth, recognizing the S-class hero. "You think one bullet's gonna stop me?" he shot back defiantly. Zombie Man's expression remained unreadable. Izuku tightened his grip on Eri, his mind racing. He couldn't afford a prolonged fight, but Zombie Man wasn't giving him a choice. "You killed a man back there. And you're taking the child. Just give me the girl before things get out of hand," Zombie Man demanded. "That man was a monster who tortured this child." "I did what needed to be done," Izuku replied, his voice steady. Zombie Man pet his gun, ready to fire again, careful not to hit Eri. "The law doesn't work that way. Neither do heroes." Without hesitation, Zombie Man fired. The first bullet struck Izuku's shoulder, spinning him around. He gritted his teeth, pushing through the pain. Another shot rang out, hitting him in the side. He stumbled but refused to go down, his vision blurring as he pressed on. "Damn it. Is this guy really firing at a kid?" Izuku thought, frustration and anger surging within him. Zombie Man fired again, the bullet tearing through Izuku's leg and bringing him to one knee. Izuku gasped, blood soaking his clothes, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "Can't stop," he thought, determination fueling him. Zombie Man closed in, gun raised for another shot. But before he could pull the trigger, Izuku forced himself to his feet, lunging forward with a burst of energy. He slammed his uninjured foot into the wall, causing debris to rain down and block Zombie Man's view. "Gotta keep moving," Izuku muttered to himself, using the brief moment of cover to limp down the hallway. His body screamed in pain with every step, blood dripping from his wounds and leaving a trail behind him. Zombie Man quickly cleared the debris, firing several more shots down the hallway. One bullet grazed Izuku's back, another nicked his side. He bit back a cry of pain, knowing he couldn't afford to slow down now. "Gah!" he gasped, forcing himself to keep moving despite the intense agony. He stumbled around a corner, blood staining his clothes. Spotting a fire escape at the end of the hallway, he pushed himself toward it, driven by sheer will. "You're not getting away," Zombie Man shouted, his voice cold as he fired again. The bullets slammed into the walls and debris around Izuku. One shot grazed his thigh, adding to the searing pain. Gritting his teeth, he felt his vision blurring with every step. As he reached the fire escape, he used his remaining strength to throw open the door. The light of the early afternoon sun flooded the narrow stairs, but Izuku barely registered it. He stumbled down the steps, his breaths coming in ragged gasps. "Stop. You won't make it far," Zombie Man called out, gunshots continuing to ring out, each one hitting the metal railing or the concrete steps. Izuku winced as one shot struck his back once more, forcing him to almost collapse. He fought through the pain, pushing himself down the stairs and bursting through the door at the bottom. Outside, the sunlight hit him sharply, making his injuries feel a little more bearable. "W.O. When was the last time I saw the sky?" he murmured, spotting a nearby alley and limping toward it in search of cover. Zombie Man's voice grew distant as he stopped firing, the sound of his footsteps fading. Izuku dragged himself through the alley, each step a struggle against the intense pain and blood loss. He glanced back, confirming that Zombie Man had stopped pursuing him. The S-Class hero's footsteps and gunshots grew fainter as he moved further away. Gotta get to safety, he thought, focusing on his goal. Eri remained unconscious in his arms, her small form surprisingly calm despite the chaos. Izuku headed toward the outskirts of the city, moving as quickly as his injuries would allow. His destination was a remote area far from the Shai Hisakai HQ, his old hideout. Suddenly, while he was on a remote road, a truck stopped a few meters in front of him. The driver, noticing Izuku with Eri in his arms, called out, "Hey you! What happened there?" Izuku looked confused as the driver continued, "You're bleeding. Are you okay? Do you need a ride?" "I'm fine. Can you really?" Izuku replied, moving toward the truck. "Yeah, get in," the driver said. Izuku opened the passenger door and climbed inside with Eri. "Where are you heading?" the driver asked. "Outside town. Near the woods," Izuku said firmly. "All right," the driver responded, starting the engine. Meanwhile, other heroes managed to reach the scene. Izumi, Aizawa, Nighteye, and the police force entered from the hallway. Ryukyu, along with Nijire, Tsu, and Uraraka, arrived from above. "This place. It's a war zone. What the hell happened here?" Izumi exclaimed. Aizawa narrowed his eyes as he surveyed the destruction, addressing the group. "Stay alert. Whoever did this might still be nearby." As they analyzed the scene, they spotted a body a few meters away, covered in a pool of blood. Nighteye walked toward it and flipped the corpse to identify the person. "Chisaki's dead," he muttered in disbelief. "Just who did this?" Ryukyu and Nijire found 2 unconscious bodies nearby. "Nighteye, we found 2 others. Not dead," Ryukyu reported. Nighteye, Izumi, and Aizawa turned to see Togata, slumped against the wall, clutching his side. His normally vibrant face was pale, and his eyes were filled with exhaustion and despair. "Togata, what happened to you? Are you okay?" Aizawa asked urgently. "I'm fine. Just a little beat up," Togata managed to say. "Where's Eri?" Izumi asked, her voice rising with panic. Togata looked at her, his expression heavy with regret. "Yagi. I'm sorry. He took her." "Who?" Izumi demanded, her heart racing. Togata swallowed hard, wincing as he tried to sit up straighter. "His name. He called himself Garu. I don't know who he is or where he came from. But he was strong, too strong. He killed Overhaul and took Eri. I tried to stop him but what?" Izumi shouted, her frustration boiling over. Aizawa intervened, his voice calm yet firm. "Yagi, calm down." Nighteye's eyes narrowed at the unfamiliar name. "Garu? I've never encountered anyone by that name before. Describe him. What was his quirk?" "I didn't see him use a quirk while we were fighting the Yakuza. He relied on fighting styles and martial arts," Togata explained. A tense silence filled the room as the heroes processed the gravity of his words. Izumi's hands clenched into fists, trembling with a mix of fear and anger. "Martial arts?" she echoed, her voice barely a whisper, as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Aizawa kept his gaze fixed on Togata, his tone urgent but controlled. "Focus, Togata. Did he say anything else? Any clue where he might be taking her?" Togata struggled to recall every detail, his mind racing. He said he was going to protect her, that she was safe with him. But he didn't say where he was going. If he doesn't have a quirk, that makes him an anomaly. To take down someone like Chisaki, we're dealing with someone who's not just strong, but incredibly skilled and ruthless based on what he did to Chisaki, Nighteye concluded. Just then, Ryukyu and Nijire rejoined the group, urgency evident on their faces. "We need to move quickly," Ryukyu said, her voice firm. "If he's injured, he won't get far." "It's no use," a figure said as he approached the group. "It was Zombie Man. I managed to catch up to him in the hallway. I got a few shots in, hit him several times while he was holding the kid," he said, his voice low and serious. The group fell silent before Izumi spoke up, her shock and anger evident. "You shot at him while he had Eri? What if one of those bullets had hit her?" Zombie Man replied. I had a clear line of sight and made sure the shots wouldn't hit her. But he didn't slow down, not for a second. He just kept moving, like the pain meant nothing to him. He held her gaze, unfazed by her outburst. Aizawa's expression darkened as he processed the information. So even after being shot multiple times, he still managed to escape. Ryukyu added, that means he's injured, possibly bleeding out as we speak. He might be strong, but he's not invincible. We can still catch him if we move fast. Zombie Man shook his head. He's long gone by now. Those bullets barely slowed him, and he's probably found a ride or something. Izumi stood in silence, feeling defeated, before her gaze fell on Overhaul's lifeless body, covered in his own blood. What kind of monster is he? She thought. The outcome of the operation was a failure. The heroes had not only failed to save Eri but also to secure the bullets. Many heroes and police officers were injured, and now there was a new villain on the loose named Garu. Overhaul had been killed by Garu, according to one of the work-study students, who described the scene as brutal. The heroes who participated in the operation returned to their agencies, instructed not to let the public know about the incident. It was clear that this new villain posed a significant threat and could instill fear among the public, much like the hero hunter. Meanwhile, Izuku walked through the forest where the driver had dropped him, Eri still asleep in his arms. He was bleeding from multiple wounds. When will I get there? He thought, frustration building as he continued walking. It had been nearly an hour since the driver had left them. The forest was a few miles away from Mustafa, a quiet area where people typically went for hunting or camping. Eri's eyes slowly opened, and she looked around, confused. Big brother. Where are we? She asked, her voice trembling. We're going. Somewhere safe, kid. Can you walk? Izuku managed to say, coughing blood. Eri nodded, and Izuku gently set her down. She managed to walk normally, and they continued toward Izuku's old hut. After a few minutes, they arrived. The hut was in an open area with an abandoned small building nearby. Izuku slid the metal door open, and they both entered. A few seconds later, Izuku collapsed, unconscious. Big brother? Eri called out, her voice filled with worry as she looked at his sleeping face. Later that night at the UA dormitory, Izumi, Uraraka, Tsu, and Kirishima were discharged from the hospital, their work-study officially over. It feels like it's been a long time since we've been here, Uraraka said, glancing around. Yeah. Tsu replied, her tone subdued. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Kirishima exclaimed excitedly. The four students opened the door and entered to find other students preparing dinner and helping each other. There you guys are. It's about time you showed up. Mineta exclaimed. We've been worried about you, Yayorozu added. Yeah, we saw the news, Kaminari chimed in. It looked terrifying. Mina added. Are you guys okay? Siro asked, concern etched on his face. I made this for you, Sata said, holding out a large double chocolate cake. First Kamino and now the Yakuza? How do you guys get into these situations? Kaminari exclaimed. As the students expressed their concern, Ida took charge of the atmosphere, calming everyone down. Okay, that's enough, everyone. I know you were worried after seeing the news, but give them some space. They've been through a lot, Ida said. Thanks, Ida, Izumi thought, grateful for his support. After the initial chaos settled, the students returned to their activities, helping one another. Izumi sat on a couch, lost in thought about the new villain Mirio had mentioned. The way he talked about him. It almost sounded like him, she mused. You okay? Bakugo asked, sitting on the other side of the couch. You haven't been the same since. Is that so? I guess I haven't made much progress. I just miss him, Izumi admitted, her voice tinged with sadness. Me too. I was an idiot for thinking that bullying him would save him, Bakugo said quietly. That one is true, Todoroki added, sitting on the opposite couch. Shoto, Izumi said, surprised by his presence. I miss him too. The last time I saw him was when we were 12. Before he became the hero hunter, Todoroki said, his tone comforting as he looked down. It was all my fault. If I had only stopped bothering him sooner, Then none of this would have happened, Izumi said, a tear slipping down her cheek. Bakugo and Todoroki sat in silence, knowing they couldn't do anything to comfort her. Dinner's ready, Bakugo announced as he got up, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Soon after, Todoroki and Izumi got up as well. Meanwhile, Izuku stirred from a deep sleep that had lasted 15 hours. As his eyes slowly opened, he took in the dark room around him. The door was closed, and Eri sat on a broken couch, staring at a picture on the wall marked with red crosses. "Eri, are you okay?" he asked quietly, a wave of pain washing over him. Eri nodded slowly, and Izuku sighed in relief, though his face twitched slightly as he noticed his wounds still bleeding. "Where are those bandages?" he thought, rising to search through his belongings. To his dismay, he found nothing. "You've got to be kidding me," he muttered, frustration etched on his face. Eri looked at him with concern. "Big brother, you're bleeding," she said, worry evident in her voice. It's fine," he replied, attempting to reassure her, but a cough escaped him, bringing up blood. Izuku began to rummage through his things more aggressively, desperate for bandages or anything that could help. Where is it?" he muttered angrily as he continued his search. "Big brother." Eri called softly, trying to get his attention. "Not now, kid," he snapped, still focused on his search. "Big brother," she repeated. "What is it?" he asked, turning his head toward her with annoyance. Eri stood behind him, holding a handful of used bandages. "Where did you?" Izuku felt his heart shatter, and a small tear slipped from his eye as he realized that Eri had removed her own bandages from her arms and legs to bring to him. "Did you?" he asked sadly as he approached her and pulled her into a hug. "Thank you." After a few moments, Izuku broke the embrace and carefully dug his fingers into his wounds, extracting each bullet that the S-class hero had shot him with. Minutes later, he wrapped the bandages around his arms and legs, using some of his torn clothing to secure them to his back wounds. "Get some rest. I'll find something to eat tomorrow," he said as Eri returned to the broken couch and settled down. Noticing she had nothing to cover herself with, he searched through his belongings and found a small, dirty blanket in the corner of the hut. He gently draped it over her. "Good night," he said softly. "Good night, big brother," she murmured as her eyes slowly closed. 2 days later, in the morning, Nighteye stood in front of a house. He knocked on the door, which was opened by a weary-looking All Might. "Mirai, what are you doing here?" All Might asked, sounding exhausted. "Not even a hello? How long are you going to keep looking like this?" Nighteye replied as he stepped inside. "Where's Inko?" All Might asked, settling onto the couch. "On a mission," Toshinori said, taking a seat on the opposite couch. "Anyway, I'm guessing Aizawa already told you about the mission we had during your daughter's apprenticeship at my agency." Nighteye continued, and All Might nodded. "Yeah, he did. Apparently, you guys couldn't find the girl." "Yes, that's true, but it wasn't that simple. She was taken by someone else." "Taken? Who would do that? And why?" "That's the troubling part. The person who took her. He killed Overhaul. Brutally. His name is Garu, a new villain who surfaced during the raid." "Garu? I've never heard that name before." The surprising part is that he helped Mirio fight Overhaul and his associates. According to him, Garu didn't even use his quirk. It was just pure martial arts. "You don't think?" What Mirio said next has had me thinking for days. He mentioned that Garu's movements followed a blue stream of water behind him, or at least that's what he saw. Maybe Bang had another disciple? "I'm going to ask him. Also, do me a favor," Nighteye said as he stood up. "I need you to go to his grave. Check if his body is still there." Toshinori's eyes widened in shock. "What are you saying, Mirai?" he asked, confusion and doubt creeping into his voice. "There's no way Overhaul would do something with him. Just do it for goodness sake." Nighteye yelled in frustration, silencing All Might. Toshinori nodded. "Call me if you see anything strange," Nighteye said as he left. Meanwhile, Izuku was running through the forest toward town. After waking up, he had seen Eri still asleep, making it the perfect time to gather supplies like bandages and food. He spotted a corner store with only one person inside, munching on chips and watching a football game. As Izuku entered the shop, he was surprised to find that the man didn't seem to care about his presence. That was easy, he thought, scanning the shelves for bandages. He grabbed 2 first aid kits and a handful of bandages. This should do it. Now for food, he said, eyeing the snacks and fruits on the opposite side. He opened his sack and began filling it with fruits, drinks, snacks, meat, and other items. Time to pay with my hard-earned money. As if that's ever going to happen. "Hey you!" the shopkeeper shouted. Realizing he had been spotted, Izuku sprinted out of the shop. After several minutes of non-stop running, he finally stopped in an alleyway. "Sheet. I'm bleeding again," he said, holding his side. He set down the sack. "I need to get back before Eri wakes up." An hour later, Izuku found himself waking up in a pile of broken debris inside the building he had been in. "Where am I? Did I lose a fight or something?" he gasped, scratching the back of his head, confusion evident on his face. "What happened?" A voice responded, "Yep, I feel totally emptied out right now." Another voice chimed in, "Yeah? Just to keep things fair, how about I play with one finger from each hand?" Izuku's anger flared. "That's it. I'm gonna crush you this time," he yelled. As he walked with a sack on his back, he spotted his opponent. "Is that? Yeah, it's him. I won't get a second chance. My body can handle it. The pain is gone. Once I beat him, it'll send a message to the public that I'm back, and I'll be stronger than before. Prepare to be hunted." He tossed the sack next to a trash can to protect it from damage and launched himself toward the S-Class hero. What will his first move be? I can't wait to find out. Here it goes. "Get ready," he thought as he closed in on King. King looked surprised. Huh. Suddenly, Izuku was kicked by someone next to King, sending him crashing into a nearby building. "That dude was trying to attack you." "You know him?" one bystander asked. King replied, "Nope, never seen that guy before. Fighting monsters is bad enough, and now I have to deal with thugs too? Give me a break." Present Izuku thought, better get back to the hideout, Eri's probably awake by now. Right. The sack. He moved toward the trash can to retrieve it. As he picked it up, he peeked through the alleyway and saw another hero approaching. Is that? Yes, there's no doubt about it. It's A-Class Death Gatling, he realized. As Death Gatling turned, Izuku quickly hid behind the wall, clutching his side in pain. "Damn it. King really roughed me up. My body is at its limit. I need to get back to Eri," he thought, moving in the opposite direction toward his hideout. Unbeknownst to him, Death Gatling watched with suspicion, sensing he was being observed. Nighteye stood at the top of a mountain outside a dojo and knocked on the door. It was opened by Bang. "Can I help you with something, Nighteye?" Bang asked, his expression neutral. "Silverfang. I hope you're doing well. I'm here to ask a few questions if that's all right," Nighteye said. Bang nodded and let him in. They sat down on the mat with a small table in front of them. Nighteye asked, "By any chance, did you have a disciple named Garu?" Bang paused for a moment, considering the question. "I've never heard that name before. Why do you ask?" Nighteye explained the Shy Hisekai raid and how it had failed to save a girl. He mentioned Garu, and how he had used Bang's flowing water-crushing rock fist technique. Bang's surprise was evident. "I see. You saw him do it yourself?" Nighteye replied, "No, it was one of my apprentices. This could have been a mistake or something more significant. Anyway, thank you for your time, Silverfang." He stood up and bowed before leaving. Bang thought to himself, "Garu, huh?" Later, Nighteye's phone rang. It was All Might. "Yes? Did you find anything?" Nighteye asked. "Mirai. Izuku's body. It's gone." Tashinori's voice trembled with urgency. "What do you mean it's gone?" Nighteye exclaimed in shock. "The grave. It was dug up. There was no sign of him anywhere." "This can't be happening," Nighteye muttered, running a hand through his hair in frustration. "Are you certain it was his grave? No mistakes?" "I'm sure. His name was on the stone. But the coffin was empty. Damn it." Nighteye slammed his fist on the nearest surface. narrowing his eyes as he pieced together the implications. If his body isn't there, then you don't think he's alive, do you? Toshinori asked, a hint of disbelief in his voice. It's possible, Nighteye said hesitantly. But we need more information. If he's really out there, then this Garu could be our only lead. What do we do now? All Might asked, desperation creeping into his voice. We need to find this Garu guy fast. He might be the key to all of this. I'll put everything I have into locating him, Nighteye replied firmly. Okay, please let me know if you find him. I will, Nighteye said as he hung up. Flashback. Whoa, Uncle Mirai. You can see the future? That's so cool, a young Izuku exclaimed. Izuku, trust me, seeing the future isn't as exciting as it sounds, Nighteye replied. No way. Seeing the future has to be awesome, Izuku insisted, hugging Nighteye's leg tightly, which made him chuckle. Back in the forest, Izuku struggled through the underbrush with a heavy sack of supplies. Each step sent pain coursing through him, but he pushed on, determined to return to Eri. He couldn't let her see how badly he was injured. Almost there, he muttered to himself as he reached the hut, a small, abandoned building in the clearing. He slid open the metal door and stepped inside, where Eri was still asleep on the broken couch, wrapped in the dirty blanket he had found. Setting the sack down, he took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. His wounds were worse than he had let on, and he felt himself growing weaker. I'm back, kid. I brought food, he announced. Eri stirred at the sound of his voice, looking at him with a mix of sleepiness and confusion. Big brother. You're hurt again, she said softly. Izuku forced a smile, trying to downplay his injuries. It's nothing, kid. Just a scratch. I got us some food and bandages. We'll be fine. Eri nodded, though worry still lingered in her eyes. Izuku handed her an apple from the sack. Eat up. You need to stay strong, he encouraged. As Eri began to eat, Izuku sank down to the floor, leaning against the wall. He took a handful of bandages and wrapped them around his wounds. Aren't you going to eat? Eri asked gently. Yeah, in a sec, he replied. Once he finished tending to his injuries, he took a few fruits, ham, bread, and cheese, then made sandwiches for both of them. All I could manage with my cooking skills, kid. Eat up, he said with a chuckle as he took a bite. Eri nodded and took a small bite as well. Izumi found herself lying in a field filled with appealing roses and short grass, the soft breeze brushing against her skin. Where am I? She muttered as she sat up, looking around in confusion. Oh, you're awake now. Good, a firm voice spoke, catching her attention. Izumi quickly turned to see who it was, and her eyes widened in shock. Izuku. You're alive, she exclaimed, unable to believe what she was seeing. Izuku stood before her, but there was something different about him. His face was dark and shadowy, making it hard to discern his features. Of course I am. You think a few tendrils could kill me that easily? He chuckled, though a seriousness in his tone made Izumi uneasy. Izumi looked down in shame, her heart heavy with guilt. Izuku, I'm sorry for everything I did to you. I was weak. I wasn't strong enough to save you. All I did was watch as you. It doesn't have to be that way, Izumi. You don't have to be weak anymore. From now on, you can save everyone you want. No matter how many there are or how far away they are, you can save them all. Including me. As he spoke, he stretched his hand toward her. Let's go home, Izumi, he smiled. Izumi hesitated, her eyes fixed on Izuku's outstretched hand. His words echoed in her mind, but something felt off. This didn't feel like the brother she knew. Izuku, she began, her voice shaky. Are you? The smile on Izuku's face faltered, and for a brief moment, his expression turned cold and unreadable. Then, his features began to shift, transforming into something unrecognizable. Tisk! The figure muttered before disappearing into thin air, leaving Izumi completely confused and scared. A few minutes later, she woke up in her dorm room, gasping for air. What was that thing? She said, sweating and breathing heavily. The next day, Izuku lay on the couch in his hideout, breathing heavily and covered in bandages. I can't shake this fever. I might be out for a few days. I don't have time for this, he thought. Eri, who was sitting nearby, watched Izuku with confusion and worry. Big brother, are you okay? She asked softly. Her small voice broke the silence. Izuku forced a smile, turning his head slightly to look at her. I'm fine, Eri. Just a little tired, he reassured her. Eri wasn't convinced. She could see the pain in Izuku's eyes and the strain in his voice. You don't look okay, she said, concern evident in her tone. Do you need medicine? Izuku shook his head slowly. No, I'll be all right. I just need some rest, that's all. Suddenly, a creaking noise came from a small figure, causing Izuku to tense up. Eri took cover behind the couch, covering her head with her hands. Who's there? Izuku shouted, his voice echoing in the small space. The figure yelped, stumbling back and falling. Izuku stood tall, his features obscured by shadow. What are you sneaking around for? He asked, his voice serious and quiet. Listen, the shack is. Gulps, it's our secret base, so. The small child replied, his voice trembling with fear. Izuku looked at him calmly. Wait, it's you, water boy. Huh. Kota replied, looking up to see the familiar face of the white-haired teen. It was hard to believe he was the same person who had saved him from Muscular. It's me, kid, the guy you showed your almanac to, Izuku said. And Mr. Kota exclaimed, rushing in for a hug. I thought you died. Tears streamed down his face. Izuku returned the embrace, gently patting Kota on the head. It's a long story. Also, I thought I told you to stop calling me Mr. Wait, what happened to your hair? Last time I saw it, it was green, Kota asked, curiosity shining in his eyes. I don't know. Anyway, why are you here? Izuku replied. I was hoping that you could maybe leave our base, Kota stammered. What? Why are you telling me to leave? I'm trying to rest here, Izuku said, kneeling down in confusion. Just then, Eri emerged from behind the couch, sensing it was safe. Big brother. Who's that? She asked softly, her gaze fixed on Kota. Izuku paused for a moment before an idea struck him. Kid, this is Kota. You can be friends with him, he said with a smile. Hi. Eri said shyly. Kota blushed slightly and bowed his head. Now back to my question. Why did you ask me to leave? Izuku asked, raising an eyebrow. Everybody told me to tell that to whoever was in there. Kota admitted, embarrassment creeping into his voice. What, like your friends? Just tell him to buzz off, Izuku replied. But I. Kota began, tears welling up in his eyes. Stop your crying. You're annoying, Izuku said, then sighed in defeat. Alright, fine, I'll move to another place soon, okay? If they have a problem with that, bring him here and I'll tell him myself. Got that, brat? He stood up and added, and let me give you a piece of advice. It's about earning respect from others. What is it? Kota asked, wiping his tears. Meanwhile, Nighteye and All Might were in a car. Neo Mesa is already on the scene, so there's no need for us to stay there. We'll have to track him down. He's definitely alive, Nighteye said as he drove. Toshinori hesitated. Nairai, you really think he's? Yes, something tells me this guru is just a cover name. He's trying to keep his identity a secret, Nighteye replied. Where do you think he is right now? Toshinori asked. No idea, but I know someone who knows a few things about him, Nighteye said, stopping the car in front of an apartment building. He pressed the apartment bell, and the door opened. They took the elevator to the third floor and knocked on the door they were looking for. Zombie Man? Can we ask you a few questions? Nighteye called out. Zombie Man opened the door, cigarette in hand. Oh, Nighteye, what do you want? He asked. You know about the guy you shot? His name's Guru. Could you tell us what he looks like? Nighteye asked neutrally. Zombie Man thought for a moment. He was covered in bandages. His hair was white, he answered, surprising both Nighteye and Toshinori. Wait, are you sure it was white? Wasn't it green? Toshinori asked, a hint of sadness in his voice. Zombie Man shook his head. Nighteye considered the possibility. Maybe he dyed his hair then. After a few minutes of questioning, Nighteye and All Might left. Zombie Man took out his phone and dialed a number. Stitch? Yeah, the hero hunter is alive. I'm sure it was him. He looks a bit different though. He's got white hair, so make sure to send out some heroes to hunt him. Okay, bye, he said before hanging up. Meanwhile, Tsukachi spoke to Nighteye on the phone. So he really is alive, huh? Yeah, he's got white hair according to Zombie Man. Think you can track him down? Nighteye asked. I'm not the only one tracking him down, Tsukachi replied, glancing at the heroes around him. Presently, Izuku turned to Koda. If you want respect, if you don't want to be bossed around, then you gotta get strong, he said with a confident smile. Eri stood nearby, recalling the same advice he had given her while they were locked up by Overhaul. What? Koda asked, confused. That's it. Some pretty good advice, huh? Izuku asked confidently. No. I mean that's pretty obvious, Koda replied. Izuku slammed his fist on the table, startling both Koda and Eri. He then smiled and said, yeah, it is obvious. So obvious that you understood it perfectly. He chuckled happily before grunting in pain. DMN. Even laughing hurts, he muttered. Are you all right, mister? Koda asked. Yeah. You should get home now, Izuku said as he got up. Koda moved toward the door to slide it open, but just before he did, Izuku felt a surge of danger. Wait, Izuku said, stopping Koda from opening the door. Huh? Koda replied. I need you to hide with Eri somewhere safe. Can you do that? Izuku asked with a reassuring smile, though both kids looked confused. Safe from WH, Koda began, but was interrupted by a series of gunshots from outside the shack. Eri exclaimed, What's happening? Her voice trembling with fear. Izuku opened a small hole in the metal door with his finger and peeked outside to assess the situation. Out front, he counted 4 figures. He knew he had to be careful. The tension in the air was palpable, and danger loomed closer. Suddenly, a voice shouted, This is the end of the line for ya, as Gun aimed his firearms at Izuku. As Gun opened fire, Izuku swiftly dodged the bullets and prepared to counterattack. You're first, he declared, but just as he was about to strike, Stinger attacked him mid-air. Izuku barely managed to evade the blow, receiving a small scratch on his left cheek. Stinger was impressed. He dodged it with no difficulty? Amazing, he thought. Izuku realized, that was pretty close. I don't think he was trying to take me alive. Just then he noticed a flurry of arrows raining down on him. He dodged each one with agility and leaped to a safer area. Meanwhile, in a nearby shack, Eri and Koda watched the fight unfold, puzzled by the hero's actions. Koda's confusion was evident as he asked, I don't understand. Mr. saved me so many times. Why are the heroes after him? Eri quietly responded, but Big Brother is a hero, isn't he? Back at the fight, Chain Toad observed the scene with a hint of skepticism. Despite the odds, he's not backing down. Is this hero hunter just a fool? Glasses shook his head. No, Chain Toad. All the pro heroes and S-class heroes, Tank Topinter, Metal Bat, and Mirko, were badly beaten. The hero hunter is no fool. Remember what we discussed about him. Chain Toad nodded in agreement. Never underestimate him. I'll keep that in mind. He then spun his chain sickle and shouted, Now let's see how he likes this. He hurled the thick metal end of the chain at Izuku. Izuku dodged the attack but was immediately confronted by Smile Man from above and Wild Horn from behind. He managed to evade both, but Gun shot him in the leg. Stinger followed up with a cut to Izuku's arm. As Izuku attempted to retreat, he found Glasses blocking his path. Chain Toad struck at Izuku's side with the metal end of his weapon. Izuku blocked Smile Man's emoji weapon with his forearms, forming an X shape to shield himself, but the force pushed him back, allowing Chain Toad to execute a technique called ear cutter, throwing the sickle side of the chain toward Izuku's ear and quickly retracting it. Smile Man remarked, I believe it. He was Silverfang's top disciple. Not to mention his whole family are heroes. Chain Toad added, and he's no fool. His senses are frighteningly sharp. Izuku assessed the situation, realizing that both Chain Toad and Smile Man were launching a relentless barrage of attacks. He managed to evade their weapons and sprint toward a safer area. Just then, Gun attempted to shoot him again, but Izuku jumped, causing the bullet to hit a nearby tree as he landed on the ground. Following this, Shooter unleashed a rain of poison arrows. Izuku quickly moved to his left to avoid the onslaught, but 2 arrows struck him. Shooter exclaimed, "Got him! 2 hits!" Izuku thought, but if I go too far, I'll be in Shooter and Gun's field of fire, with Death Gatling ready to clean up. What has that guy in the tracksuit been up to all this time? He noticed Glasses collecting the arrows that Shooter had shot at him. "Shooter!" Glasses yelled, tossing the strapped arrows back to him. "Thanks," Shooter replied. Izuku realized, he's here as support. That explains why he's keeping his distance from me. In that case. A smirk crossed his face as he dashed toward Glasses to catch him off guard. "You're gonna be my meat shield," he yelled, trying to grab him. To Izuku's surprise, Glasses jumped back, avoiding his grasp. "Get back here!" Izuku yelled, stepping forward, only to be hit by Gun's bullet in his foot track. "DMN. I can't let my guard down for a second. They're relentless," he thought, glancing back at Gun. In that moment, Glasses managed to punch him. Izuku focused on Glasses and attempted to strike, but Glasses dodged. "Little brat!" Izuku exclaimed. Glasses replied, "Just in case you were wondering, it's my job to chase you down if you try to run. In terms of stamina and persistence, you won't beat me. You're wounded and poisoned. You won't hold out much longer." He stood in a boxing pose while Izuku breathed heavily. But close-up fighting is a job for the other heroes. Stinger and Wildhorn stepped in front of Glasses, weapons drawn against Izuku. Izuku thought, "They've got me surrounded, and I don't have the legs to break through them. In my condition, there's no way I can avoid all their bullets, arrows, and other weapons." Death Gatling said, "This is your final chance to surrender, Izuku Yagi. So take it." His serious expression conveyed the weight of his words. "You didn't see this ending coming, did you? Well, that's too bad, Hero Hunter. Everyone here is a veteran who's faced death countless times. I personally selected the best heroes to hunt you down." Izuku replied, "So they're the best, huh?" He chuckled with a cocky smirk. "I'm sure you're proud of your little squad, but I call nonsense. I don't see one Class S here or even a top 10 hero. Doesn't your hero association understand how dangerous I am? These bargain basement heroes and their costumes are nothing but a joke." Death Gatling retorted, "So even a criminal like you only cares about Class S and top heroes?" "Huh." Izuku responded, puzzled. Death Gatling continued, "In the Hero Association, the S-Class heroes are worshipped. They get paid the big bucks and have access to classified information that the rest of us never see. We're all heroes, but we're not equals. The rankings are subjective, and many heroes never get recognized. They may not be Class S, but this crew is still tough. You've drawn attention for taking out Class S heroes, making you the perfect target for proving my point." Izuku smirked. "That explains the lack of S-Class. You guys are itching to take all the credit. Any kid who heard you would be let down." He glanced back at his shack but suddenly felt a sharp headache, and everything around him began to spin. "It's hard to breathe. I feel dizzy too. The poison," he thought, regaining his composure with a smirk. "I heard there's some monster association kicking your hero teeth in. You sure a guy like me is worth your time? I'm sure there are hostages out there that need help." Death Gatling replied, "Once we bring you in, we'll deal with all that. Wherever there's an upstart villain or monster, we'll be there to face them head-on." Izuku imagined himself walking up an endless staircase with determination, despite the pain. "These guys are just steps. Each one a step on my long and winding path to becoming a true monster. I'm not backing down." Smile Man launched his kendama ball from behind toward Izuku, but the hero hunter jumped above it. Shooter shot a barrage of arrows into the sky, and Chain Toad threw his metal chain at Izuku from behind. Izuku dodged the heavy part of the chain, and as arrows rained down, he performed backflips, avoiding every single one. Stinger remarked, "The poison's kicking in." Death Gatling replied, "He can't take much more of this." Izuku thought, "It takes one step at a time. Just one step." In a different scene, Bakugo exclaimed, "Did you see All Might beat up that villain? He was so cool." Bully 1 agreed, "Yeah, he was so cool." Bully 2 added, "That villain got what he deserved." Izuku replied, "Why? All Might was so cool, but the 3 bullies ignored him." Bakugo sneered, "Who the hell said you can vouch for the hero? You have no chance of becoming one, so why are you on their side?" Bully 1 sneered, declaring that a quirkless loser could never be on the hero's side, let alone become one. Izuku remained silent, pondering why he couldn't admire heroes like others did. If they could stand for something, why couldn't he? He thought to himself, let's stand for something better than villains. Monsters. Breathing heavily, Izuku struggled to keep his guard up. Suddenly, he tripped, and Chain Toad seized the opportunity. "Now, ankle loose," he shouted, throwing his chain, which wrapped tightly around Izuku's ankle. From behind, Smile Man yelled, "Earth rotation," as he attacked Izuku with his kendama, launching the emoji ball at him. Izuku managed to intercept the chains and landed on the ground, breaking Chain Toad's hold over. He redirected the kendama towards Chain Toad, knocking him out cold. "Chain Toad! No!" Smile Man cried, scrambling to retrieve the kendama with the string attached to it and his red staff. Just before he could reach it, Izuku caught Chain Toad's falling sickle and severed the string of Smile Man's kendama. Gun fired at Izuku, but he deftly deflected the bullets with the sickle. "Be careful, everyone. The snake's got a blade," Gun warned as he circled around, shooting at Izuku, who took cover behind a giant ball. "You mean I'm not allowed to have one? That doesn't seem fair," Izuku retorted, inhaling deeply before launching the kendama with full force at Gun, knocking him out. Glasses watched in panic. He's been hit in the leg and poisoned, yet he's still fighting hard. "Look out!" Smile Man shouted to Wild Horn about the incoming kendama. "He's mine. Bison Pile Driver." Wild Horn shouted, destroying the kendama with his blades. However, Izuku appeared behind the debris, wrapping Chain Toad's chain around Wild Horn's legs to prevent his escape. What? How did he? Wild Horn stammered. Just then, Shooter shot arrows into the sky aimed at Izuku, but Izuku used Wild Horn as a shield. "Damn it. I'm sorry," Shooter exclaimed. "He may have figured out our timing, but he's still wide open," Glasses thought, throwing pebbles at Izuku while he was distracted. Izuku caught the pebbles and, with a taunting look, hurled them at Shooter, knocking him unconscious. "No," Glasses muttered as Wild Horn demanded to be put down. Stinger charged towards Izuku, shouting, "Roaring Bamboo Shoot Gigantic." Izuku used Wild Horn as a shield, forcing Stinger to halt his charge. "Looks like I'm halfway there," Izuku smirked. "Hey, Death Gatling, I think he might take us all down at this rate." "Let's forget about taking him alive," Smile Man said darkly. "Agreed. The hero hunter has made his choice," Death Gatling replied. Izuku glanced at them seriously before sprinting full speed towards the forest. "He can still move at that speed?" Glasses thought, chasing after him. "He should be completely worn out by now. But somehow, he just keeps on fighting. It doesn't feel like we're battling a human." "Hey, Stinger. Fight me one-on-one." Izuku taunted. "You asked for it." "Leave this guy to me," Stinger replied. "No chance. We'll face him together," Smile Man argued. Death Gatling aimed his weapon at Izuku. "I'll turn him into bone fragments." Just as Izuku was about to strike Stinger, he distracted the heroes by digging up roots, quickly changing his target and kicking Smile Man square in the jaw, taking him out of the fight. "I honestly didn't think you'd be as dumb as they say," Izuku remarked. "I'll finish this." "He's too worn out to dodge my rapid fire," Death Gatling declared, unleashing a barrage of bullets at Izuku. Izuku dashed through the forest to evade the shots, which obliterated the trees in their path. Spotting Glasses in front of him, Izuku ran toward him, causing Death Gatling to cease fire. "You're in the way," Death Gatling shouted as Glasses began to flee. "Hey, what's the matter, buddy? We were so close a second ago. It's not neighborly to run away from me now." I'm going to be all lonely, Izuku taunted, quickening his pace. I can't shake him, Glasses thought, trying to run faster. Get away from Megain. I can't get a shot, Death Gatling urged. Glasses stopped and turned back, only to block a barrage of punches from Izuku. Our formation is completely busted. Does that mean I'm just holding them back now? He thought, recalling a certain bald man. I won't be used as a cover. I'd rather fight till my last, he began, but Izuku punched him in the face, following up with a flurry of blows to his torso. Yeah, that's the spirit. You've got lots of stamina, don't you? Izuku taunted. No! Stinger exclaimed, realizing it was too late to save Glasses. Don't do it, it's a trap. Death Gatling warned. Maybe so. But I can't ignore it. Stinger said as the top of his bamboo weapon began to spin. He's dead, he charged at Izuku. Gigantic drill Stinger, he shouted, but Izuku expertly intercepted the bamboo shoot and countered with a left palm strike to Stinger's face, continuing with a series of blows to his chest, each accompanied by a stream of blue water. Behind him, Glasses struggled through the pain and attempted to strike, but Geru landed a hard elbow to his stomach, knocking him out of the fight. As Glasses fell unconscious against a tree, Izuku was breathing heavily after taking out all the heroes one by one. Now that you've taken out all your human shields, the friendly fire issue is no longer a problem. You're dead, Izuku Yagi, Death Gatling said, pointing his gun at him. Izuku raised his hand in a stop gesture. There are kids inside that shack. They'll get hit if you open fire on me, he replied, his expression serious. Death Gatling scoffed. Trying to talk your way out of this? That's obviously a lie. Taking a deep breath, Izuku shouted, Watch this, brats. This is the moment the monster wins. Eri and Koda flinched at his words. The winner is justice. Time to die, Death Gatling declared, a metal skull mask forming on his face. Death shower. He opened fire, bullets flying toward Izuku relentlessly. However, Izuku deflected each bullet, ensuring they wouldn't hit the shack and harm Eri and Koda. His hands moved fluidly, and when the smoke cleared, he stood in a martial arts stance, blood dripping from his hands where the bullets had struck. Impossible! Death Gatling thought, noticing the shack was nearly destroyed, with only the front remaining intact where Koda and Eri were hiding. They watched in shock and fear as bullets whizzed past them. Be big brother. Eri whimpered. Koda, he muttered quietly, still in shock. Back to Izuku and Death Gatling, Izuku said, only an idiot would let loose like that. Don't bother with the act. I know you used all your ammo. He chuckled. I'm grateful. You helped me prove that I can't be defeated by guns or bullets. Death Gatling gritted his teeth. Not how you figured you'd go out, huh? Too bad. You should have called in some S-class heroes or at least a pro hero. If even one of them had joined you, things might have turned out differently. Those high-ranking heroes can go screw themselves, Death Gatling exclaimed angrily, pulling a machete from his back as a last resort. You think the rest of us are just second string? We fight through blood, sweat, and death just like them. Look at me. I cornered the hero hunter class, Death Gatling. Man, you've got issues, Izuku replied, unfazed by the outburst. I will be the one to put you down. I'll prove that we deserve our place. Death Gatling yelled, charging at Izuku with his blade. Seems like the one most obsessed with ranking is you, Izuku said before delivering a punch to Death Gatling's face, breaking the machine gun in the process. You disgust me. As the door of the destroyed shack slid open, Izuku crushed the tip of the gun under his foot. Bunch of idiots. Big brother. Eri said softly. Koda. Izuku turned to see the frightened children he had protected earlier. Oh, you two are still alive, huh? Koda and Eri looked around at the unconscious heroes scattered on the ground, horror evident on their faces. Are you all right, mister? Koda stuttered. You're hurt again, big brother. Eri said quietly, moving closer to him. Izuku stood in silence, realizing these kids weren't scared of him. Listen. I need you two to get as far away from this place as possible. Don't look back, he urged, guilt in his eyes as he patted their heads. The kids hesitated but eventually left. After they disappeared from view, Izuku removed the arrows from his shoulder and walked slowly toward the destroyed shack, wincing in pain. Water, he murmured. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the smoke. I received a call for assistance. From the look of things. As the clouds cleared, Endeavor appeared, a guilty expression on his face. Beams of energy blasts shot out from the forest into the sky. Genos and Izuku's fists collided midair, propelling Izuku back. Endeavor watched the fight from the side as Genos followed up with a barrage of punches. Machine gun blow. Genos shouted, launching a series of attacks at the hero hunter. Izuku dodged most but took a few hits to his ribs. Fist of flowing water, crushing rock. Izuku chanted, retaliating with his martial arts, redirecting some of Genos's punches. Genos ducked and struck with a punch enhanced by a booster in his elbow. Izuku intercepted the attack and countered with a knee to Genos's head. The impact sent Genos crashing into the ground, and Izuku prepared to land the final blow. However, Genos fired an incineration blast, which Izuku barely managed to evade. BSRD. He let me bury him to lure me in, Izuku thought. Genos, still on the ground, reflected on the situation. I see. He defended himself using the fist of flowing water crushing rock. It adds up. No wonder the other heroes struggled. As Izuku ripped off some of his bandages, he called out to Endeavor. Endeavor, you're up. Genos declared. Endeavor charged toward Izuku. Jet burn, he shouted, launching himself at Izuku and sending a wave of intense flames toward him. Izuku rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the searing heat, and countered with a rapid barrage of strikes. Endeavor countered with a powerful left hook, but Izuku deftly dodged and responded with a high kick aimed at Endeavor's head. Endeavor staggered but quickly recovered, using his flames to deflect Izuku's next series of punches. Izuku smirked, leaping high into the air and coming down with a spinning kick. Endeavor met him midair with a scorching uppercut. The force of the collision created a shockwave, propelling both heroes apart. Endeavor thought to himself, he's strong. No doubt. But something doesn't feel right. Is he even human now? Izuku taunted, what's wrong? Surprised I'm here? Endeavor, with a serious expression, replied, what happened to you, Izuku? You're not the same nephew I remembered. Izuku scoffed before dashing forward, unleashing a series of fast, fluid blows with blue water streams following his movements. Endeavor blocked the initial strikes but was pushed back by the relentless speed of Izuku's attacks. He retaliated with a burst of flame pillar, creating a fire circle around them to prevent Izuku from escaping. Izuku managed to dodge the incoming flames but found himself trapped in the ring of fire. Meanwhile, Genos observed the fight when a figure landed next to him. Oh, you are here too? He remarked. Yeah, I was scouting the area but found nothing, Hawks replied, gesturing toward Izuku and Endeavor trading blows in the fire ring. I'll have to go now, Genos said, charging into the ring. See ya, Hawks called after him. Back in the fight, with Genos now appearing, things weren't looking good for Izuku. He thought, they're strong. The demon cyborg's speed is insane, and Endeavor has those flames. Busted up like this, it'll take a lot to beat them. Damn it. As the flames began to disappear, Genos declared, surrender. There is no way you can escape. Endeavor added, Izuku, please just do as he says. We don't want to take this any further. Izuku's legs felt like they were about to give out, but then he remembered the fighting styles of his allies. He began to move into the forest like a four-legged animal, surprising both Genos and Endeavor. Genos observed, he has changed his style. He's moving on all fours. Endeavor thought, Micros. Suddenly, Izuku appeared behind Genos, ripping his robotic arm off and moving away. You see, I've always had a knack for taking apart precision machinery. Too bad for you, he taunted. Genos's arm spun around and grabbed Izuku by the neck, using its rocket propeller to slam him into a tree, trapping him with wires. Endeavor, surprised, regained his composure as they approached the trapped hero hunter. Meaningless, Genos stated coldly. Izuku chuckled in response. One hero after another. I must have really gotten your attention. Was there a memo or something? I'm stoked to be this popular. Endeavor asked, is this what you really want? Just why? You're alive now, and you choose to do what you were still doing? Genos explained, the recent appearance of an evil organization has thrown the world into chaos. The Hero Association. No, every hero agency must focus all their efforts to deal with that threat. We cannot waste time on insignificant nobodies like you. Izuku, angered, shouted, you think I'm a nobody? Then help me change that, demon cyborg. Once I've beaten you, the world will know my name and they will fear me. As Genos fired his incineration cannon, Izuku pushed his legs against the tree, breaking it apart and freeing himself. Genos and Endeavor moved out of the way to avoid being hit. Izuku removed the wires around his neck and began to ruffle his hair. Genos's arm flew back to him, reattaching itself. Endeavor muttered in shock, Izuku. Genos exclaimed, such a creature does not exist. Suddenly, a voice called out, now. Rescue the hero hunter. Endeavor was taken aback. Nanny? From the ground, a horde of monsters tunneled out, simultaneously attacking Genos and Endeavor to protect Izuku. While the two heroes were busy fighting, Izuku muttered, what the? Confused as a flower monster appeared behind him. The Monster Association is at your service, the flower monster said, its evil smile widening. We're here to bring you back with us, Mr. Izuku Yagi. You're in a pinch, right? We can help you. Izuku scoffed in response, you guys again, huh? Our superiors have decided to offer you an executive position. Isn't that wonderful? The monster continued, its tone dripping with malice. I don't want it. Now, leave me alone, Izuku replied coldly. I'm afraid we can't this time. We are here under specific orders, the flower monster said, one of its roots growing sharp spines. Suddenly, Endeavor's fire engulfed the group of monsters attacking the heroes. Genos leaped out, using his blades to swiftly defeat the flower monster. I see. So the hero hunter is now working with the Monster Association, Genos remarked, glancing at Endeavor, who looked at Izuku in shock. Izuku, please tell me you're not working with the Monster Association, Endeavor asked, disbelief etched across his face. I'm not, Izuku replied, standing a few meters away. Uncle Enji, you're so cool, a young Izuku exclaimed, watching Endeavor showcase his flames. Haha, Izuku, you'll get a quirk someday soon, and I'll be there to watch you in awe, Endeavor laughed, patting the boy's head. I'll be a hero just like you and Uncle Mirai and defeat any monster. Young Izuku declared happily, and Endeavor smiled at him. Endeavor gritted his teeth as he aimed his palm at Izuku. I'm sorry, he muttered, memories flashing through his mind. Bang! Endeavor asked, watching as Izuku was kicked in the face and sent flying into a tree. What are you? Genos began, but Bang interrupted. Genos, Enji, would you mind letting us handle things from here? He asked, still looking down at Izuku. Genos sighed in response. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind Bang, but Bomb quickly dealt with it, using his technique to eliminate the creature and instilling fear in the other monsters. Let me handle the monsters, Bang. You take Izuku, Bomb said, glancing back. My thanks, big brother, Bang replied as Bomb cracked his knuckles. Bang approached Izuku. Izuku, face to face once again. It's been a while. Crawling from the tree, Izuku immediately recognized the voice. I know that voice, he muttered, looking up at Bang, though his vision was blurry. So the world's most annoying geezer finally made it, he scoffed. I'm not sure what happened to you, Izuku, but I will end it here. Get up on your feet, Bang said, and Izuku took a fighting stance. Bang mirrored his movements. For years ago, Izuku had asked, Are you strong, old man? Who's this brat here? Bang had wondered as Izuku fell asleep on the dojo floor. Shall I toss him out? A sour-faced man had inquired. Bang had smiled, amused by Izuku's determination. No, when he wakes up, give him something to eat. As much as he likes. Present Bang's POV, glad to see you alive. Izuku grinned before launching himself toward his former Fist of flowing water, crushing rock. Bang shouted as he unleashed a barrage of punches on Izuku. Izuku attempted to counterattack against his former teacher, but his weakened state rendered his efforts futile. Bang redirected Izuku's movements, and they exchanged glances before trading blows. Meanwhile, with Genos and Endeavor asked in disbelief, What is happening? Offense and defense in perfect harmony. It is the same fighting style, but Bang's form is flawless. The victor is already clear, Genos replied, his attention focused on the fight. Back with Izuku, Bang struck him with a snake fist, sending the hero hunter sliding back. Bang then charged at Izuku to jab him, but Izuku grabbed his wrists and attempted to knee him. Bang countered with his own knee strike, hitting Izuku in the face. He then seized Izuku's ear, twirled him midair, and kicked him in the stomach, sending him crashing through several trees. Bang leaped up and struck Izuku in the chest, which Izuku blocked with his elbows, fracturing the ground beneath them. Bang unleashed a lethal barrage of punches. Izuku thought, what the hell? I never saw the old geezer fight like this. Damn it. Blacking out, I'm about to die. In a desperate move, Izuku tried to throw sand into Bang's eyes, but Bang ruthlessly blocked it and punched Izuku. Izuku was quick enough to evade the next punch, moving on all fours. What is that preposterous style? Where did you pick it up? Bang demanded, watching Izuku leap from tree to tree. It's like you're a demon animal. I'm not done. I'll grab him and carve out an advantage, Izuku thought as he ran toward an unconscious Death Gatling. No, you won't, Bomb said, kicking Izuku in the face and sending him flying toward a pile of monster corpses. I took care of the monsters as I said I would. Bang turned his attention to Izuku. Meanwhile, high above, a bird-like creature observed everything that had transpired. It was Phoenix Man. Phoenix Man thought to himself, we sent in a team to bring Izuku back alive. But we had no idea Endeavor and the demon cyborg would be such strong adversaries. And then there's Silverfang and the other one. I see no way of retrieving Izuku Yagi. But if I return empty-handed, Orochi may devour me like the others. I need Izuku to somehow get through this alive. But it's starting to look hopeless. He flew around the area, unaware that the number 2 hero, Hawks, was watching him from a distance. Hawks muttered to himself, so there's another one too, huh? As he flew toward him. Back at the fight, Bang said, look at the wounds covering him. If you'd received as many, would you still be standing? Bomb replied, if I were 60 years younger, I'm confident I could hang in there without a problem. Maybe. Now, just a little more. Let's finish this, Bang. The 2 old men dashed toward Izuku, who was barely standing. Before he could realize it, he was being beaten by both emisters, each employing different techniques. Izuku thought, Bang, you busy attacking your former student when I'm already beaten to a pulp. And worse, the other old geezer, Bomb, Dimhar of the Fist of Whirling Wind, is slashing at me. Have they no shame ganging up on me like this? Even if I begged for my life, the demon cyborg would never let me go. Not to mention Endeavor is also here. I don't see any other way out of this. The only thing I can do is fight back against all 4 of them. Just then, Bang moved swiftly and delivered a harsh kick to Izuku's face. I will make you pay for going down this path. Izuku! Bang exclaimed. Izuku remembered a time when he had declared, All Might is the coolest in the universe. Once I get my quirk, I'm gonna be a hero, just like him. But the doctor had told him, sorry kid, it's not gonna happen. Izuku dropped his toy as he heard the news. The doctor continued, explaining that Izumi had inherited the same quirk as her mother, telekinesis. So, congratulations, he said. Overjoyed, Izumi hugged Inko tightly, exclaiming, Mom, I can't believe it. I'm going to be a hero. Inko smiled warmly at her daughter. Of course you are, young lady. Now let's go. Thank you, doctor. As they exited the office, they spotted Toshinori waiting for them. Inko grinned and said, Guess who's got my quirk? Izumi jumped up and down in excitement. Toshinori responded with enthusiasm, Wow, that is wonderful. And what about Izuku? Inko shook her head, And Toshinori's expression darkened as he turned his attention away from Izuku, smiling instead at Izumi. Izuku felt a wave of despair wash over him. What's this? My life flashing before my eyes? Everything about this seeks, he thought. Izumi, with an air of arrogance, pointed out, look at this. You can read the last part of Izuku's name as Deku. It means useless. Izuku whimpered, why are you being so mean? A boy next to Izumi shouted, why don't you understand? Someone who hasn't got a quirk is useless. Izuku recalled the boy's name, Kaken, the most popular kid in class. Hey, Deku, let's play a game, Bakugo said. Izumi chimed in, it's called Heroes and Monsters. Izuku hesitated before replying, sure, can I be the hero? Bakugo shot back. No, you can't because Izumi and I are already the heroes. You're the monster now, got it? With a resigned sigh, Izuku replied, okay. But a small smile crept onto his face at the thought of being the monster. He thought to himself, it's not like I didn't want to be the monster. Did I hate that Kaken and Izumi were always the heroes? It just felt so incredibly one-sided and unfair. Kaken was the most popular kid in class, while I was friendless, always overshadowed by a dark cloud. Everyone knew who the hero would be. I didn't stand a chance. Izumi declared, all right, Deku, get ready to be defeated. Trying to play along, Izuku stumbled as Bakugo and his friends pounced on him. They laughed as they pretended to battle, with Izuku taking every hit and falling dramatically each time. The more they played, the more they piled on the attacks, relishing their roles as heroes while Izuku bore the brunt of their blows. Bakugo taunted, you're the worst monster ever, fit. How does it feel to be useless? Izuku muttered, it's fine, though his voice wavered with hurt. He attempted to smile, but it was clear he was struggling with the humiliation. Izumi remarked, you're just a monster. You should be used to this by now. Yeah, I guess so, Izuku replied, trying to keep his tone light despite the pain. Later, Izuku shouted, I've had enough. Come on, fight me, Kaken. If I win, you have to promise to leave me alone. Bakugo raised an eyebrow, confused. What the hell are you talking about? I don't want to play as the monster just to get beaten up. Izuku insisted. Bakugo commanded, guys. Hold Deku still. As a few other kids grabbed Izuku by the arms, Bakugo prepared to use his quirk on him. In a moment of desperation, Izuku kicked Bakugo, causing him to cry out in pain. The bullies released Izuku just as the teacher entered the classroom, witnessing Bakugo on the floor, crying, with Izuku standing above him. The principal called both Izuku's and Bakugo's parents to the office. In a stern tone, Toshinori asked, why would you hurt your friend while playing games? Explain yourself, young man. His voice was filled with anger. Inko added, I can't believe I raised a son like you, her disappointment evident. Toshinori continued, now you have to apologize to Katsuki. Izuku sat quietly in the chair, sobbing softly. He thought to himself, screw justice and screw evil too. I'm going to be hurt simply because that's what everyone else wants? It's not fair. I can't stand it. It frustrates me. All I want is for them to understand. He resolved, I'm here to fight for underdogs everywhere. Good? Evil? I reject them both. Slowly, he began to stand up. Bang shouted, this is the end, Izuku, as he and another boy charged at him. Izuku yelled back in anger, that's where you're wrong. Nothing's ending. He dodged their punch and slammed his hands into the ground, creating a massive earthquake around them. Endeavor exclaimed, what the hell? As he struggled to regain his balance. Bang muttered, what the? While Izuku roared in anger, Suddenly, Genos heard a thud behind him. When he turned, he saw an injured and bruised Hawks. Hawks quietly warned, "Wuch! Out!" pointing at the sky. Genos turned to see a monstrous bird. "Look out! Above!" he shouted as Phoenix Man used his wings to create immense air pressure, launching everyone back. He then grabbed Izuku midair and flew away. Bomb remarked, "That monster. as Genos aimed both his palms at the creature, preparing to fire. "Genos, wait!" Endeavor called out. Genos replied, "No. The hero hunter is now a monster and must be eliminated." Phoenix Man shouted from the sky, "Listen up down there. I have Izuku with me. The others are yours." Genos shouted, "Spiral Incineration Cannon," as he fired at the monster. Phoenix Man countered, "Elder Centipede." A large centipede monster emerged from underground, acting as a shield against the blast. Endeavor groaned, "This monster again?" Hawks, in pain, said, "We have to defeat it here before it goes straight to the city." Bang noted, "It took the full power of Genos' attack like it was nothing." Meanwhile, Izuku scoffed, "What's the big idea? Nobody asked you to butt in." Phoenix Man replied, "Never mind that. Elder Centipede will handle the rest. He's a living catastrophe, destroying all in his path. I admire such indiscriminate destruction." Izuku gritted his teeth in anger. Phoenix Man continued, "As usual, you didn't finish your opponents. Those heroes lying on the ground could live to fight another day. But don't worry. Elder Centipede will ensure they don't." A part of Izuku felt a surge of worry. "You all can back off, got it? Those are my targets," he shouted, struggling against Phoenix Man's grip. Phoenix Man responded, "Enough of that. Stop squirming." Izuku yelled, "Let me go. I won't let you do this to me." Phoenix Man questioned, "Why are you upset? It's your fault for not finishing them." Izuku stopped resisting, realizing the stakes. The elimination of two Class S heroes makes everything that happened here worthwhile.